The forging process lasted for over 5 hours before it finally concluded. While this might seem like a long time, it hadn't felt that way for Alec. He felt incredibly fortunate to have the system at his disposal. In comparison, it would take other forgers days to create even a single piece of Tier 5 equipment. It was clear that the system provided a significant advantage, making it much easier for Alec to acquire his equipment set before the final match. If he had waited for a forger in the real world to craft it for him instead, it would likely take weeks, and by then, the finals would have long since concluded. Alec continued to stare at his new equipment, which was levitating before him as if lifted by an invisible force. He found himself in a daze until the system reminded him that he was wasting time. Ding! Drop a drop of blood on the equipment set to link with it. Seeing this message made Alec feel embarrassed. He knew he needed to link with the spirit equipment set, but he had been so engrossed in the sight before him that he had lost sight of the crucial next step after its creation. He pointed his right index finger at his left palm, igniting his sword chi at the tip before slicing into his skin. Once successful, he slapped his left palm onto the levitating gear in front of him. As he did this, the equipment shone with an even brighter light before it began to merge into Alec's body. If anyone had witnessed this moment, they would have seen it as him absorbing the equipment. Within 10 seconds, the equipment, still shrouded in blinding light, completely disappeared into Alec. With his hand still outstretched, he looked down and saw a brand new runic tattoo stretching from his hand across the rest of his body. The tattoo covered him entirely, marking his success. Fused with Infernal Mantle, set Tier 5. Seeing this brought a smile to Alec's face as he tried to will the tattoos away, and they disappeared into his skin as if they were never there. Unlike the tattoos of his soul beast that is linked with the Devourer bloodline, he could retract the tattoo of his spirit equipment set at will. Inspect. Infernal Mantle, set Tier 5. Blazebound Tunic, plus 100 Endurance, plus 100 Strength. All low-rank attacks are completely dispelled and unable to hurt the user. All Flame and Earth Element mid-rank attacks are reduced by 10. Veil of Ashes, plus 150 Agility, plus 50 Endurance. All Flame and Earth Element low-rank spell consumption is reduced by 70. All Flame and Earth Element mid-rank spell consumption is reduced by 30. Saved mana 0, 50,000. Infernal Grasp Gloves, plus 50 Strength. The left-hand glove can store 5 spells from either the Flame or Earth element to be unleashed later by the user, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The right-hand glove can absorb any 5 spells, attacks, or special powers directed at the user, with a daily limit of 5 attacks and a cooldown of 24 hours. Complete Set Bonus, plus 20 bonus to all Flame and Earth element attacks, plus 20 bonus to all physical attacks, can be stacked with elemental attacks, plus 30 increase in mana, plus 5 mental stats. Just looking at all the bonuses from the new equipment set left Alec's mouth agape. He couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them again, staring at the information presented by the system. Whoa, Alec muttered, still in shock. He had expected a significant upgrade when creating a new equipment set, but he hadn't anticipated such an overpowered item. Although Alec was aware that anything granted to him by the system often ended up in the overpowered category of its level, this exceeded even his expectations. The new gift he had just received seemed to be the pinnacle of all Tier 5 equipment set in his eyes. He had seen Vincent's Tier 5 armor and weapons, although the sword, the chain kunai, and armor weren't a complete set and couldn't augment each other's powers, but they were still all Tier 5 spirit equipment in their own right. And they pushed Vincent's stats to an abnormal level, enabling him to overpower Dragov in his first form transformation. After observing the impressive stats of his own equipment set, Alec was certain, even without knowing the specifics of Vincent's gears, that his own was far superior to any other Tier 5 spirit equipment that has been used at the Inter Academy competition so far. He couldn't tell if this was due to the system, which allowed him to utilize the system points he had earned to recreate great forgers, or if it was simply because everything he crafted was a unique complete equipment set that offered more bonuses than individual pieces of equipment. At that moment, however, he didn't care much for the specifics. He was just eager to see how he looked in his new spirit equipment set. Alec reached out to connect with the spirit equipment, and the tattoo that had disappeared reappeared with its runic patterns covering his body. He slowly became enveloped in what looked like black leather armor, more of a mana-reinforced cloth than an armor. The armor wasn't entirely black. The shoulders were adorned with striking red stripes, and the cufflinks were a rich brown, symbolizing the earth element. The pants were also black, featuring red and black patterns along the sides, giving Alec the appearance of an elegant mage for the first time in spirit equipment. Even when he previously wore the red salamander equipment set, it had made him look more like a warrior than a mage. As the body transformation completed, the gloves finally materialized, covering his hands. Unlike the armor, the gloves were entirely red and had 5 small dull orbs attached to them, resembling mini versions of the Infinity Stones, circular in shape and also devoid of color. As the glove completely enveloped his hand, a cape veil of ashes appeared behind Alec. It was a deep, blood-red color and seemed to move of its own accord before attaching itself to Alec's back. The cape adjusted perfectly, blending seamlessly with the rest of his gear, ensuring it didn't hinder his movements. Once the equipment was fully in place, Alec felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Power filled him, yet he felt light and free, as if nothing could hold him back. He couldn't help but admire the new equipment, loving its feel even before testing it in battle. Slowly, Alec made his way to the water mirror at the side of the room to get a better look of himself. Not only did the gear make him appear more elegant, but it also seemed to amplify his charm, however. As he stared at his reflection, something caught him off guard. "Oh shit," he muttered, realizing what had changed again: his hair. The top was now completely red, while the bottom transitioned into a shade of black. It resembled a striking crew cut, with the 2 colors sharply dividing his head. Alec let out a frustrated sigh, as he thought why he was always cursed with these bizarre hair transformations, along with his gear and intense manifesting. He wanted the powers that the gears gave him, minus the endless changes to his hair appearance. It was frustrating, especially since most people assumed he was responsible for the changes in his hair just to look cool, oblivious to the fact that he had no control over it. After a few minutes of admiring his reflection in the water mirror, Alec finally recalled the infernal mantle set, and it disappeared magically back into his body. He already understood most of the abilities of his new gear from the first time he equipped them, even he couldn't explain how. It was as if the applications and activations of these abilities were ingrained directly into his mind, making him feel like they have been a part of him for a long time. No matter how he tried to use the special abilities of the gear, he could activate them effortlessly. He conducted a few experiments with the new knowledge that was being inputted into his mind, and he quickly figured out what the saved mana represented. It was like a power bank where he could store his mana, allowing him to continue fighting in battle, even if he ran out of mana. As long as he had the Veil of Ashes, it would recharge him with the exact amount of mana he had saved. With a limit of 50,000 mana, Alec also learned how to save spells in the gloves, how to absorb spells directed at him, and the method to unleash them against his opponents. With all that accomplished, Alec felt ready to experiment with some of the features the system had revealed to him, but first, he wanted to check on Arthur's golem progress. Alec jammed Arthur in the living room and proceeded to instruct him instantly. "Summon your golem for me, huh?" Arthur replied, taken aback by Alec's question. He wasn't sure what had prompted it, but he remembered that Alec had helped with the evolution of Agnes's golems. After processing what Alec was asking, he swiftly summoned his golem for him to see. He extended his hand, connecting his mana to the small space pouch on his waist, just beside his navy-colored student badge. With that, Arthur's golem was summoned. It was silver in color, but when Alec looked at it, he felt it lacked the gleam and luster he had expected. "What do you think? Cool, right?" Arthur asked, rubbing his hands together, but Alec hesitated to respond, unsure if the golem had successfully evolved, because he felt if it had, it certainly wouldn't look like this. Inspect. Name: Golem type, Iron Body Golem, Silver Stage, Failed Evolution. Tier 4, Low 57. Rank: Normal. Affinity: Metal, Earth Unawakened, Light Unawakened. Ding, new quest created. Detected flawed evolution, help guide the golem back onto its proper path. Rewards: complete model understandings of Iron Body Golem's mortal stage, 10,000 system points. Alec blinked, trying to confirm that what he was seeing was legitimate. He wasn't just perplexed that the system, which had been stingy with system points, had decided to give him another mission, but he was astounded by the potential of Arthur's Iron Body Golem. Alec felt it should have awakened both the light and earth element affinities during its evolution. However, since the evolution had failed, it clearly wasn't able to complete its evolutionary path. Turning to Arthur with a shocked expression, Alec noticed Arthur gazing back with a small smile, almost as if he were waiting for praise. Bang! Ouch, what was that for? Arthur complained, using his right hand to cover his head. Alec had given him a sharp knock when he finally understood what had occurred. Unlike most golems, Iron Body Golems were among the few that made it difficult for their masters to have another golem. Moreover, every Iron Body Golem had an energy-sharing ability with its master. This meant that as the master grew stronger, some of that energy would be shared with the golem, aiding its growth. Conversely, if the golem progressed faster than its master, part of its energy would also be transferred to the master, helping to boost the master's realm until they were on the same level. This energy sharing functioned to balance the power between the golem and mage, allowing them to maximize their merging duration effectively. The sharing of energy was akin to dual cultivation, just without the intimate aspect. They were so profoundly connected that the death of the golem could deeply affect its owner. With all this in mind, Alec could deduce that the significant gap between Arthur and his golem had resulted in a one-way energy transfer, forcing the golem into a state of evolution when it was passing from the Tier 3 golem realm to the mid-rank, and all this without the proper resources and materials. Consequently, it must have failed to enter the proper silver body stage, but Arthur had only noticed the change in his golem's body from bronze to silver and believed it had evolved, never considering that he might need assistance. However, looking at the clueless expression on Arthur's face, Alec began to understand him a little better. After all, there hadn't been any elders from the Gordon clan nearby to point out that his golem had experienced an evolutionary failure. Even Alec was somewhat clueless, as he didn't have a thorough understanding of the iron body aspect. But with the system's help, Alec felt that even the ancestors of the Gordon clan wouldn't be able to do better than him at his current stage, given that he had what seemed to be an all-knowing master, the system. There's been a problem with your golem's evolution, but luckily for you, I know exactly what to do to fix it. Just sit tight and watch as I unleash the full potential of your golem. Alec said to Arthur. Arthur was shocked at Alec's words. He had sensed something was off with his golem, but he hadn't considered it serious since it had eventually still transformed into a silver body golem. Yet Alec's confidence convinced him that there was definitely something wrong, and he also trusted Alec completely. Searching evolution path, Alec placed his hand on the golem's body, trying to know its evolutionary path through the help of the system's searching. At this moment, almost every member of the team had gathered around the main living room, eagerly watching to see what he would do to remedy the evolutionary failure. Evolution path found. Silver body golem stage 2 iron body type cost, 250,000 system points, and 25,000 mana. That was the only option that appeared for Arthur's golem, and while Alec wasn't surprised, given that it was an iron body type, he had just hoped the system would offer another variation for the golem's evolution, or another branch that was a little bit different from what the Gordons normally followed. Alec had acquired some knowledge about the iron body golem from the information transferred to him by the system from his ancestors' texts. It was said that the iron body golem had a singular evolutionary route for each rank. At the low ranks, it existed as a bronze body golem, which is the stage 1 at the mid-rank. It evolves to the silver body stage, which is the stage 2. At the high ranks, it finally reaches the golden body stage, which is the stage 3, though it was a known rumor that the third elder of the Gordon clan, a gifted genius, had discovered a method to advance his golem to the next stage prematurely by infusing it with his chi, forcing its body into the golden stage ahead of its evolution. These were all the recognized stages of the iron body golem, but there was also a stage referred to as a myth, the diamond body stage, which supposedly could only be achieved when the golem entered the monarch realm. Alec had read about this, but no member of the current Gordon clan had ever reached the monarch realm, making it difficult to ascertain whether it was merely a fable or a genuine possibility. Nonetheless, Alec was determined to find out. He believed that if he ever reached the monarch realm, he would be able to help his family attain higher levels with the assistance of the amulet world. Without further hesitation, Alec selected the only option presented by the system, as detailed step-by-step instructions appeared before him, along with all the materials he would need, which were transferred into the system's private inventory space. Alec began pulling the items out one by one, and to anyone watching, it seemed as though he had kept all these treasures hoarded in his space ring all along, and was just bringing them out now. As he unpacked the materials, he understood from the instructions that the mana required was simply the amount needed to perfectly shape the golem's body. Seeing all the items provided by the system, Alec quickly checked the store and realized that the prices for these materials were quite steep, and when he cross-referenced this with the amount of system points he had spent for the evolution path, he found that there wasn't much left. He presumed the system was taking the little points left as a fee for its assistance in identifying the right evolution path and explaining the steps in detail. After all, such detailed information couldn't even be bought, no matter how wealthy someone was, which further highlighted just how invaluable the system was to him. With this realization, he internally reprimanded himself to ensure he always kept the system a secret. Oh shit, is that what I think it is? That's a silver spirit metal of mid-grade quality. These things cost a fortune. Where did you get that much money to afford all these rare treasures? Even major clans don't come across these so easily, and you have a ton just lying in your space ring, Pale exclaimed, recognizing one of the resources Alec had revealed. Where I got it is none of your business. Alec shot back quickly, not wanting to answer any unnecessary questions. Pale's reaction made him acutely aware that the items he had just displayed were clearly not something a person like him should casually possess. Given how difficult it was for even prominent clans to acquire such materials, he could only imagine the value of what he was about to use, reminding him once again why many people chose to abandon the golem path due to its high costs. "Well, I didn't mean to pry, I was just curious," Pale said, raising his hands defensively, not wanting to ruffle Alec's feathers. To be honest, he had abandoned the idea of competing with either Alec or Lucas. Ever since they arrived in the capital, the gap between him and Lucas seemed to widen, let alone the chasm separating him from Alec, who was far ahead of the entire team. "Okay, good. Stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours," Alec replied as he prepared to begin. He initiated a series of hand movements, and a wide, golden rune materialized beneath him, slowly expanding to encompass both him and Arthur's golem. As the rune settled beneath the golem, it began to levitate. Alec then gestured toward a silver-colored cauldron that had been provided by the system as one of the materials needed for the evolution. Alec just felt bad as it was designed for one-time use only, as he found it difficult to look away from the beast engravings that adorned it. With his mana connected to the cauldron, Alec was able to control its flight path, guiding it underneath the levitating golem. Almost everyone was present, watching Alec work, with the exception of 2 instructors and the dean, Selene, who was as the side watched in shock, doing her best to mask her surprise. She wasn't surprised that Alec was accomplishing something that even seasoned golem mages would struggle with rather. She was just astonished by the rare items he had just revealed. While Pale recognized just one of the many treasures Alec produced, he was only a novice who hadn't encountered much in his young life. Selene sensed that there were at least 5 other items more valuable than the one Pale had pointed out, all of which shared a common trait. They were resources so rare they would typically remain locked away in high and ancient clans' treasury, far beyond the reach of the younger generation. And watching Alec manipulate, the cauldron confirmed her suspicion that he might be an alchemist, and she was eager to meet him later to ask if he could produce a grade 3 mid-pill tier 6 cultivation pill. Meanwhile, while everyone else was lost in their own thoughts, Alec was in a world of his own, multitasking furiously. Any small mistake on his part could jeopardize the evolution process, condemning Arthur's golem to never reach the golden body state. Given how deeply the iron body was connected to its master, it was evident that if the evolution failed, Arthur would suffer the most. The least he could expect was a backlash, and at worst, a regression of one realm. Alec was aware of all this before he began, and despite the risks, he was confident in his ability to succeed. He chose not to share these concerns with Arthur to avoid causing him unnecessary panic, which could lead to problems during the process. However, he never anticipated that a crowd would form around him, which added to the pressure. Realizing that the situation could become more complicated, he decided to summon Legion. As soon as Legion appeared, Alec didn't even look back before Legion made his move. Because Legion was connected to him, it could likely grasp Alec's intentions without a word. Pressing his hand against the ground, Legion created a dome-like transparent sphere that enveloped Alec, effectively muffling the outside noise and allowing him to concentrate once again. With all noise eliminated, Alec was finally able to concentrate fully on the multitude of tasks he had at hand. Those outside the sphere could still see what he was doing, and when they noticed the cauldron opening and Alec exerting his gravity manipulation to force the golem inside, shock rippled through the crowd. Boom! Alec ignited his mana with his flame element, forming hell flames beneath the cauldron. Variant flames were especially special because without them, forgers could never create great spirit equipment, nor could alchemists craft super pills. It all came down to the variant flames. Since the hell flames were established first as a foundation, when the red flames were summoned by Alec and directed beneath the levitating cauldron, they melded with the hell flames, amplifying the flame power. At this point, sweat dripped from every pore on Alec's body as he focused intently on the levitating pot. He lightly tapped the cauldron with his left hand while keeping his eyes closed, using his mental stats to probe the condition of the golem inside. As his mental senses penetrated the depths of the cauldron, he realized the golem was sitting, using its hands to hold its legs together. Despite the roaring flames surrounding it and the suffering of its iron body, its eyes remained dull, a noticeable difference Alec observed. His own golems were full of life because they had awakened their consciousness and developed their own egos, allowing them to make certain decisions without his commands. This all stemmed from their shared experiences with Alec, which had helped shape their egos over time. Titan was the cold and domineering one, while Legion was competitive and a show-off, and Oni was a pure killer with ruthless battle minions. Each golem was developing its own unique identity, reflecting their individual personalities. Only the golems of the elders and the patriarch seemed to have developed egos back in the clan. Alec decided not to dwell on this too much. He felt confident that he could awaken consciousness in Arthur's iron body golem, just as he had done with Agnes's golems. It would ultimately be up to the owner and the experiences they shared to determine the type of ego the golem would develop. Alec continued with the procedure as outlined, using his mana and gravity manipulation to move items within the cauldron. He added spirit water, mid-rank power crystals of light, earth, and metal elements, along with various supporting resources he had gathered, including the mid-rank silver spirit metal that Pale had recognized. The Gordon clansmen watched with rapt attention as this was something they were supposed to understand. They were surprised to see Alec introduce 3 different elements power crystals into the mix with the golem, but no one dared to question him. Because despite their instincts warning them that such a combination would likely lead to combustion, their hearts reassured them to always trust Alec, no matter the situation. As Alec moved around, slapping the cauldron's body, they initially found it confusing. Gradually, they realized that with each slap, the cauldron shimmered with a bluish light. Upon closer inspection, they understood that Alec was infusing his mana into the cauldron to help reshape the golem's body. Fuck this golem, this is exhausting me more than usual, Alec thought, continuing to follow the steps and sending mana to various points within the cauldron to balance the ongoing evolutionary process. Throughout his experience, this was the most stressful task he had undertaken. At this moment, Alec began to harbor a slight resentment towards the iron body golem, although it appeared to be a single entity. He quickly realized just how taxing it was to conduct an evolution on such a golem. Its body was composed of various smaller parts that came together to form a whole, and Alec had to work on each of these components. With the process needing to be perfectly balanced otherwise, the pieces wouldn't synchronize properly, which would prevent the issues with its evolutionary path from being rectified. Through his mental senses, Alec could perceive that inside the pot, the different parts of the golem were now swirling around. 10 minutes later, after completing the step-by-step process directed by the system, a bright flash of light erupted from the cauldron. As different parts of the golem shot out and began revolving in the air, glowing with an intense silver light, the sight captivated everyone watching, drawing their focus as the various pieces started to come together, ultimately merging to form the complete body of Arthur's iron body golem. Ding, evolution completed. Rewards will be granted to you. That was the last thing Alec saw before the system forced a large stream of information into his mind, causing him to lose consciousness. As that happened, Legion abandoned the sphere it was supporting and rushed to catch Alec's body, allowing Arthur and some onlookers to come closer to assess either Alec or the levitating golem before them. With the evolution complete, the once active cauldron disintegrated into ashes. At that moment, everyone was more concerned about Alec than about where the cauldron had vanished to. Selene slowly placed her hand on Alec's neck to check his status. He's okay, he probably just exerted himself with everything he did. He'll likely just need a couple of hours of sleep to recover, Selene said, and the Gordons sighed in relief and turned their attention back to inspect Arthur's golem properly. Tell me, people of the Northern Kingdom, are you ready? The red-haired referee shouted, his voice ringing out as the audience chanted yes. In response, it was finally the day after the battle between Bloodline Academy and Battle Mage Academy, and now it was time to determine who would secure 3rd place and who would settle for 4th in the inter-academy competition. First and foremost, their captain was still in poor condition and wouldn't be able to participate, while their vice-captain was capable, but they all knew that she couldn't bear the entire team's burden alone, unlike the Battle Mage team. Despite their captain being injured as well, it didn't affect them much, as the Battle Mage team remained stronger overall and could defeat Onyx Academy even with their captain sidelined. Observant fans in the crowd began to glance around as the beginning of the match approached. They were quick to notice that the entire Bloodline Academy team was nowhere to be seen. They hadn't even come to watch the match. But the crowd did spot another team when they looked up to the 3rd level of the VIP section. They spotted members of the War God Mage Academy team seated there. Although Alec and a couple of others were missing, but the mere presence of the War God Academy demonstrated respect for at least one of the participating teams. Without further delay, the referee, who had taken on the responsibility of overseeing all the matches after recent event with the other referee, called for the beginning of the match, prompting both teams to dash towards each other, aware that they had no chance of advancing beyond the bottom half of the top 4. They have discarded any thoughts of tactics, as they clashed head-on against each other, their only focus on ensuring their team secured the 3rd position. While the rest of the team had gone to watch the match, Arthur and Brandon had chosen to stay behind to keep an eye on Alec. Even Selene agreed with this decision, which is why not all the members of the War God Academy team attended the match. It's just like old times, Arthur said, glancing at Alec's door, which remained locked, while Legion stood at the entrance like a guard. Arthur and Brandon were seated in the main living room that connected to all the rooms. It feels like it's been ages, but it still seems like yesterday that we were all cultivating in Alec's courtyard, Brandon reminisced, lost in thoughts of the good old days. Even now, Legion is still acting like Alec's personal guardian. I just hope he wakes up soon, Arthur added, both of them surprised that Alec had not yet regained consciousness. Though it is unusual that Alec seemed to enjoy sleeping more than usual considering that even cultivators didn't typically need sleep as often as he appeared to. But despite his sleeping habits, Alec had always managed to wake up on time, no matter the circumstances. So it was strange that he hadn't gotten up yet. Just then, they saw Alec emerging from his room, with Legion giving a slight bow as he walked in. Alec appeared with sleepy eyes, stretching his body and yawning as he approached his two brothers. "Let me see your golem," Alec said to Arthur, cutting them off before they could ask him anything. Although they thought he had been sleeping, but Alec had actually been busy inside the amulet world. He hadn't been aware of what was happening because he saw some few changes happening, and it seemed the world was undergoing some sort of progress. But he didn't really care at that moment as he plunged into the second level of the beast forest. He threw himself at beasts left and right, testing the full power of his new spirit equipment set, and now he felt fully confident that he could easily dispatch low Tier 5 demonic beasts there. Mid and high Tier 5 demonic beasts would only present a minor challenge for Alec before he defeated them, but his greatest achievement was that he could now easily kill peak Tier 5 beasts without resorting to his bloodline or revealing too much of his abilities. The Infernal Mantle spirit equipment set had elevated him to another level of strength entirely. Now, even if he encountered a low Tier 6 demonic beast, Alec felt no fear as he could escape from its pursuit, and if he met a solo Tier 6 beast and he summoned Titan, the beast would likely turn tail and flee. So he had initiated a war with one of the Tier 6 overlord demonic beasts, the Golden Horned Drake. Alec had two reasons for going against the overlord Drake. The first was for revenge on how the Drake chased him around, and the second was that killing it would help his own Golden Horned Soul beast advance further, should it acquire the soul of a Tier 6 demonic beast. The conflict between Alec's newly enhanced Golem army and the Golden Horned Drake beast army, led by its Tier 5 minions, was destructive and caused many lesser demonic beasts around the area that didn't work under the Drake to turn and run. This battle lasted for hours, as the Drake commanded a significant number of Tier 5 minions to rush at Alec and his golems hoping to wear them off, but it still backfired as in the final moments, it ended up being bombarded by both Alec and Titan from different sides. Fortunately for it, just as the confrontation reached its apex, Alec ran out of time and was recalled back to the real world before he could be the Drake. Although he felt a pang of disappointment from not being able to kill the Drake once and for all, but his disappointment was outweighed by his anticipation of returning to challenge the Drake now that its strength had been reduced and its minions mostly annihilated. Before leaving his room, Alec reflected on his battle with the Drake, analyzing where he could have performed better tactically. As a smile spread across his face as he realized that, for the first time since entering the second level of the Beast Forest, he could go wild without fearing running into a Tier 6 demonic beast. He felt liberated, sensing that he was close to being on equal footing with the peak-tier overlord beasts of the second level. The thought of being closer to acquiring Tier 6 loot filled him with joy. Inspect. Name Golem type, Iron Body Golem, Silver State. Tier 4 Peak 96. Rank Rare. Affinity Metal, Earth, Light Unawakened. Examining the golem's new status felt like he was receiving an unexpected gift. Alec had never anticipated that not only would the flaw in the golem's evolution be corrected, but it would also be pushed to the peak of Tier 4, just a few steps away from entering the Tier 5 rank. And when it did, it would be leveled at the same realm as its master, which would make their combined battle power reach new heights. Alec was aware of the effort he had put in. He had taken each step himself, following the step-by-step guide, rather than relying on the system to work its magic in a split second like it used to do for every upgrade Alec golems go through. He understood that he had merely helped recreate the golem's body, connect and heal the damaged energy passage in its body. All the energy that Arthur had been sharing with it had been locked away due to a clog obstructing the flow of energy in its body after the failed evolution situation. But after Alec's intervention, which allowed all the channels to connect, and the locked energy was allowed to run free through its body, it enabled the golem to jump directly 2 small ranks all the way to the peak of Tier 4. Alec sighed when he realized that he had not been able to awaken the light element. Nevertheless, he was still pleased that the earth element had been activated. He believed the issues during its first evolutionary process were the real reason the light element had not yet awakened, but he didn't worry too much as he felt confident that he could eventually help the golem meet the requirements if it ever reached the level where it ever had to enter the high ranks. Your silver body golem now has manipulation over two elements, earth and metal. I don't know if it's fate that aligns it with your own awakened element, but I want you to know that your battle power is going to rise exponentially with this golem by your side, Alex said as he took a moment to admire the golem's impressive physique. The silver body golem was a humanoid-type golem, and it's molded to the same height as its master. The most striking feature was its lack of eyes and mouth. Its face was blank, and its head had an oval shape that made it appear as if it were wearing a silver mask. The two black voids where its eyes should have been only intensified Alex's unease. Aside from its suspicious mask-like head appearance, the rest of its body was shaped like armor, with both hands resting on a great sword that was inserted and a long blade protruding from its elbow. Alec wasn't surprised to see another knight-like golem, having observed the third elder's golem before. He figured Arthur's golem might also be following the knight path, which seemed common among iron body golems. However, he hadn't expected their appearances to differ so greatly. The more he stared at the golem, the more he glanced at Arthur, and that was when he realized that while he had helped shape the golem's humanoid form based on specific instructions from the system, he had been made to unconsciously mold it with Arthur's image and ideals in mind. In fact, now that he thought about it, the third elder's golem seemed to embody him partially. Maybe that's what allowed them to merge so flawlessly. Aside from the golden body forging technique, Alec pondered, placing his right hand on his jaw as he lost himself in thought. It didn't take long for him to snap out of it, and he decided to focus on something else, the sword the golem was holding. Alec had forged the weapon himself from mid-rank spirit metal, although he hadn't realized he was creating a weapon for the golem at the time. While multitasking, he had been more focused on monitoring the golem's evolution progress than on what he was refining beside it. He had just tried to construct it with his mind, and now he was remembering that it was quite funny he didn't realize he was making a spirit weapon for the golem. Now that I think about it, even the third elder's golem has its own weapon. I guess since this one was made with Arthur in mind, that's why it has both a sword and a gauntlet, Alec thought, sighing once more. Perfect, Alec exclaimed as he turned to look at Arthur, but the expression on Arthur's face made him cringe. Arthur was already on the verge of tears. Don't you dare, Alec warned, but his words seemed to fall on deaf ears as Arthur launched himself through the air and hugged Alec tightly. Thank you so much, Arthur exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. He hoped that Alec would help him after revealing the flawed evolution of his golem. And even though he felt he might have been overestimating Alec's abilities, yesterday had shown him that even that assumption he even had was an understatement to Alec's masterpiece. After Alec collapsed yesterday, Arthur's gaze was fixed on his levitating golem, and at that moment he knew Alec had been right as the golem was now more refined, gleaming with a bright silver light. Not only did it finally have a weapon, but one that he could wield in their merged form. After confirming that Alec was fine, Arthur had rushed to the training room just to gauge the strength of his newly improved golem. The enhanced speed and strength it displayed made it clear to him that the golem's battle prowess was vastly superior to its previous state. All of this was enough to send him over the moon, but when he heard from Alec that his golem had awakened another elemental affinity, he was ecstatic. It just so happened that his golem's dual affinity matched his own, meaning that when they merged, the golem would not only augment his physical stats and strength, but also enhance his elemental control and everything associated with his element. He felt immense joy, almost knocking himself for having doubted Alec after all. Even the third elder's golden body golem didn't possess a second element, making his own iron body golem truly one of a kind. Okay, I've heard you. Let's head to the training room down. I need you to merge with your golem and unleash your powers. I want to see just how strong you'll be in that state, Alec said, using his right hand to push Arthur's face backward. Despite this, Arthur was relentless, struggling comically to jump onto Alec's body. Just like old times, Brandon muttered to himself as he watched them both. Brandon leaned against a nearby corner of the training room that was assigned to their team, eager to watch all the action unfold. Don't waste any more time, merge, Alec urged Arthur, who was waiting in the middle with him. Seeing the urgency in Alec's expression, Arthur wasted no time casting the merge spell. His silver body golem shattered into countless pieces before merging seamlessly with his body. Alec observed, absent-mindedly caressing his jaw. No matter how many times he witnessed the merge spell, it always reminded him of Iron Man Transformation, one of his favorite movies from his past world. However, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted when Arthur's transformation was complete, as a massive surge of mana pressure radiated outward in all directions, with Arthur at the center. It felt almost as if he were controlling the wind with his aura alone. Brandon's lip twitched as he watched from the side previously. Before Alec helped Arthur correct his golem's evolution flaws, the merger had not provided him with such a significant boost. It had only increased his defense and allowed him to deliver more destructive strikes. Brandon was well aware of this from their countless duels together, a habit Alec had ingrained in them both. But now, after that surge of energy, even Brandon, who wasn't directly affected, could tell that Arthur's realm had been elevated from a low tier 5 mage to a high tier 5 mage just through the merge. Such a boost created a significant gap in their realms, making him feel as if he couldn't compete with Arthur if they were to duel now, considering the additional advantages provided by the merging state only compounded that feeling. Alec continued to observe Arthur, noting that he seemed taller, with the spirit weapon now strapped securely to his back. Arthur resembled a silver knight, complete with a mask that had a Deadpool-like style, the only difference being that the mask was entirely silver as well. "I thought you were eager to see my moves. You haven't even drawn your weapons yet," Arthur called out, shaking his neck as he slipped into a fighting stance and positioned his hands. As he spoke, his voice seemed altered. It sounded deep, dangerous, and resonated with a vibrating intensity. Even Arthur was taken aback, not expecting his voice to change so drastically in the merged state. "Who said anything about me being the one testing you? If I did that, it would be bullying today. You'll be playing with an old friend," Alex said, motioning for Legion to step forward. Alex's words snapped Arthur out of the thrill of his new, cool form. "What the hell? You call fighting you bullying, but what is this? I'd prefer your bullying any day than fighting with Legion," Arthur thought, his expression shifting as panic set in. He was even tempted to force an awkward smile and plead due to his experience with Legion, who used to be a bully to them. But to his dismay, his mask betrayed him as no emotion was shown outward. The mask maintained its cold, unyielding demeanor. Alec walked to the edge of the training hall and stood beside Brandon. "Don't go too hard on him, hold back a few punches. I just want to see how much of an asset he could be," Alec said, crossing his arms. Brandon gave a wry smile, glancing at Arthur, who stood on the stage. "It really is just like old times," Brandon thought for the third time. In an hour, realizing how nostalgic the atmosphere felt with the three of them together again. Arthur, now fully aware his fate was sealed to fight Legion, decided he had nothing to lose and resolved to use his full strength. "Aren't you going to bring out your flashy toys or weapons?" Arthur asked, already in a fighting stance. But Legion tilted his head slightly, the glow of his eyes piercing through the T-shaped visor of his helmet. "You heard my liege, didn't you? He asked me to go easy on you, and that's exactly what I'll do. So come at me," Legion replied, stretching 2 fingers outward while positioning his left hand behind him like a martial arts master. The gesture infuriated Arthur. It felt like Legion was looking down on him, despite them being in the same realm. "Here I come then," Arthur announced, dashing forward. Legion murmured, observing Arthur's approach. He noticed several openings in Arthur's stance and decided to exploit them, as he dashed forward as well. His outstretched fingers glowed with a brilliant light, unleashing a spear-shaped chi attack before he even closed the distance. Arthur's eyes widened as the spear-shaped chi tore through the air, targeting the nape of his neck with incredible speed. Panicked, he raised his right hand, attempting to cast an earth wall spell. A rumbling echoed through the training hall as a massive earth wall erupted from the ground straight to the ceilings, halting Legion's attack completely. Arthur stood stunned, staring at the wall. He knew his own capabilities better, and it was clear this spell exceeded anything he could produce on his own. At that moment, Alec's earlier words about the armor augmenting his elemental control and other abilities related to his elements came rushing back to him. He hadn't fully tested the armor's capabilities, but the results were astonishing. Not only had his casting speed been halved, but the activation of his spells was significantly faster. The wall before him was sturdier and twice as large as anything he'd managed to cast before. As he marveled at his newfound prowess, Legion seized the moment. Moving around the massive wall, he launched another spear-shaped chi attack at close range. Reacting instinctively, Arthur raised his left hand and cast a metal shield, and a round, shiny silver shield materialized just in time to intercept the attack by covering more than half of his upper body. But the collision still sent him stumbling backward, the force catching him off guard. Arthur stared at the shield, noting its silver hue instead of the usual golden glow of his metal element. It was another mutation brought on by the merge. But despite the change in color, he could feel that it was much stronger. "Tusk, seems I'll have to handle this myself," Legion said, summoning a laser spear into his right hand and assuming a battle stance. Arthur, having shaken off his curiosity and surprise, reached behind him and drew his sword. He bent slightly, the tip of the blade angled upward toward Legion, his stance brimming with determination as he had finally gotten over the fear of Legion. "I just might be able to defeat you today," Arthur declared. "Maybe in your dreams." Legion shot back as both of them charged toward each other. A sonic explosion erupted as Vladimir kept Morgana occupied in the air, ensuring she would be unable to assist her teammates, who were being picked off easily by his own team members. The Battle Mage Academy was not named that way for nothing when it came to group battles. They were arguably the best among all the great academies. The only way to effectively deal with them was to have very strong individuals restraining them, and with the Onyx Academy captain being absent from the battlefield with his large reserve of undead, made a significant difference. It quickly turned into a dog-eat-dog scenario, and such chaotic scenes were where the Battle Mage Academy thrived the most. In the VIP section, the elders of high and ancient clans, along with a few deans of the academies who had the privilege of sitting there, all appeared bored as they watched the fight unfold. Seriously, this is all boring. Given the current setup, we should already know who's going to win the match, so why don't we discuss business? A man dressed in flashy mage robes and adorned with an array of mana accessories approached the dean of the War God Academy. Wearing a pointy hat and holding a staff, his appearance resembled that of a stereotypical broke wizard, but the opulence of his robes and the mana accessories told a different story. The dean of the War God Mage Academy raised his head to regard the man approaching him and smiled. "I would also like to discuss business with you." Another voice chimed in this time. It belonged to a figure clad in full golden robes trimmed in white, her blonde hair cascading elegantly. She smiled at the dean of the War God Mage Academy as she made her way around to his right side, taking a seat. Meanwhile, the man with the pointy hat settled to his left, leaving the dean bewildered and wondering what had changed, especially since everyone seemed to be ignoring him just moments ago after his previous comments about Alec. "While you all may have said business, I don't seem to recall having any dealings with the great Magnus of the Witch and Wizard Academy or the dean of the Royal Mage Academy," the new dean said with a sly smile, sensing that he already knew why they were approaching him again. "Come on, don't be so rigid. We all know the War God Mage Academy is in a drastic financial situation. You really need funds now, don't worry. We're prepared to pay double or triple what you think he's worth," the Grand Magnus said, causing the new dean to raise an eyebrow, trying to understand why they seemed so eager. "You should know that no matter how much you offer me, I will not allow you vultures to poach Alec from our academy," the new dean replied. But when he saw the expressions on the faces of the two people disturbing him, he realized something was amiss. "Hell no. Why would you think I would want to pay over the odds just to take a kid my academy has already rejected and potentially offend an ancient clan located near my academy?" the dean of the Royal Mage Academy added, still flashing what seemed to be her signature smile at the War God Academy dean. "Well, if this isn't about Alec, then what really brings you two to me? I don't believe my academy team has another mage so impressive that you would come to me with such tempting offers," the new dean asked, looking more shocked as he spread his hands in confusion. "It's simple. All I want is the alchemist who has been helping your team craft pills," the Grand Magnus stated. "I want the rune smith that is under your academy," the dean of the Royal Mage Academy said. They both said this simultaneously, their eager eyes fixed on the new dean, who remained perplexed by their requests. "But we don't have any remarkable alchemists or rune smiths. In fact, all those who reached mid-rank have been poached by prominent academies like yours. Of course you're broke and wouldn't know what to do with such talent. Don't try to sugarcoat your financial situation. We all know the school is only running on past reserves, and the new factions we've heard about are merely pumping few resources back into the academy," the dean of the Royal Mage Academy said, unflinchingly confronting him. This caused the new dean to give her a puzzled look, wondering why she seemed intent on poking him where it hurt, and that was being broke. "Don't underestimate our intelligence. We all know that your whole team has a supply of pills otherwise. Their cultivation couldn't possibly be boosted at such a rapid pace. Just the other day, I touched one of your students in disguise, and I could still sense the residue of cultivation pills in his system," the Grand Magnus said. "Moreover, the energy I felt was exceptionally potent, which reflects the high level of the alchemist in question. And don't even get me started on that healing pill your poster boy Alec shoved into a teammate's mouth. We both know how much that pill costs. I understand you might have been trying to protect him by giving him that, but all this is evidence enough that you're hiding a very talented alchemist. Give him up so you don't squander such talent," the Grand Magnus urged. "My request is straightforward and undeniable. Over 100,000 spectators witnessed your entire team using talismans. That was the only reason they managed to hold their ground for long in the third round and win that match. I simply want the rune smith who created those talismans," the dean of the Royal Mage Academy added. Both she and the Grand Magnus turned to the new dean, who looked more bewildered than ever. He didn't know how he would break the news to them that everything they had mentioned was provided by a student, the very same Alec they had dismissed. Even he knew he would find it hard to believe if another person was telling him what he was about to tell them, especially after hearing all the evidence they believed they have gathered. If he didn't already know where the source of their interest came from, he would have just been as eager also. But deep down, he knew that Alec could not possibly be such an extraordinary mage, and also be capable of creating superior pills and being a master rune smith at such a young age. It seemed impossible, even if Alec devoted all his time to cultivating his skills. The new dean felt it was something that wasn't humanly possible. As he contemplated mentioning Alec, he realized that even if they didn't know who the alchemist and runesmith were, invoking Alec's name would only heighten their interest in him, a prospect the dean was determined to avoid. Arthur slid across the ground, dragging his sword into the earth to cushion the force propelling him backward. As he raised his head, his vision was filled with Legion's spear piercing through the air, hurtling directly toward him. Legion grows more serious about the fight, the more minutes he spent surviving, and Arthur found himself being pushed around the training hall with little chance to recover. Though they were in the same cultivation realm, but there was no denying that Legion's superior experience and countless battles gave him a decisive edge in the spar. Arthur could only dream of matching that level of mastery. Arthur raised his sword just in time, using its broad blade to deflect Legion's strike to the side. The sheer force behind the spear sent tremors through his arm as he deflected it, and he felt a searing laser slash past his ear, missing by mere inches. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and launched a low left hook, as his fist glowed with metal element lights, but as his fist neared its target, it was stopped cold by a round light shield that materialized from Legion's right-hand guard. The block was effortless, and Legion used this opportunity to take a step back to free his spear from its awkward position. In one fluid motion, he spun, using the momentum to swing the base of his laser spear toward Arthur. Caught off guard, Arthur failed to react in time to the counterattack, and the strike smashed into his jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. While struggling to rise back in time, Arthur froze when he felt the tip of Legion's spear press against his neck. The weapon thrummed with pulsating energy, as if it were eager to just be unleashed. "I dare you to make one stupid move," Legion warned, his voice cold and unyielding. The glow of his eyes through the T-shaped visor seemed to pierce into Arthur's thoughts, as though reading his intentions. Arthur gulped, feeling the weight of the warning. Moments earlier, he had considered casting a defensive spell to push Legion back and buy time to regroup, but the faint, almost mocking smirk visible under Legion's helmet and the sheer audacity of his challenge told Arthur it would be unwise to try that. Though he had clearly lost, but Arthur knew he had gained invaluable insights and experience from the fight. For him, this defeat was anything but wasted. After all, at the start of the fight, every move Legion made forced him to go on the defensive. However, as time passed and Legion toyed with him, Arthur began to understand a few patterns, got his shit together, and began to send out some counters back at Legion. While none of his attacks landed, but he managed to exchange a few moves and familiarize himself with such intensity before Legion decided to crush his arrogance by channeling more energy into his spear. The increased intensity left Arthur struggling to keep up, as each strike was forcing him into a tighter spot. Even now, his hands are still trembling from the strain. Finally, with the battle ending, he broke off the merge spell, and the golem dissolved into starlight, retreating into his space pouch. Ding, level up Legion. Level 99. "You did well," Alec said, his compliment so unexpected that Arthur froze for a moment, questioning if the person before him was truly Alec. Alec rarely praised them, especially after they had been so thoroughly outclassed. What Arthur didn't realize was that Alec's acknowledgement stemmed from two reasons. First, Arthur had forced Legion to get serious, something that rarely happened. Second, Arthur had unwittingly pushed Legion into leveling up. Though Alec knew Legion was close to leveling up before, but it would have required slaying many demonic beasts in the beast world to reach the threshold, yet his battle with Arthur had tipped the scales. "By the way, from my observation, you should have no problem matching a normal peak tier 5 mage in battle power when merged with your golem," Alec added. "How is that possible when I still couldn't even defeat Legion?" Arthur asked, his disbelief evident. "Oh, don't even try to compare. Legion isn't your average tier 5 mage. He's a genius among geniuses if you're trying to categorize him," Alec replied absent-mindedly. The two clansmen in the training room alongside him could only smile wryly. Alec's offhanded remark felt like an indirect declaration that they themselves were among the normal mages Alec mentioned. Brandon kept his thoughts to himself, unwilling to voice his frustrations. However, Alec's next words snapped him out of his brooding and left him utterly stunned. "Tell me, Brandon, are you ready to finally craft your own golem?" Alec asked with a small smile that immediately made both Brandon and Arthur cringe. Though Brandon felt overwhelmed and genuinely appreciative of Alec's question, which means he is willing to help, but there was just something about that smile that felt off. It wasn't a warm or genuine smile. It was the kind of smile that seemed to say, "I'm going to work you to the bone for the favor I'm about to grant you." "Yes," Brandon replied, accepting the offer despite his reservations. After all, both Arthur and Agnes had seen significant power boosts after Alec helped evolve their golems. He didn't want to feel left out, and he truly needed a proper companion golem. While Brandon had crafted a few basic golems in the past, but none of them made him feel real connection. He needed expert advice, and at this moment, Alec was undoubtedly the best expert available. "Good choice, you shall be my first experiment," Alec said, his smile growing even more unsettling after what he just said. Pay 1,000 system points to summon the ancestral golem knowledge YN. Alec extended his hand, trying to summon the ancestral book given to him by his grandfather along with the god-tier golem scroll, and the system's notification popped up. But Alec didn't hesitate to choose the Y. Such a small amount of system points was inconsequential to him. He could earn 10 times that in a single night, so without hesitation, he confirmed the payment, and the golem book materialized before his outstretched right hand. System scan for the golem most suitable for Brandon, Alec commanded. Pay 5,000 system points for the scan YN. Once again, Alec selected yes without a second thought, and the wind picked up, flipping through the pages of the book. It first stopped at the rock golem section, pausing briefly, before turning again to the wood golem section. This time, it stopped at a specific variant of the wood golem, one that seemed to resemble the wood golem used by the fourth elder. Enforced rock golem tier for 250,000 system points. Mutated wood golem tier for 250,000 system points. Before Alec and Brandon stood a very tall-looking golem. Yes, Alec had helped in creating a golem for Brandon, but no matter how many times he looked at it, he still felt like he was staring at a treant guardian that was supposed to live in the forest. He struggled to accept why it was called a golem at all considering its nature. But when he turned to look at Brandon, however, he saw the beaming smile on his lips and knew at that moment he wasn't going to ruin this happy moment for him with his assumption of why such creation should not be called a golem. Alec had laid out the two choices he felt were suitable for him after consulting the system, and Brandon had chosen the mutated wood golem. Yet Brandon had remained puzzled about how Alec was supposed to work his magic and help him create a wood golem, especially since neither of them possessed a plant element affinity. Even Arthur had asked how the fourth elder had created such a golem with a plant element, but that question was met with silence because even Brandon had never asked his father about it. Nonetheless, Alec reassured him not to worry. After paying the system's fees, the method to create the golem had been revealed, and the necessary materials were stored in the system's inventory. All Alec had to do was pull them out one at a time, leaving his two best friends bewildered about how he had come into contact with such rare resources such as 1,000 years tree body and others. Unlike others on the team, the members of the Gordon clan were aware that the resources needed to properly elevate a golem to the mid-tier were anything but cheap considering it was the main path of their clan, yet Alec had already provided materials for more than 3 golems, and he seems to even have enough spare to help create Brandon's golem. Although they all knew that during their training program, Alec had deviated on his own path, and no one truly understood what he had experienced. Yet he was shocking them all far more than they had ever expected, despite their claims that nothing Alec did would surprise them anymore. I can't believe you were able to craft a mid-tier golem just like that off the bat. I thought you were joking when you said you could do it, Brandon said as he stepped forward, slitting his left hand with his saber and pressing it against the chest of the mutated wood golem. He began chanting in an ancient language, binding himself to the golem. Since it was a new golem, it was still in some type of sleep mode. The golem's eyes lit up as the binding process completed. Heck, even I can only manage to craft a low-tier basic golem no matter how hard I try. The best I can do is create one that starts at the tier 2 realm. Arthur chimed in from the side, agreeing with Brandon, not aware that his and Brandon's golem were not basic golems, but of rare rank. Their words, though directed at each other, were clearly indirect compliments to Alec's mastery. Both Brandon and Arthur had learned so much from him about being shameless when needed, and that is why they weren't about to openly admit how impressive he was. Instead, they opted for subtle praise, knowing it would still inflate Alec's ego. As the binding concluded, the golem bowed before Brandon, its mouth moving awkwardly as it tried to speak. Only broken words escaped, but this was enough to bring a smile to Brandon's face, as he now had a talking golem. Though its speech was fragmented, he believed that with time it would improve. After all, most of Alec's golems had started the same way, their voices becoming clearer as they developed. Inspect. Name golem type, mutated wood golem. Tier 4 low 0.1. Rank rare. Affinity plant earths. As Alec examined the status of the mutated wood golem, he finally understood why it was termed mutated. It possessed control over 2 elements, just like Arthur's silver body golem, and it made Alec feel like every golem he touched was destined to become something extraordinary due to the assistance from the system. Hey, even your golem has a dual affinity, earth and plant, Alec pointed out, causing a ripple of excitement among the group. As they celebrated the success of Alec's latest experiment to enhance his clansmen's powers, loud cheers erupted from outside. It seems the winner for 3rd place has been chosen, Arthur said, and Alec and Brandon nodded in agreement. "Get the others ready. You're all coming to my room tonight," Alec announced before whistling his way out of the training hall. He wanted to leave quickly, hoping to avoid running into the dean who was hell-bent on seeing him, and he was also running out of excuses, so he decided to disappear for a while. He wasn't ready to deal with the dean's relentless questioning yet. He much preferred Selene, who simply accepted that he had secrets that weren't meant to be pried into. The dean, on the other hand, seemed increasingly determined to uncover the source of Alec's abilities and achievements. The War God Mage Academy dean, elated by the conclusion of the match, wasted no time slipping away from the company of academy leaders and clan elders in the second section of the VIP booth. The barrage of questions from them had left him feeling helpless. Everyone seemed convinced that the War God Mage Academy had somehow secured the services of top talents, like a master alchemist, a skilled rune smith, and an array expert. Some deans even went as far as asking if the academy had hidden a forging talent, though this claim was quickly dismissed when another elder pointed out the poor state of the War God team's uniforms. The elder who made that observation immediately regretted it when he caught the glare the dean sent his way. It was clear the new dean felt cornered, besieged by a group of old schemers who were all trying to justify their thinly veiled attempts at poaching talents they believed his academy had hidden. "I'm doing the martial world a favor by taking such a genius off your hands," one elder smugly declared. "Talents like these can only flourish where proper resources are available. Your academy is too poor to help them reach their peak. Stop being selfish, dean, and hand them over." Another chimed in. The dean fumed silently as the elders made their arguments. "Hypocrites, do they think that if I knew how Alec was pulling all of this off, I wouldn't have tried to benefit from it myself? All they want is to steal talent from us. Why even bother sugar-coating their disgusting intentions?" he thought as he made his way towards the third section of the VIP booth to unite with the team. As he was walking there, his anger simmering, a realization struck him. He had also been trying to pester Alec in the same way these elders and academy leaders were pestering him. The only difference was that he hadn't yet had the chance to confront Alec directly. And the only reason he didn't mind waiting too much was because they'd eventually return to the academy together, and there he would have enough time to uncover Alec's secrets later. But now he realized why Alec had been avoiding him. The thought that he was behaving the same way those pestering him were made him cringe for a moment. "No, it's not the same. I just want to know so I can improve the War God Mage Academy powers," the dean muttered to himself, trying to rationalize his actions. Yet without realizing it, he had fallen into the same loop as those academy leaders and clan elders. He was justifying his actions under the guise of a noble cause, all while driven by the same greed he had accused the others of harboring. The king of the Northern Kingdom sat on his throne, propping his chin up with his left hand, as a group of eccentric-looking mage elders entered the throne room, where he was deep in discussion with his right and left generals. "This better be good," the king retorted, eyeing the elders who had come to visit him, as he waved his hands to his general signaling for them to leave the room. "Your Majesty, I have come to report on the task you assigned to us," one of the elders said. "Yes, what is the progress?" the king asked, impatience evident in his voice. "There have been no disturbances in space since that day, and we did everything we could to pinpoint the location of the tier with the lingering aura," the elder continued, his tone somber. "However, we have failed in this endeavor. It seems that the aura from the tier has completely dissipated as the space has recovered, leaving us unable to complete the task you entrusted to us." The elder bowed his head as low as possible, hoping the king could sense their heartfelt apology for not finding the location of the tier in space that had manifested in the capital. "Damn, you incompetent fools. You should have chosen another profession," the king thundered. "A tier occurred right here in the capital, and even I felt it, yet you failed to determine its source. If this tier is related to the second-dimensional races and you can't provide me with answers, then forget about being astral seekers. I will make sure you never find work again. Tomorrow is the blood moon, so go back and continue your readings. Tomorrow is the day they might attack. I have to ensure that I'm not caught in a trap from both sides," the king roared, watching as the elders bowed again, apologizing before hastily exiting the throne room. A few days before the blood moon, there had been disturbances in space, and considering that the second dimension race that is overseeing the space gate above the palace had threatened to finally launch an attack after all this while, it got the king consumed by fear as he felt it might be related to them. He was not a strong-minded person to begin with, and that was the reason he even established the finals of the inter-academy competition in the palace, just to ensure that all the top brass mages from various academies, along with clan elders and their patriarchs, would be present when it all unfolded on the blood moon day. As usual, the king was being selfish and didn't care about endangering the lives of numerous low-tier mages. He simply wanted his home to be more protected than anywhere else. Meanwhile, Alec had finally returned to his room at night and was preparing to pull his clansmen back into the amulet world. Unbeknownst to him, the last time he had done this, it had caused a slight disturbance in space, prompting the king to gather a team to pinpoint the source. When they had set up the tracking star array, they struggled to locate the tear in space. In fact, they noticed it was closing up fast, and the only thing left for them to do was to use the residual aura from the torn space to try to locate it. However, even that had proven harder than expected, as the aura didn't connect to any specific location despite its presence in the capital's space. This prompted the elders in charge to report back to the king. But at this moment, Alec was unwittingly about to create another tear in space, as he would be dragging his clansman consciousness in the amulet space again, while being completely unaware of the efforts being made to track his location. The process with the tree branches happened once again, as a branch emerged from the torn space behind Alec, shooting out 4 sub-branches that poked each of his clan's members sitting before him, causing them to fall to the ground, asleep. Once it had completed its task, the branch shrank back into the open space, as the void repaired itself back. With this accomplished, Alec too closed his eyes, as he connected to the amulet resting on his chest and entered the amulet world with ease. When he appeared, he noted that his gang were not as lost as they had been last time they were eagerly waiting for his instructions. Today, you will all be going to the 2nd level of the Beast Forest. Hold hands, Alec commanded as he levitated towards the entrance of the 2nd level of the Beast Forest. The first time they had been here, Alec had pushed them all through the first door so they could experience the forest's wonders together. However, during their last visit, they had been separated and teleported to different locations, which is why Alec was now trying a different approach before sending them through the door again. With each of them holding hands, Alec focused on the image of the shadow wolves before instructing them to jump. He wanted to see if he could transport them to a specific location, just as he usually did when entering himself. As they leaped into the gate, it expanded slightly to accommodate all of them at once. Once they were gone, Alec summoned Titan. The moment Titan emerged from the space pouch, the temperature around him dropped, as Alec thought of the ice elemental beast regions, before asking Titan to go into the 2nd gate. As a Tier 6 Quasi-Lord Golem, Titan had the ability to summon 10 golems, 5 of which were already at the Tier 5 realm. Titan alone constituted a formidable battle force, and Alec was determined to harness that strength for farming in the Beast Forest. After sending Titan on his way, Alec summoned the rest of his golems. Because while Titan could stand alone as a powerhouse, the same couldn't be said for the other golems. Though they held a numerical advantage, Alec knew they hadn't reached the same level of damage potential as Titan and his minions. Therefore, he assigned each of his main golems the task of hunting Tier 5 demonic beasts with their summoned minions. Those without minions were paired with those who did, effectively increasing the quotas for their joint teams. That's how Alec sent his group and golems into the 2nd level to farm for beast souls and experience points while he relaxed and did nothing. It's only now that I'm truly enjoying this cultivation thing. Advancing without even lifting a finger is sweet. Let's go check my loot and organize it, Alec said, placing his hands behind his head as he strolled toward the ancient primordial tree. He began using his system points to harvest the massive ripe fruit-sized leaves, watching as numerous items gathered and levitated in the air before him. But Alec didn't hold back as he continued to spend every last point he had, planning to stop only when he either ran out of system points or finished harvesting all the ripe leaves. Elder, the star peaking array has lit up again. There's another tier in space. A young mage announced, clad in a distinct robe that marked his rank just like most mages in the room. The room buzzed with urgency as other mages hurried to the elder, who had just returned from meeting the king of the Northern Kingdom. Hearing the report, the elder immediately shifted through space, appearing in the center of the array in the blink of an eye. Closing his eyes, he began moving his hands in intricate patterns, conjuring glowing runes that floated from his fingers and seamlessly merged with the ones already orbiting in the air. The display of skill left the observing mages in awe, as they witnessed a level of rune mastery far beyond their comprehension. Focus on maintaining your sections of the rune. Each of you plays a vital role in pinpointing this spatial fracture, the elder commanded, his voice firm as his robes rippled with the immense mana being channeled into the array. If we fail to produce results this time, the king may very well take our heads. Do your best. The mana coursing into the array created powerful gusts of wind, and the array began to shift, its color glow transitioning into a milky white hue. The light moved as it was concentrated toward the center, and when the transformation was complete, the elder's eyes snapped open, now glowing with a blinding white light. For a moment he stared into the void, his hands moving as though sifting through the fabric of space itself. Minutes passed in tense silence before the elder suddenly let out a piercing scream. Blood trickled from the corners of his glowing eyes as his body trembled under the strain. Stop the array. One of the senior mages outside the array circle shouted, alarmed by the elder's state. The mages immediately ceased their mana flow, causing the array's glow to dissipate. Two senior mages rushed to the center, catching the elder's collapsing body just before it hit the ground. "Damn it, he's unconscious," one of them muttered, pressing his thumb against the elder's wrist to check his pulse. Their expressions turned grim as they realized the toll the array had taken on the elder. What do we do now? Even the great elder has fallen unconscious trying to locate the space fracture. Compared to him, we're nothing. We can't even hold a candle to his abilities, said one of the mages who had made it to the center of the array, his voice trembling with concern. Forget about the damn space tier for now. Our priority should be the elder's health. We'll report everything that happened here to the king, and if he decides to sack us, so be it. This job isn't worth losing our lives over, snapped the mage who had caught the elder. His outburst sent the other mages scrambling, some to fetch medics, others gathering supplies to stabilize the elder. While all this was happening, the perpetrator of the space tier, Alec, was about to sleep after a night of bountiful harvesting. He hadn't even stepped into the second dimension, but had instead remained in the void space of the amulet world, sorting through his spoils. He categorized the items into low-rank and mid-rank goods. As for the low-rank items, he and his gang clearly had no use for them anymore. They had outgrown such materials. However, he decided to keep these items for when he returned home. After all, he was the heir to the Gordon's clan, and he felt it was time to start acting like one by contributing to the clan. Although that was what he told himself, but the truth was that he didn't want his grandfather to scold him for certain decisions he had made without the old man's knowledge. He understood that his grandfather had a somewhat greedy nature, so he was essentially bribing his way into the good graces of the Gordon's patriarch to avoid punishment for his rash decision. As he tried to sleep, his mind wandered to the expression on his grandfather's face when he presented him with hundreds of low-tier cultivation pills ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3. If there were any excess pills remaining, Alec planned to turn that into a business venture, intending to leave the operation in his clan's hands. Just thinking about how much they could charge for the pills made Alec chuckle. He was certain this new business idea would bring substantial revenue to the Gordon clan, enabling them to acquire rare resources and other valuable items. Alec's plan was simple: use what he had to accumulate wealth, turning it into what the clan needed. It was a carefully laid foundation to slowly elevate the Gordon clan into a high-tier powerhouse. However, Alec was well aware of the risks. Progressing too quickly or drawing too much attention could provoke the ire of the real powerhouses like the high ancient clans, sects, or academies. No matter what, I'll build the clan up slowly before exacting my revenge. I'll make them choke with envy when they see the Gordon clan thriving because of me, Alec muttered to himself. He raised his right hand into the air, grasping at nothing as though crushing an invisible enemy, his expression turning icy and resolute. But in an instant, his cold demeanor softened as he thought of his grandfather. I should also find a good wine for the old man before I return. It's the least I can do after sneaking off with all those bottles from his stash, Alec mused with a small grin, his tone lightening before he finally allowed himself to drift off to sleep. He hadn't ventured into the beast forest at all tonight, but he had already harvested his previous loots completely and cultivated under the influence of the spiritual pool when he was done. When a member of the gang was killed during the second level of the beast forest, they would be transported back into the void space and join him in cultivation almost instantly. It was only when Alec's time in the amulet space ended that he and his clansmen were ejected out together. Emerging from their trance-like state, Alec quickly noticed their significant progress. They requested some time to stabilize their cultivation, which Alec granted as they all went to their rooms. Finally finding himself alone and at peace, Alec decided to rest, eagerly anticipating the much-awaited fight scheduled for the next day. Bloodline, War God, the chants of both academies' names echoed across the stadium, their intensity reaching a fever pitch. It was finally time for the most anticipated event, the showdown between the Bloodline Academy and the War God Mage Academy. Since the confirmation of this matchup, excitement had been building to unprecedented levels as the fans could hardly wait to experience the finals. The Grand Royal Stadium was packed to capacity, yet the crowd outside was just as massive. Surrounding the royal palace on all four sides at the East Gate, West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate were enormous crystal screens erected for viewing, each broadcasting the scene from the Grand Royal Arena. The screens displayed a panoramic view of the massive stage and occasionally highlighted notable figures seated in the VIP sections. Although the match had yet to begin, but the atmosphere was electric, the event was scheduled to take place in the evening, just a few hours before the Blood Moon War. Still, the anticipation had driven countless fans to arrive early, determined to secure the closest possible seats to the arena. Those who couldn't make it inside were directed to watch from the four gate points surrounding the royal palace. Among the spectators were members of the previously disqualified teams from the Great Eight Academies, now gathered in the third VIP section. For many of them, the situation felt surreal. It was rare, perhaps unheard of for an academy outside the prestigious Grade 8 to reach the finals. Yet, the War God Mage Academy had defied all expectations, steadily advancing one step at a time to claim their place in the final showdown. The audience gradually settled as performers took to the massive stage inside the arena. Various mages showcased their talents, performing dazzling acts to entertain the crowd and ease the growing tension. These performances were merely a prelude, meant to pass the time until the highly anticipated battle began. An hour later, War God Academy team's room. The entire War God Academy team sat closely together, their focus entirely on Selene, who stood at the entrance of the changing room. I won't take up too much of your time because I know you all have your roles to fulfill, so I'll keep this brief and do my best not to stir up your emotions, she began. First of all, I want to say how proud I am of each and every one of you. You've made it here on your own, despite the fact that every instructor back at the academy thought we were a lost cause and wanted nothing to do with us. You've proven yourself, regardless of what anyone else might say. You all deserve to be here. You fought for this opportunity, and I'm honored to have led you all through this challenging journey. So why don't you go outside one more time and make me proud again, Selene concluded. Although she had intended to keep her speech brief and avoid stirring their emotions, but her heartfelt words had the opposite effect. It was the first time she had spoken so passionately about them, evoking a surge of emotion within the team. They were now more eager than ever to represent War God Academy, even though they were considered the underdogs in the competition. As the rest of the team made their way out of the room, only Alec and Selene remained. As Alec approached the entrance, he bowed his head slightly and placed his right hand across his chest. This was something she did differently from all the other instructors who had led the War God Academy team in the past, all of whom had failed and resulted in the team being dropped from the competition. Those biased instructors believed that only students backed by prominent and ancient clans could perform well, while the rest couldn't hope to match the level of those from prestigious lineages. But today, it was a person from a mid-tier clan who was leading their team forward. At the Bloodline Academy's team changing room. I don't think I need to remind you what will happen if we don't win today, right? The lady coordinator of Bloodline Academy asked as the team nodded, their eyes fixed on her. I've received word that this battle format will favor us, and no matter how hard the War God Mage Academy team struggles, we're bound to win. But I don't want a narrow victory, I want a crushing defeat, so we need to show them how far apart we are in skill and status. Is that clear? She ended her speech with a challenging question, and the team shouted their affirmation. Good, now march out there and put an end to this dark horse trying to tarnish our legacy, she concluded, prompting the entire team to rush out of the changing room with high morale. The red-haired referee awaited his cue, watching the ongoing performance when someone walked up to him and whispered in his ear, making him smile. The message he received was the green light indicating that both teams were ready, and he was set to introduce them after the next act concluded. However, he was an impatient fellow and didn't wait any longer to witness the final match as he levitated to the center of the stage, causing the performances to come to an abrupt halt. The mages performing their captivating acts paused abruptly, revealing their expertise. I bet you all might have been disappointed that I just interrupted the show, huh? The referee asked, eliciting cheers from the crowd in response. Well, I want to tell you not to be disappointed because the match is about to begin, he roared, sending a wave of excitement through the crowd. Back at Estonia City. The city guards and the clans assigned to defend Estonia City during the Blood Moon War took their positions, with the city guards leading the charge in every realm lineup. For the first time since the city's founding, all low and mid-tier battles would be fought at ground level, unlike before when mid-tier mages fought high in the air. This change was prompted by the presence of Tier 7 mages flying just outside the city's boundaries. Just like the mid-tier battles being fought on ground level, this would also mark the first time Tier 7 mages would engage in combat during the Blood Moon on the behalf of the Estonia City. Since they were fighting, the mid-ranks can't join in the air, as the shock waves from a tide of such magnitude could cause disastrous death toll to mid-rank mages. The turnout of Tier 7 mages was so substantial that it left the lower-tier mages in shock at the sheer number of Tier 7 mages that had been hiding in the city all this time. The Tier 7 mages participating in this battle were led by Marcus, the newly promoted city commander. Estonia City had managed to gather a total of 21 Tier 7 mages for this engagement, which was surprising to those below. It had been believed that the city lacked such a strong number of Tier 7 mages, but for many, this was their first realization that their city still possessed significant hidden power. To make matters even more intriguing, the mages suspected and confirmed to be Tier 7 mages from the Gordon's clan were nowhere to be seen, indicating that the city hadn't unveiled all its potential. These thoughts raced through the minds of many lower-tier mages on the ground, feeling like with such a formidable presence above them, they felt the battle would be over in a flash, even without the number 1 clan in the city making an appearance. Gordon's clan house, inner region meeting room. Once again, the elders of the Gordon's clan gathered in the meeting room. As Zach Gordons entered, he bowed his head slightly to show his respect to the clan's elders before speaking. I have confirmed that there are 21 Tier 7 mages who have shown up, and as you mentioned, it seems the City Hall might know about or even be involved in the attack against us. Seeing such actions they have made would just make it hard for us to discern the main culprit, Zach said, gritting his teeth with his fists clenched. Patience, Zach, I already suspected this. The City Lord feels threatened by us. After all, despite our efforts to remain hidden, we can't conceal all of our powers from someone who has advanced to the Tier 8 realm, the Grand Elder replied, his voice grave, causing the faces of everyone in the room to turn grim, except for the patriarchs. With him being a member of the Dragonmere clan and the City Lord of a low-ranked city, it made him a valuable asset to the ancient Dragonmere clan. And no matter how insignificant his influence might seem, if the Gordons openly attacked him, the ancient Dragonmere clan would not turn a blind eye and might very well attempt to eliminate the entire Gordons clan to show their prowess. Such powers were precisely what the Gordons sought to avoid, as they did not possess sufficient strength at this time to go against a high-tier clan, talk less of an ancient clan. Zach, go into seclusion and work toward reaching the Tier 6 mage realm. If you manage to achieve that level, I won't hesitate to make you an elder, the patriarch said firmly. But I can still help the clan, Zach protested, but the patriarch raised his hand, halting him. Don't concern yourself with our enemies for now, we need to build our strength. I know that man will come soon and try to provoke us into action, and at this point it's inevitable that we will clash except we leave the city for him to satisfy his position of power. However, we cannot leave the city just yet, and I'm sure each of you understands why. Our father brought us here. While we may have only vague memories of our origins, we must not fear such small matters for now. Only by surpassing their expectations of us can we continue to survive. A revenge will eventually come, for no one messes with the Gordons clan, the patriarch declared, and everyone present nodded in agreement. So when they are battling the waves of opponents from the second dimension, we will remain and defend our clan. Regardless of any calls for help, we won't act until there is a breach in the city. Is that clear? The patriarch added, and they all agreed. And with that, the meeting was dismissed, and all the elders dispersed to guard the 4 entrances to the inner region. For now, they had abandoned renovations of the outer region, planning to resume them after the Blood Moon battle. Grand Royal Stadium. From the right-hand side, we have the Bloodline Academy team, the referee announced, not bothering with any elaborate introductions. With the Blood Moon fast approaching, he seemed eager to get the match underway. The crowd, feeling secure, cheered even louder. After all, it was common knowledge that the royal palace hadn't been attacked in years, and they were blissfully unaware of the unrest their king felt. As the right entrance opened, the entire Bloodline Academy team strode in with confidence. They wasted no time reaching the edge of the stage, awaiting instructions as team members waved to the audience except for Dragov. Damien was showered with roses from a few girls infatuated with his looks, as the Bloodline Academy fans began their celebratory chants and dances, and from a higher vantage point, the flags they waved proudly displayed a large emblem of the Bloodline Academy. It took a minute for the referee to regain control and ensure they didn't continue their antics before he proceeded to announce the next team. Now from the left side, we have the War God Mage Academy team. The moment he said this, the entire left side audience erupted in cheers. Unlike the Bloodline Academy fans, who cheered out of pure admiration due to many of them being its students, its graduates, or supporters from other Great 8 academies, the War God Academy fans, on the other hand, brought a different energy altogether. Their cheering lacked rhythm and synchronization, but they all had one thing in common: they were passionate fanatics, most of whom were students from ordinary academies. Watching the War God Academy team reach such heights felt like an adrenaline rush to them all, inspiring them to believe they too could achieve greatness. Such antics may not have been as refined as those of the Bloodline Academy fans, but the thrill that radiated through the stadium as each member's name was called upon their entrance was undeniable. Now, no one would forget those mages' names, especially the Gordons clan name, that was mentioned a total of 7 times. I thought the War God Mage Academy was known for its straightforward and hot-blooded approach, not these kinds of crowd-pleasing antics, the dean of the Royal Mage Academy remarked, her voice tinged with mockery. Her eyes glinted with ulterior motives as she fixed her gaze on the War God Mage Academy's dean, who could only manage a dry chuckle in response. Her bitterness was no secret. It stemmed from past grievances, particularly her failure to obtain either the rune smith or the alchemist she had desired from the War God Academy. This animosity fueled her sharp words, invoking the strict principles of the former War God Mage Academy dean. It was well known that the old dean had always disapproved of attempts to use crowd size or influence to intimidate opponents, labeling such tactics as despicable. Yet now the War God Academy seemed to be treading the same path. Their lack of a significant student presence made it challenging for the crowd to just wind up identifying every member of their team, apart from Alec, who is the team's most prominent and widely recognized figure. The truth was that most fans wouldn't bother learning the names of every team member unless explicitly informed. So without prior notice, such chance and morale-boosting efforts that came with listing names of every mage in the team would be hard to orchestrate effectively. I swear I had nothing to do with this, but knowing you, you're not going to believe me even if I tell you the truth, the War God Mage Academy dean said, shrugging his shoulders with feigned innocence. You sly fox, she retorted with a snort. I'd sooner believe the lies of my enemies than anything you say. Humph. She turned her attention back to the center of the stage, dismissing him with a scoff. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Alec, stood casually with his hands buried in his academy uniform pockets, with a sly smile playing on his lips. He had observed how much the Great Eight Academies relied on their fan bases to undermine their opponents' morale, and he had decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. During his walk the previous day, he had contemplated ways to counteract the Bloodline Academy fans' morale-boosting chants. The group had felt that their efforts during the War God Academy's battle against the Onyx Academy were lackluster, and now, with Alec unexpectedly joining them, their excitement soared. They eagerly sought his suggestions, hanging on his every word. After some thought, Alec casually suggested a simple idea, which was chanting the names of the War God Academy team members. He hadn't expected much from the suggestion, but to his surprise, the group treated it as a stroke of genius. Alec then provided the names of all the team members, listing them in ascending order. However, he hadn't anticipated how quickly the names would spread among the fans within a few hours. By the time the match began, the crowd was fully prepared. The chanting started, building up name by name until it reached the final one, Alec Gordons. The arena erupted in deafening unison, the vibrations shaking the stadium like never before. The name of a young mage from a mid-tier clan reverberated through the royal palace, leaving many patriarchs in the first VIP section, visibly stunned by the sheer impact Alec had on the crowd. Alec stepped forward, spreading his arms and bowing gracefully to his supporters. While waving to the crowd, he spotted some familiar faces from the meeting the previous day and waved back at them with genuine gratitude. Even after his name was chanted, it took some time for the left side of the arena to calm down. Alec joined the red-haired referee in trying to quiet the crowd. The referee, smiling knowingly, cast a glance toward the ancient Blaze clan patriarch in the first VIP section. The patriarch was watching his grandson intently, his expression unreadable. The referee couldn't help but see parallels between himself and Alec, and he had deliberately allowed the chanting to continue just a little longer, as though savoring the moment. The referee, who is a high-rank sound element mage, could have silenced the entire arena with a single spell if he wished. However, he chose not to. He wanted the patriarch of the Blaze clan to witness the sheer influence Alec commanded. Like Alec, the referee was also born into the Blaze clan, but their circumstances differed. His mother came from a high-tier clan, despite the fact that it was from the branch side of the family, so she was shielded from the scorn and insults Alec's mother had endured when the Blaze clan rejected her union with Alec's father. With the Blaze bloodline running through him, he had the backing of his mother's clan, and he had risen to become one of the most sought-after Tier 8 mages. Ever since, he had sided with anyone against the Blaze clan's rigid beliefs concerning marriage, finding himself quietly rooting for Alec's success. Phew, what energy, the referee exclaimed, smirking as the crowd finally quieted. Since you're all done now, I suppose it's time for me to explain the format of the final battle. The arena fell into silence, every eye fixed on the referee as they eagerly awaited his announcement about the rules for the decisive match. The final battle will be a 5 versus 5 match, he began. The academy with the highest number of wins will be crowned the champions, however. If either academy secures 3 wins first, they will be unofficially declared the champions even before all the matches conclude. He paused, allowing the crowd to absorb the information before continuing. With all the details now laid out, each academy will have 10 minutes to decide who will represent them in each of the 5 matches. As he finished speaking, the referee vanished in a puff of smoke. In his place, a small hourglass appeared, its sand steadily trickling down to mark the 10-minute time limit. The teams wasted no time, retreating to strategize and prepare for the battles that would decide the ultimate victor. After hearing the format of the final match, not many people were pleased with it, particularly the supporters of the War God Mage Academy. They believed this new format was designed solely to diminish the War God Academy's chances of winning the finals. By pitting them against their opponents in this way, they felt Alec would lose the opportunity to exploit weaknesses and continue defeating members of the Bloodline Academy, as he had done before against the Vajra Academy. While they thought such type of victory against the Bloodline Academy might be impossible, they still didn't want to risk it, considering Alec had showed that he could just summon his golems to stampede a win, and that is why the committee had adhered to the 5-match format, hoping it would allow the Bloodline Academy a smoother path to victory. When the 10 minutes were up, the sand in the hourglass had completely drained, disappearing in a puff of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the red-haired referee reappeared. "And that's it, time's up, fellas. We shall begin the fight immediately. The first person to step onto the stage for this opening match will be from the Bloodline Academy team. Make your selections fast," the referee announced. Connor moved towards the stairs, climbing the wide circular stage, prompting a loud roar from Bloodline Academy fans. "Destroy them, bring the first position home," they shouted. The War God Academy team looked at Alec, knowing that while Bloodline Academy had a fixed lineup for such events, Alec had stated he had no intention of doing the same. He requested to choose his fighter only after the mage fighting for the Bloodline Academy team was known for each fight. That's why they were all watching him eagerly, waiting to see whom he would select. "Hey Arthur, go play with him for a while. Don't hesitate to beat that big lichen to a pulp," Alec instructed, shocking nearly every member of the War God Academy team. There had been much speculation about who Alec would pick, but they never imagined he would call on Arthur to step onto the stage. Though they knew that Arthur had stepped into the Tier 5 mage realm, but they couldn't help but compare him to Connor Lupus, who was on the verge of entering the mid-Tier 5 mage realm and had the ability to transform into a werewolf, which significantly boosted his power. This comparison left them feeling as though Arthur was about to face a mid-Tier 5 mage and not a low-Tier 5 mage instead, and not just any mage but one with superior attack capabilities. While they all had their own reservations about Alec's choice, they had come to respect him immensely and wouldn't question his authority. As Arthur Gordons began to walk toward the circular stage, the audience buzzed with surprise at the War God Academy team's first choice, discussions erupting among them. Some Bloodline Academy fans even started booing Arthur, but he paid no attention to him. It was finally his time to shine, and he was determined not to let Alec down. As usual, the individuals in the 3 VIP sections had plenty to say, feeling they understood Alec's strategy better than most. 3rd VIP section. "How foolish of him. I thought he was a wise mage, but why would he send an unknown fighter to face Connor? Connor will practically rip this guy to shreds." The captain of the Witches and Wizards Academy remarked upon seeing Alec's first pick. Vincent merely chuckled in response. "HMPH, sometimes I wonder if you're truly one of us," but Vincent simply ignored him. "If I were in his position, I would have chosen either Beatrice Marionette or that Blades guy to face Connor. That way it would have been a hard-fought match, but I believe those two would have a higher chance of winning than this pipsqueak," Yama remarked, resting his chin on his hand as he watched from above. Despite suffering a serious injury in his match against Alec, the Vajra Academy had quickly leveraged their resources to get him back to peak performance. They certainly didn't want their flag-bearer falling behind the other captains of the Great 8 Academies, as this would make it significantly harder for the Vajra Academy to compete effectively against the other Great 8 Academies in such gathering event like this if the next generation to represent them is left behind by his peers. This urgency in their actions was also due to Yama's clan connections with the Academy. As soon as he recovered, he had made it a priority to attend the finals. In fact, he no longer felt disheartened about losing to Alec again. He recognized that Alec had reached a level that made such losses seem normal. After all, almost all of the Great 8 Academy captains no longer saw him as beneath them, but rather as someone each of them aspired to surpass and defeat. The reason Liam still called Alec a lowlife was for 2 reasons. First, because he is a royal born, and second, due to Liam's arrogance stemming from the belief that Alec had never truly defeated him in combat. This led him to run his mouth excessively, convinced that his copying abilities was superior to anything Alec could handle. However, despite his attempts to spread this rumor to provoke Alec, he had received neither feedback nor a challenge in return, making him feel that Alec was scared of him. Look on the bright side, if he could follow up with either of those 2 mages I talked about, he might have gained the upper hand early on. All he would need is to miraculously secure 2 more hard-fought wins, and maybe the War God Mage Academy could still have a chance at winning this final, Yama continued, only to be interrupted by Liam. "Forget about gaining any advantage. I don't believe the War God Academy team can secure a win in this entire match," Liam retorted dismissively. "Would you like to put that to a bet?" Seleni's voice rang out from the back, where the coordinators were seated, startling Liam and making him realize a coordinator was interfering in the discussions between teams. This was the first time that the third level was this filled, so they didn't even remember the coordinator sat alongside them at the back. Before he could respond, his own coordinator stepped in to defuse the situation and avoid him offending Selene. Now, calm down. He's just a teenager running off at the mouth, you know how these kids can be. Please don't take offense to his words, the Royal Mage Academy coordinator said, smiling widely. Seeing this cringe-inducing smile made Selene step off and turn her attention back to the battle ring, as she detests the Royal Mage Academy coordinator and didn't want to converse with him. But even she was aware that Arthur had recently advanced but couldn't quite grasp why Alec had chosen to send him out first. However, she recognized that despite Alec's seemingly clueless demeanor, he was a very calculative person who wouldn't hesitate to be shameless at times to achieve his goals. With that in mind, she decided to trust his judgment once again. Believing that this might just be a wild card, he prepared to throw the Bloodline Academy off balance before executing his main strategy. Why are you the one chosen to face me? Has your team already given up on winning? Connor said, his face showing a perplexed emotion as he stretched his arms. During all this, he made sure not to take his eyes of Arthur, who stood calmly on the opposite side of the stage. Given up? Hardly. We're not the type to surrender without a fight. Why don't you step forward and find out why I'm the one here? Arthur replied with a sly smile. Connor shrugged dismissively, clearly unimpressed by Arthur's confidence, and this was all because he didn't take his opponent seriously, assuming this would be an easy victory. Begin, the referee's voice rang out. Without hesitation, Connor dashed toward Arthur, closing the distance in a blur. The crowd fell silent, holding their breath as the first move unfolded. Connor's hand partially transformed, his fingers elongating into razor-sharp claws, and he slashed viciously toward Arthur's neck as if aiming to decapitate him in one move. Arthur, however, was ready. Before Connor's strike could connect, Arthur raised his left arm that was covered in a stone skin spell in a defensive stance, supporting it with his right hand. Bang! The stage reverberated with a sharp sonic boom as Arthur blocked the powerful strike, stepping back only 3 paces. The crowd gasped in shock as Arthur casually twisted his left arm, eliciting a series of cracking sounds as though resetting his bones. That was close, now it's my turn, Arthur said, his sly smile returning. In an instant, Arthur dashed forward, his speed blurring as he closed the gap between him and Connor. Caught off guard by Arthur's swift recovery, Connor hesitated, in which Arthur seized the moment, launching a punch aimed squarely at Connor's face. Reacting instinctively, Connor raised his palm to intercept the blow, intending to clamp Arthur's fist. However, in a split second, Arthur retracted his right hand and sent a left hook instead, targeting Connor's ribcage. Arthur's left fist glowed with golden light, infused with his metal element as he enhanced the force of his attack. Boom. The impact was tremendous, causing the crowd to erupt in astonishment as Connor was hurled into the air, his body flung far across the stage before crashing to the ground. The sheer force of Arthur's single strike left Connor dazed and out of commission, sending shockwaves through the audience. What am I watching? Since when did the War God Academy team have someone this strong? A spectator exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. He couldn't reconcile what he'd just witnessed. Connor, a renowned powerhouse from the Bloodline Academy, sent flying effortlessly with a single strike, despite being in the same realm as his opponent. In fact, he was thought to have the edge. If the War God Academy team had this kind of strength all along, why did they act like weaklings before? Another person questioned aloud, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. On the stage, Connor pushed himself off the ground, his expression now far more serious. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, which he wiped away with the back of his hand. You're dead, Connor growled, his voice dripping with malice. His body began to twist and contort unnaturally, the sound of snapping and reforging bones echoing across the arena. The gruesome transformation, which would have driven most people mad with pain, was nothing new for Connor. As a seasoned werewolf, he endured the agony with ease as thick fur sprouted across his body, his muscles expanded, and his limbs grew longer and more menacing. Razor-sharp claws extended from his hands as he completed his transformation. A powerful surge of mana pressure rippled out from Connor's now monstrous form, radiating the undeniable aura of a mid-tier 5 mage. Even during his transformation, Connor kept a wary eye on Arthur, expecting him to attack and disrupt the transformation process. But Arthur didn't budge. Instead, he simply stood there, waiting for him to complete his transformation, his calm demeanor only fueling Connor's rage. When the transformation was complete, Arthur casually stretched out his arm, conjuring dual golden swords from with metal element. Their radiant glow shimmered with a lethal edge. Come at me now, beast. Didn't you claim you were going to kill me? Arthur taunted, twirling one of his swords before gesturing towards Connor to come mockingly. His calm words and confident stance further infuriated Connor, who roared and lunged at him. Low bloodline strike, claw strike. In a split second, Connor unleashed a devastating cheese-shaped claw strike. The attack filled the air with sharp, rippling energy, descending upon Arthur like an unavoidable storm. Low-tier spell merge. Arthur reacted instantly. Dashing forward with incredible speed, he activated the merge spell, causing his golem to materialize before him. But before anyone could process its appearance, the construct shattered into countless silver fragments. The shards didn't scatter aimlessly, they engulfed Arthur completely in a split second, wrapping him in a brilliant, silver metallic armor. The arena fell silent, anticipation thick in the air as Arthur prepared to counter Connor's ferocious assault. The moment Arthur completed the merge, his entire demeanor transformed. He now resembled a stoic silver knight, devoid of emotion due to the facial appearance of his silver mask. The dual swords in his hands had also changed, gleaming with a sharp silver hue that radiated an otherworldly aura. Without hesitation, Arthur moved forward towards Connor's attack, his strikes swift and calculated. Each movement of his hand deflected Connor's chi-based claw strikes one by one, his steps deliberate and unyielding as he advanced. Mid-tier spell plus strike golden flash. After parrying the last claw strike, Arthur suddenly dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of blurred afterimages. The technique, known as golden flash, lived up to its name. However, to the spectators, it appeared more like a streak of silver lightning cutting through the air. In the blink of an eye, Arthur was already on the opposite side of the stage. The twin blades he had wielded dissolved into shimmering specks of elemental energy, scattering into the wind as though they had never existed. The crowd's attention snapped from Arthur, who is glowing like a knight forged from pure silver, to Connor, who now stood frozen. A deep X-shaped wound stretched across his chest, vivid and undeniable. They quickly realized the injury had been inflicted during Arthur's electrifying dash. The entire sequence had unfolded so rapidly it felt surreal, like a dream too fantastical to be true. The War God Academy's supporters were stunned into silence and even forgot to cheer. None of them had expected such a dramatic turn of events mere seconds after the match had begun. "Surrender," Arthur commanded, his voice calm but resolute. He had shown restraint, choosing not to decapitate Connor when he executed Golden Flash. Arthur understood that Connor's inability to match his speed was like a death sentence, but instead of delivering a fatal blow, he had merely left a warning mark. Arthur hoped this act of mercy would prompt Connor to concede. However, the word surrender struck a raw nerve, gnawing at Connor's pride and inflaming his ego. "How dare you?" Connor roared, his voice filled with rage and desperation. For the first time, Connor abandoned all restraint, and he unleashed a technique that his clan has forbidden to most of its members, a move he was neither prepared nor permitted to use. Mid-bloodline spell Berserk. Howl, a blood-curdling howl erupted from Connor as he released the spell's restraints. His eyes glowed crimson, consumed by unrelenting fury. The sound of his howl echoed through the arena, primal and bone-chilling, as though unleashing this forbidden power brought him an almost perverse pleasure. "Stop this now, student Connor. Techniques that affect your mental state are strictly forbidden, especially when you cannot fully control them." The referee reappeared on the stage, his voice firm as he addressed the escalating situation. Connor's aura had surged to the high-tier 5 mage realm, but his eyes were clouded, lacking clarity. At that moment, Connor's form appeared to be in the control of the beast more than man. Though faint traces of self-awareness lingered, but his instincts had taken over, and his focus was entirely locked on Arthur standing on the opposite side of the stage. Even as the referee's words reached him, Connor chose to ignore them. His rage eclipsed all reason, leaving no room for thought beyond his overwhelming desire to eliminate Arthur. Realizing that Connor would not heed his warnings, the referee prepared to intervene, but before he could step in, a calm voice echoed from outside the battle stage. "You shouldn't interfere, sir. The moment you do, it will count as my academy's loss, regardless of whether Connor is to be punished later for his actions. Don't worry, the match isn't over yet," Alex said firmly. Alex's confidence was unshaken. He knew Arthur's capabilities better than anyone, and Arthur had yet to fight seriously yet. The spirit weapon that is linked to his golem is still sheathed behind him, and he had not even drawn it. Alec could tell Arthur was holding back, testing the waters. But now that Connor had gone all out, Arthur would have no choice but to increase the power he exerted. The referee hesitated, glancing at Alec and then back at the stage. He knew Alec was right, the rules were clear. Unless Arthur signaled surrender or was rendered incapable of fighting, he could not interfere without prematurely ending the match, which would automatically rule a win for the Bloodline Academy, as it would be seen as him stepping in to help Arthur. Reluctantly, he stepped back, his gaze now fixed on Arthur to see how he would handle the berserk Connor. With Alec vouching for his teammate, the referee chose not to intervene. Connor, emboldened by this decision, dashed toward Arthur with renewed confidence. This time he dropped to all fours, his movements becoming faster and more primal. Arthur initially considered unsheathing the spirit sword strapped to his back, but decided against it the moment he saw Connor's ferocious speed. Instead, he adjusted his stance, lowering his right hand and planting his feet firmly on the ground. The silver gauntlets on Arthur's hands seemed to enlarge slightly, as faint trails of smoke were escaping from the intricate lines carved along their surface. Bang! A thunderous clash shook the stage as their attack started. Arthur attempted a direct punch, but Connor's erratic fighting style allowed him to twist his body just enough to evade. This left Arthur momentarily exposed, and Connor capitalized on the opening, slapping Arthur with a resounding force. The impact reverberated through the air, creating a sonic wave that left many spectators stunned. It was then that they realized Connor wasn't just a werewolf, but also a sound element mage. Arthur, who was sent flying, landed hard on his knees. The crowd noticed him shaking his head as the sonic attack seemed to disorient him. Yet even as he appeared vulnerable, Connor wasted no time closing the gap between them as he planned on capitalizing on this chance. With lethal precision, Connor lunged, his clawed hand aiming straight for Arthur's heart. However, just as his claws were about to pierce through, Arthur's seemingly dazed eyes suddenly sharpened, locking onto Connor with a cold, unyielding gaze. Boom! Connor staggered back, his vision blurring momentarily as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He was certain he had landed a critical blow, yet it was he who was now wobbling unsteadily. Arthur stood tall, cracking his fist, his expression calm and composed. "How did you like that?" Arthur asked, his voice steady and confident. Before Connor could react, Arthur vanished. Or so it seemed until Connor realized too late that Arthur hadn't disappeared. Instead, he had reappeared directly in front of him, delivering a devastating uppercut. A loud bang echoed as Connor was slightly lifted into the air by Arthur's uppercut, only to be dragged back down violently. Arthur gripped Connor's shoulder and slammed him face first into the ground with tremendous force. Connor, who had been healing his previous injuries due to his rapid regenerative abilities, felt his insides churn painfully, as his internal organs were in disarray, and he struggled to regain his composure after the brutal impact. He couldn't ignore the fact that Arthur's attacks had become significantly faster and more powerful, and it dawned on him that Arthur had been holding back all along. But Connor's pride refused to let him falter. Remembering the words of his coordinator, he couldn't bear the thought of losing to Arthur. So he crawled backwards swiftly using his claws, as he managed to push himself to his feet without being disrupted, determined to continue fighting Arthur. As soon as he stood, however, he was met by Arthur, who had closed the distance effortlessly using the Earth Stride spell. Without hesitation, Connor lashed out, swinging his clawed hand toward Arthur. A split second before impact, an Earth shield materialized to block the attack, while Arthur countered with a crushing punch to Connor's ribs, the same spot he had targeted earlier. The force of the blow made Connor wince in pain. His bones felt like they might shatter. Desperate, he launched into a frenzy, swinging his fists wildly in hopes of overwhelming Arthur. His plan was simple. If Arthur couldn't keep up, he wouldn't have time to defend or land precise strikes on Connor's already injured ribs. But Connor underestimated Arthur's adaptability. As Connor increased his speed, so did Arthur. Their fists collided in a relentless flurry, the impacts reverberating through the air as the crowd watched in awe. Despite the chaos, Arthur's punches landed with surgical precision, repeatedly targeting Connor's ribs. Connor quickly realized he was losing the exchange. His regenerative abilities, which is his greatest pride, couldn't keep pace with Arthur's relentless silver-coated punches. Each blow felt like it cut deeper, leaving lasting damage. To make matters worse, whenever Connor landed a hit, Arthur's armor absorbed most of the force, rebounding the impact back to him, causing the strain on Connor's fists to become unbearable, each strike leaving his knuckles sore and bruised. But when Arthur landed his punches, Connor felt their devastating penetrative power reaching deep into his body, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. The relentless targeting of vulnerable areas like his ribs only worsened his condition. His once durable fur hide, tougher than most Tier 5 spirit equipment armor, provided no protection against the silver-coated energy that enveloped Arthur's gauntlets. Each strike seemed to bypass his defenses and tear him apart from the inside. Connor was running on sheer willpower alone now, as his body had already reached its limit. His punches were getting slower each second, blood dripped from his mouth, and his vision was beginning to blur. The bitter truth sank in. He couldn't defeat the unknown mage standing before him. "Gotcha," Arthur declared, bending slightly as he delivered a crushing punch to Connor's midsection. The blow forced the air out of Connor's lungs, leaving him gasping in pain. Arthur then swiftly maneuvered behind Connor, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. Connor struggled to escape, but Arthur locked his grip with unyielding strength. With a determined stance, Arthur bent his knees and hoisted Connor into the air before slamming him down in a devastating suplex. The audience watched in stunned silence as Connor's back collided with the stage with a deafening crack. The impact left Connor unconscious. As his werewolf form canceled out, he reverted back to his human state. Ah! Arthur roared triumphantly, rising to his feet and shouting into the air. For the first time, he felt like he truly belonged to the team, as he had proven himself, not as a mere participant in the group battles, but as a key contributor to their success. Arthur's victory cry acted as a wake-up call to the War God Academy fans, who had been eerily silent moments earlier. Their cheers erupted like a tidal wave, drowning out the groans of disappointment from the Bloodline Academy supporters. The first battle is concluded. War God Academy, 1 Bloodline Academy, 0. The red-haired referee announced as members of the Bloodline Academy's reserve team rushed to retrieve Connor's unconscious body. Arthur descended from the stage, his part in the match complete. He had upheld Alec's trust when he was given the chance, and he has proved himself in front of everyone. You've done well. Alec was the first to greet him, slapping Arthur's shoulder with pride as the rest of the team celebrated their unexpected victory. Pick your next fighter, the red-haired referee said, turning toward Alec. Since the Bloodline Academy had chosen the first fighter in the previous round, it was now War God Academy's turn to send someone up first to the stage. Meanwhile, among the committee members observing the match, unease began to grow. They had deliberately pushed for this 5 versus 5 format, hoping to diminish War God Academy's chances of securing even a single win. However, after witnessing the first match and how drastically it deviated from their expectations, a sour feeling crept over them. Arthur had not only dominated, but had done so convincingly. Many committee members realized that Connor hadn't even forced Arthur to unsheath the sword strapped to his back, which they felt was likely his weapon of choice. This revelation made them question their assumptions about the War God Academy's mages. Brandon, why don't you take care of this one? I've got a good feeling about it, Alex said, confidently selecting the next mage to step into the arena. Brandon rose from his seat without hesitation and walked toward the stage, though many were still surprised by Alex's unconventional choices, but the rest of the team didn't voice any complaints. Instead, they watched silently, placing their faith in Alex's judgment. On the other side of the stage, Damien, the Bloodline Academy strategist, frowned as Brandon approached the stage. His irritation grew with every step the War God Academy mage took. Damien couldn't tell if Brandon was just a bluff or another wildcard from Alec, just like Arthur had turned out to be. This uncertainty gnawed at him. Damien had meticulously investigated Alec, Beatrice, Lucas, and Pale, believing they were the only mages on the War God Academy team worth worrying about. In fact, Damien had been so dismissive of War God Academy's chances that he had assumed they would never pose a real threat. Still, he had conducted his research as a precaution, following the age-old maxim, know your enemy, and you might win the battle. Yet Alec's choice of Arthur in the first round had shattered his predictions, making him confused, as Damien knew nothing about Arthur and had assumed the mage would be an easy target for Connor. Connor's defeat, however, proved him wrong and left him uneasy. Now, with Brandon stepping into the spotlight, Damien found himself unsure whether this was another unpredictable move from Alec or a sign of something worse. Not only had Damien's prediction been completely wrong, but he was also in a difficult position now. He was struggling to decide who should face Brandon, as he lacked any information or knowledge about Brandon Gordon's, making it nearly impossible to make a clear decision. Damien hadn't felt this stressed in a long time, and he hated that Alec seemed to have the upper hand in this mental battle they appeared to be engaged in. Soren Dragonmere was originally supposed to step onto the stage and continue the fight that was the initial plan he had drafted out. And after witnessing the fanatic behavior of the War God Academy fans, Damien was determined to prevent them from gaining further momentum. What am I supposed to do in this situation? I can't just send Soren. What if this guy is stronger than him? Should I send Carmilla instead and let her handle it? He thought. No, I plan for her to fight that Lucas guy. Alec will definitely use him at some point. All this scheming without any real knowledge of my enemy's true battle power is exhausting. Damien reached for his blood flask, gulping it down in an attempt to calm himself. Soren, get on the stage. It's your turn, don't waste my time. Dragov's voice cut through his thoughts. Dragov seemed irritated, clearly displeased that his team was hesitating to step onto the stage. Seeing Dragov take charge, Damien leaned back in his chair, trying to calm himself further. As he weighed their chances, he still believed they had a good shot at victory even if Soren lost her match. All they had to do was secure 3 wins with Carmilla, himself, and Dragov. He had enough faith in their abilities, and he believes they could still come out as the overall winners. For now, he just needed to settle his nerves and refocus. He had been playing mental games for far too long. Unaware that he was being drawn into the game himself, the Bloodline Academy fans shouted angrily, expecting Soren to draw blood and avenge the humiliation of their first defeat. Soren walked onto the stage with a long sword at his waist, moving elegantly with a light smile on his face. His academy uniform fit him perfectly, accentuating his charm as he carried himself with confidence. As he reached the stage, he finally got a proper look at Brandon. The opponent wore the black and red Tier 4 uniform of the War God Academy team, with his slaughter saber at his waist and the tranquility sword strapped to his back, fully wrapped like a mummified treasure. Representing the War God Academy team is none other than Brandon Gordons, the second Gordons to step onto the stage today, and representing the Bloodline Academy, a descendant of the Dragonmere clan, Soren Dragonmere. The referee announced, hyping up the crowd for the next fight. His words helped divert the Bloodline Academy fans' focus from their earlier loss, reigniting their spirits. "Seems like you can't afford scabbards for both your weapons, so you settled for just one," Soren quipped as he drew his sword and took a stance. Brandon, however, merely shrugged at the remark, his left hand resting calmly on the long hilt of his saber. His silence made Soren feel as though he was being looked down on, but Brandon simply found it pointless to exchange words when they'd soon be clashing swords anyway. "Begin." Bang. The referee's call to start ignited the stage, as if two firebombs had exploded where the fighters once stood. Both mages charged at each other from different angles, matching each other's speed perfectly. Mid-tier skill air cut. Mid-tier spell Sand Kingdom. They cast their spells simultaneously, but things didn't go as Soren had planned. As he prepared to draw his sword in a swift motion to launch an attack, he found himself falling short, unable to execute his move as intended. As Brandon's spell took effect before the sword even left its scabbard, sand materialized seemingly out of nowhere, spreading across the stage and rising close to their knees. This sudden shift caused Soren to lose his balance slightly, resulting in a delayed and misaligned sword draw. Even so, the blade was on course to graze Brandon. However, just as the slash neared him, a small sand wall rose from the ground, effortlessly blocking the attack. What made it more impressive was that Brandon hadn't chanted a spell and just moved his hands, showing his mastery over sand manipulation was instinctive. This display caused a series of gasps from the VIP section as they realized that the second mage from the War God Academy to step on the stage had also advanced his elemental affinity to the manipulation stage, much like Alec had done earlier. The revelation sparked concern among some of the high-ranking officials supporting the Bloodline Academy. Things were not going as planned, and the tension grew palpable. Meanwhile, wealthy merchants and individuals who had bet heavily on the Bloodline Academy were biting their fingers in desperation, fearing a complete loss. Alec looked up at the skies, sensing the chi violently gathering there. His eyes widened as he saw a spatial eye slowly forming, still in its infant stage, yet unmistakably a space gate was opening above them all in the skies. Alec wasn't the only one observing this phenomenon. Many in the Royal Grand Arena had also noticed it, but most quickly shifted their gaze back to the stage, where the intense fight was still underway, as they didn't even want to miss a second. They seemed unconcerned about the space gates, knowing that attacks rarely happened within the palace grounds. However, Alec frowned when he saw this, as he never would have imagined that the famous peak-tier space gate that was always talked about was situated directly above the Royal Grand Arena. In that moment, he began to question the wisdom of the Northern Kingdom's king in insisting the finals be held here. But Alec kept his thoughts to himself, as he lacked the authority to voice such concerns and had no desire to risk his life by speaking out of turn. Soren, undeterred by his failed first strike, stepped forward with his sword, as the oppressive weight of the sands beneath his feet made his movements difficult, but he pressed on, closing the distance and swinging his blade at Brandon, who stood slightly shorter than him. Before Soren's sword could land, Brandon casually swung his saber, which was still sheathed. The nonchalant nature of Brandon's move irritated Soren, prompting him to pour more chi into his attack. Bang. Despite Soren's efforts to punish Brandon for his apparent laxness, his strike was easily deflected by Brandon, as Brandon continued this as he spun gracefully on the sandy ground, and as his back momentarily faced Soren's chest, he drove the bottom of his sheathed saber, which was coated in his chi energy, into Soren's chest. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as the impact from the chi that was ignited sent Soren flying into the swirling sand domain surrounding them. The exchange between both of them had lasted only a moment, but Brandon's display of skill left the spectators awestruck. It was evident that his effortless dominance wasn't due solely to his weapon mastery. There was more to his strength than met the eye. As Brandon's cultivation aura was finally revealed after he made a move, and it became evident to everyone that he had reached the mid-tier 5 mage realm, a small realm higher than Soren. This realization caused many of the Bloodline Academy fans to feel despair, sensing that the match point was about to slip from their grasp. Mid-tier spell Sand Coffin. Brandon swiftly clapped his hands together, even while holding his saber in his left hand, casting a restraining spell on Soren. The sand on the ground swiftly started to rotate as it turned into a quicksand domain, and the sands began dragging Soren deeper with every struggle, making him feel as if he was being pulled into an abyss of despair after he fell on his back. I can't believe this. We're about to lose again to the War God Academy team, supposedly the weakest. How are they suddenly pulling off these strange abilities in the final? One of the spectators exclaimed. This question is exactly what echoed in the minds of many mages, who were baffled by Brandon's sudden rise to prominence. As just days ago, he was an unknown figure, and now he stood in the limelight. Only those in the first and second levels of the VIP section remained calm, attributing this sudden development to the master alchemist, rumored to be working with the War God Academy. They reasoned that only cultivation pills could help mages advance so seamlessly, and at a fast pace while maintaining a sturdy foundation. And while observing both Arthur and Brandon, it was clear to them that the foundations of both boys were not only exceptionally stable, but also showed potential for further advancement if they fully integrated the remaining medicinal residues within their bodies, which just confirmed their suspicions that they must have digested high-quality cultivation pills. This revelation made many of them in the second level cast a sharp, questioning gaze at the dean of the War God Mage Academy. Feeling the pressure of those piercing stares, the dean dared not turn around to meet them, as he could neither reveal Alec's name nor engage in business with these individuals, and he was unwilling to further antagonize them. What do you know? There's no way Soren would be defeated that easily. Brandon Gordons isn't the only one holding back. Soren has been reserving his powers too, one of the Bloodline Academy supporters confidently declared. The person he was speaking to turned to face him, noticing that the speaker was wearing the Bloodline Academy uniform. This revelation led him to believe the student might have insider information unknown to everyone else. Bloodline Transformation Second Stage. The entire crowd heard Soren's voice as he activated the same move Dragov had used in the third round. The Bloodline technique immediately captured the attention of Bloodline Academy fans, who erupted into cheers. Swoosh! The sand that had been trying to bury Soren blasted outward as he stood tall, fully visible to everyone. His transformation, however, was distinctly different from Dragov's. Unlike Dragov's towering and intimidating second form, his was much smaller, but Soren's transformation had its own unique traits. While Dragov's Azure Dragon form remained a mystery that is unrecorded in any known text of the Dragonmere clan, Soren's transformation was familiar to many Dragonmere clansmen. His bloodline was linked to the fire dragon, evident in his body now covered entirely in red, blazing scales. His claws glowed a scorching red, as if a single swipe could unleash a tornado of flames. His tail flicked around, the tip burning like a candle flame flickering in the wind. On his head, he bore a single horn on the right side, while the left remained empty, a clear indicator of the gap between his transformation and Dragov's, despite using the same technique. "Why don't you unsheath your blade now, while you still have the chance?" Soren said, his tone confident as he flaunted his newly unleashed high Tier 5 aura in Brandon's face, as if the battle was already decided. "As I won't give you the opportunity to do so later. Why do you talk so much?" "It's a drag," Brandon replied to Soren, his tone laced with boredom. His expression made it clear he wasn't fazed by the powerful aura Soren was emitting. "If you want me to draw my blade so badly, why don't you come over here and make me?" Brandon taunted. Explosions echoed repeatedly as the audience struggled to keep up with the movements of Soren and Brandon, who were moving around with one attacking and the other busy defending. What was expected to be a straightforward match had transformed into an intense spectacle that neither Academy's fans could have anticipated, with both mages displaying powers far beyond what anyone had imagined. Soren darted across the battlefield, leaving trails of destructive flames in his wake. Occasionally, he hurled scorching fireballs at Brandon without the need to cast spells. This wasn't due to an evolution of his element affinity to the manipulation stage, but rather the effects of the second stage of his bloodline transformation. In this form, he appeared almost like someone who had achieved fire manipulation, a feat made possible by the fire dragon bloodline coursing through his veins. His second stage transformation amplified his flame-based powers to such an extent that Brandon's sand manipulation could no longer hold an advantage in the fight as before. However, it was evident that Soren was expending more mana to maintain this level of attack. But even so, with his high Tier 5 aura, his battle prowess should have been significantly higher than Brandon's, who was only a mid-Tier 5 mage. But what baffled the spectators was Brandon's resilience. Despite being at a disadvantage in realm, he still continuously held his ground, expertly defending against Soren's relentless attacks. His calculated retreats only fueled the cheers of the War God Academy fans, who chanted his name incessantly. This growing adoration for Brandon enraged Soren. Not only had his powers increased with the transformation, but so had his emotions. Fire dragons were infamous for their short tempers and fiery anger, and Soren was no exception. Frustration burned within him as he realized the arena was chanting Brandon's name, not his. Despite being the aggressor, he felt ignored and overshadowed. "Why don't you stop running and let me slash you just once?" Soren bellowed, his voice filled with rage. Flames roared across his back as he dashed forward, reaching into the air. In an instant, a massive flaming sword materialized in his outstretched hand, radiating destructive heat as he charged toward Brandon. "Oh, if you're being chased, would you just bare your neck and let yourself be killed, or would you find a way to outmaneuver your pursuer?" Brandon retorted, his tone tinged with exasperation. He still looked tired, irritated by how much Soren was making him talk. As he finished his statement, Brandon swiftly leaped into the air, somersaulting back to the ground to evade the slash of Soren's massive flaming sword. Soren had deliberately crafted the extra long flaming sword to compensate for his inability to catch Brandon, whose strange footwork rendered Soren's destructive powers ineffective as long as he couldn't close the distance. The sword's extended reach was meant to corner Brandon, but as always, Brandon's agility allowed him to slip away. But this time, however, Soren's eyes gleamed with determination as Brandon landed. "Caught you," Soren declared as the flaming sword vanished into the wind. He pushed his hands back. With flames igniting from his palms, he propelled himself forward, closing the gap between him and Brandon, who had been skillfully avoiding him since the second stage transformation. Taking advantage of the fact that Brandon is just recently landing, Soren wasted no time and whipped his fiery tail toward him. Brandon reacted instantly. He raised his sheathed saber with his right hand while twisting his body, using his left hand as a pivot with the saber placed up front. The saber met Soren's tail head-on as it sliced through the air with flames trailing behind the tail after gathering momentum. Boom! The clash caused an explosion of flames, sending Brandon hurtling through the air. Before he could crash into the ground, a massive hand of sand rose from the stage, catching him and gently lowering him back to the ground. Brandon landed on his feet, unscathed, as the sand settled once again back to the ground. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, awed by the intense exchange, but it wasn't long before their cheers and shouts resumed, filling the arena with noise once again. "When you first casted that spell, I wondered why anyone would use such a technique with no real offensive capabilities," Soren began, his voice carrying over the chaos. Wherever he stepped, flames scorched the ground, forcing the surrounding sand to shift as though trying to escape his fiery wrath. "It puzzled me," Soren said, his tone sharp. The Sand Kingdom spell is just a mid-tier version of Sand Spread, a spell most Earth mages don't bother mastering unless they've reached the high ranks, as only the upgraded high-tier version is worth any attention. "But now I understand why you used it first. It's because you can't even face me head-on. You're just running with your tail between your legs, using your sand manipulation to play tricks. No matter what, you'll still lose today." With that, Soren slashed both hands outward, unleashing claw-shaped chi attacks. But these weren't ordinary claws. They burned fiercely, cutting through the air with intense heat as they raced toward Brandon. "Man, you talk too much," Brandon replied, his voice carrying a hint of irritation. "And I'm tired of you trying to figure me out all the time. Let's end this quickly." With that, he unsheathed his saber and started slashing out casually toward the flaming attack claws heading his way, blade-style second form void slash. Alex smiled as he saw Brandon using this move again. The first time he had seen it was when Brandon fought against Legion back at the clan house. But unlike the last time, where he had just sent out large slashes to cover the area and had wasted a lot of his mana in the process, this time he seemed more experienced with this blade move. He sent out 10 smaller slashes that flew through the air and moved toward the flaming claws that had almost reached him as he walked one step at a time. The crowd felt Brandon had not made a move faster, and by being closer to the slash, he would suffer even if it's a little from the residual of the explosion when both attacks clashed. But they still couldn't explain why Brandon was walking toward the location where both attacks would collide until a few seconds later, in the city of Estonia. The space gate had finally accumulated enough energy, and the moon in the sky turned a deep red, as the small group of mages from the clans and the city guard's army gathered to defend against this wave of the Blood Moon War grew increasingly nervous. Many of them gripped their weapons tightly, anxiously awaiting the first goblin to emerge from the space gate. With the gate now fully stabilized, there was movement within the expanded portal, which had widened due to its evolution from a mid to a high-rank space gate. But to their surprise, about 1,000 figures emerged from the gate every second, looking lost and aimlessly walking around. However, the defenders neither charged nor casted spells at the invaders. Instead, they appeared perplexed by the situation. This isn't goblins," remarked one of the mages from a newly clans that moved into Estonia City, confused by the unexpected appearance of an unknown race. "Idiot, why are you standing there lost? Those are zombies. Raise your shields," shouted a member of the city guard, his voice booming as he noticed the bewildered demeanor of those meant to stand with them in battle. He silently cursed whoever was responsible for their lack of knowledge, deeply concerned about facing zombies with such people without the normal knowledge of zombies. They had grown accustomed to battling goblins, even if they hadn't won a blood moon battle decisively since the Gordons began taking their holidays seriously. But now, they were confronted with by a branch of the undead race zombies. And this development worried the city guard leaders, who wondered if the zombies would prove to be a more formidable opponent that they were in the past, considering they just took the space gate back from the goblins. There is no need for fear. Look ahead, the ones we face are nothing more than low-rank zombies, with mostly Tier 1 and unclassified realm zombies filling their ranks. Let's fight to our heart's content and earn merit points, encouraged a Tier 3 commander from one of the newly moved clans, rallying his people to cheer louder. At this moment, the number of zombies emerging from the space gate had surpassed 100,000. Yet, the careless Tier 3 clan commander had inspected their realms and deemed them unworthy opponents, failing to understand their true danger. The zombies, drawn by the noise he raised, suddenly turned toward Estonia City. Sensing the presence of life, they unleashed deafening roars and began to charge toward the lower ranks stationed closest to the gate. The Tier 3 city guard commander gritted his teeth in fury, his mind consumed with the thought of beheading the fool commander who had provoked the horde and directed their attention toward their location. While the newly moved clans regarded the mass of zombies as mere low-rank pests to be eliminated, the commander saw them different. He saw them as a deadly plague, one to avoid at all costs if possible. And his apprehension wasn't unfounded. After all, he had faced zombies before. Unlike the inexperienced clans, the city guards were well acquainted with the undead. They knew that, despite their lower realms, zombies in vast numbers could overwhelm even high-rank mages. Their sheer volume was often enough to make the most seasoned warriors retreat, unwilling to risk being overrun. But what made zombies truly terrifying wasn't just their numbers, it was their capacity to evolve. Zombies could grow stronger at an alarming rate, and in the absence of someone capable of restraining them quickly, any battle could swiftly turn into a losing one. Worse, those who fell in battle would rise again as zombies, joining the horde and turning against their former comrades. The most painful truth was that the higher the rank of the mage who fell, the stronger the resulting zombie. These evolved undead are known as unique zombies, were far more dangerous than the mindless creatures that merely followed the scent of the living. Unique zombies could include Strength Type 1 zombies, Agility Type 1 zombies, Mental Type 1 zombies, Hunter Type 1 zombies, and more. When a significant number of such unique zombies arose after a battle, the opposing side had a staggering 95% chance of losing the battle. Worse, a single scratch from these creatures could spread their infection, swelling the ranks of the zombies. For the city guards of Estonia City, fighting zombies had never been a fair fight. It was a relentless cycle of loss, as brave soldiers would fall and rise as zombies, which would slaughter their former comrades, perpetuating the carnage until the blood moon ended, in which the smarter and more evolved unique zombies would retreat back through the space gate. However, they often left behind some of the low-rank zombies, those without who were not quick enough to escape back to the space gate. With their low intelligence and lack of leadership, they aimlessly wandering near the city gates. And the task of clearing these remnants typically fell to the city guards, adding to the already exhausting ordeal. These factors alone made zombies one of the most feared members of the undead race to face on the Blood Moon War. Yet, what baffled the Estonia city guards, and their leaders the most, was the apparent endlessness of the zombie horde. No matter how many were slain, the zombies always seemed to replenish their low-ranked numbers in time for the next Blood Moon War. This time, however, things were different. As for the first wave of the battle, the city faced a massive surge of 100,000 zombies, placing immense pressure on the city guards, who held a deeper understanding of the undead menace. I think we'll need to intervene and reduce their numbers. It would be a shame to lose so many mages, Sir Marcus muttered, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. As he prepared to make the first move, intending to thin out the enormous horde of zombies charging forward, but before he could act, a sharp swish sound cut through the air. The sound reverberated, drawing the attention of every Tier 7 mage who was present to defend the city. All their eyes turned toward the space gate, and what they saw emerging caused their hearts to tremble. When it was revealed that rather than goblins they were going to face zombies, the high-tier mages had assumed the battle wouldn't require them to face enemies of similar strength, as the zombies were known to deploy overwhelming numbers of weaker-ranked soldiers, relying on sheer volume to overwhelm their opponents. Typically, the stronger mid-tier zombies would only rise from infected mages during the battle, while high-rank zombies were a rarity, as they almost never emerged from the space gate in Estonia City before. those who transformed into unique zombies and survived the war would retreat through the gate once the blood moon ended, never to be seen again. But now, stepping out of the gate, stood approximately 40 mid-rank zombies and 25 high-tier zombies. Their distinct auras and evolved physical forms left no doubt that they were unique zombies, far beyond the mindless masses the city guards were accustomed to. For the first time, the Estonia City Tier 7 defenders were facing a force of evolved undead straight from the gate, and the gravity of the situation hit them like a storm. The Tier 7 mages of Estonia City exchanged uneasy glances, their confusion evident. The Darkbliss Patriarch, the only representative from his clan present, was the first to break the silence. "How do we deal with this?" he asked, his tone laced with concern. The presence of high-rank zombies troubled him deeply. As if even a single high-rank mage were to be infected or killed, it could lead to a swift and devastating collapse of their defenses. After all, fighting against low-rank zombies is already fraught with danger, as even in such situations, it's often for mid-rank mages to fall or get infected. Who's to say it couldn't happen now, especially with a Type 3 zombies, high-rank zombies appearing for the first time? Among the 25 Type 3 zombies, 5 stood out, and they were positioned prominently at the forefront of the unique zombies emerging from the space gate. The Tier 7 mages of Estonia City scrutinized these 5 with heightened focus, attempting to analyze their power levels as they sent forth their spirit senses. However, as their spirit senses extended toward the group, the lead Type 3 zombie turned in their direction and unleashed an overwhelming surge of mental power, obliterating their spirit senses before they could get close. These ones in the front are dangerous. It seems they are all in the peak Tier 7 realm. How are we ever going to contain this many zombies when even their leaders surpass us in rank? Sir Marcus remarked, his frown deepening at the grim situation confronting Estonia City. The lead zombie at the forefront was an unusual sight, as it had a disproportionately large head atop a tiny body. Despite emitting a peak Tier 7 aura, its combat abilities likely wouldn't rival even those of a Tier 6 mage, and this was because it was a mental-type zombie, one of the most feared among their kind despite its lesser battle powers. Mental-type zombies were the natural leaders of zombie hordes. If a horde of 100,000 zombies were led by a strength-type zombie, they would cause significant destruction, but could eventually be defeated by an army of mages 3 times their number. However, with a mental type at the helm, even an army 5 times larger might struggle without reinforcements. The danger lay in the mental type zombies' unique abilities, because unlike the strength type, which issued direct, verbal-like commands, the mental type zombies were connected to every subordinate zombie through a hive mind-like link, akin to the Zerg's hive mind. This connection allowed them to coordinate the horde flawlessly, compensating for the zombies' lack of intelligence. They could dictate when to attack, when to retreat, identify weak points in the defenders' lines, and employ tactics far beyond what was expected of zombies. Such capabilities made them indispensable leaders, heavily protected by the strongest zombies in the horde. Eliminating a mental-type zombie was critical, as its death would slowly destabilize the entire horde. However, reaching one amid a protected formation was a challenge few armies could overcome. The Darkbliss clan patriarch fixed his gaze on the mental Type 3 zombie with its eerie blue body. He was certain that the 4 zombies flanking it were likely there to only protect it, as each of them radiated a peak Tier 7 aura, similar to the mental type, which meant they were not under its command. However, unlike the mental type zombie, whose combat abilities fell short of its rank but made up for it with unparalleled command skills, these 4 zombies were clearly at the pinnacle of their realm's battle prowess. Their strength was not just due to the deadly virus they carried, nor the speed with which they could infect others compared to the lower-ranked zombies, but because of their immense physical power. Having undergone their second evolution to become Type 3 zombies, they were now close to being apex predators within the zombie hierarchy. These 4 guards consisted of 2 Strength Type 3 zombies, 1 Agility Type 3 zombie, and 1 Hunter Type 3 zombie. All stood at peak Tier 7, and even after the mental Type 3 zombie obliterated the mage's mana senses to prevent further investigation, they still exuded their aura with a mocking air, as if ridiculing the Tier 7 mages of the city for their apparent inferiority. The Hunter Type 3 zombie looked more like a demonic beast than a typical zombie, as its body was encased in a black carapace-like exoskeleton, offering natural armor. A menacing tail, curved like that of a scorpion, extended all the way to its neck, hinting at its lethality. The Agility Type 3 zombie shared the blue skin of the mental type, but its form was vastly different. It lacked the oversized head of the mental type, but boasted incredibly long, razor-sharp claws. Its slender and streamlined body was perfectly sculpted, devoid of the usual clumsiness associated with zombies. Among the unique zombies, it had eliminated the racial slowness better than any of its counterparts. As for the two Strength Type 3 zombies, their towering forms were imposing, their chests jutted out like unbreakable shields, and their muscles were so massive and bulging that they seemed on the verge of bursting. Interestingly, their evolutionary paths differed from each other, reflecting distinct strengths that made them equally formidable on the battlefield. One of the Strength Type 3 zombies had an oversized arm encased in black, bone-like armor extending to its elbow. The bone resembled a formidable gauntlet and complemented its dark blue skin, creating an imposing figure. In contrast, the other Strength Type 3 zombie wielded flaming colored claws that burned with destructive intensity as it had some patch of red on some parts of its body, though both belonged to the Strength Type class, but their mutations had clearly branched into different paths. One relied on flames to deliver devastating damage, while the other's massive arms resembled pillars of pure destruction. Kill them all. The Mental Type zombie finally spoke, issuing its first command. Although its words were few, but the effect was immediate and overwhelming, as the unique zombies sprang into overdrive, all but the four guarding the mental zombie charging forward. The mental zombie remained stationed near the space gate, flanked by its guardians, while 20 other Type 3 zombies comprising of speed and strength types with various mutations dashed toward the Tier 7 mages in the skies. The zombies moved with unnatural frenzy, as though fueled by some dark stimulant. They stormed the battlefield, colliding with the human mages, spreading chaos, and turning the scene into a blood-soaked arena. Black and red blood splattered across the battlefield as the conflict raged. Meanwhile, as the city faced one of its most dangerous battles, the elders of the Gordon clan had left the defense of the clan castle to the clan's Golem spirit. They were all engrossed in watching Brandon's battle on the crystal mirror that the patriarch had bought sneakily again, but this time they were too tired to complain. Arthur's performance had already brought them immense joy, especially the third elder. And now seeing Brandon hold his ground was another source of pride for them, and they became so absorbed in the spectacle that they forgot their plan to assist if the city was broken into, and were now only interested in intervening if the Golem spirit alerted them to any incoming attacks near the clan houses. The audience watched intently as the 10 small, black slashes from Brandon's sword soared toward the flaming chi claw strikes unleashed by Soren. When the two attacks collided, there was no explosion or dramatic display of power. Instead, the black slashes transformed into 10 miniature portals, swallowing the fiery claws as if they were being consumed by a black hole. Soren's eyes widened in confusion as his attack vanished without a trace. Before he could comprehend what had occurred, he realized that Brandon had closed the distance between them. While Soren had been anticipating an explosive clash of their attacks, Brandon had continued to use the opportunity to press forward without hesitation. Seeing Brandon approaching rapidly, Soren decided to strike first, but just as he moved to close the gap, Brandon twisted his saber and thrust its hilt toward Soren's face in an attempt to catch him off guard. However, Soren didn't fall for the feint. Using his left hand, he seized the hilt with his dragon-scaled hand, attempting to wrench it out of Brandon's grasp. But to Soren's frustration, Brandon refused to relinquish his weapon instead. Brandon infused his saber's scabbard with chi and launched it with his left hand, sending it hurtling straight into Soren's midsection. The impact knocked the wind out of Soren, who staggered back as the scabbard spun upward into the air. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Soren thought, gritting his teeth as he silently thanked his dragon scales for mitigating the blow. Even so, the sheer power behind Brandon's attack unnerved him. Seeing that Soren remained relentless on his grip, Brandon conjured a spell, mid-tier spell Earth Fangs. Brandon's hand became enveloped in a massive, jagged fang made of hardened earth as he struck toward Soren's chest. Sensing the danger, Soren released his grip on Brandon's saber and retreated backwards, unwilling to endure another devastating blow from Brandon after how he felt being hit by the scabbard. The earthen fang crashed into the ground where Soren had stood moments before, triggering a deafening explosion and leaving a crater in its wake. Using the momentum of the strike to his advantage, Brandon launched himself into the air, somersaulting gracefully. As he descended, his scabbard fell from above, perfectly aligning with his raised saber. With a swift motion, he sheathed the blade mid-air. Blade-style third form return. Brandon extended 2 fingers from his right hand, mimicking a sword, and slashed through the air. A sharp, black wave of sword chi surged toward Soren. The attack swiftly closed the distance till it was too close for Soren to avoid, and he raised his arms in an X-shaped guard to protect himself. The moment the black slash touched Soren, it expanded into a massive black hole, far larger than the previous portals Brandon had created. Soren's eyes trembled in fear as he realized he was facing a technique imbued with the space attributes, a power he was ill-prepared to contend with. Before Soren could react further, the 10 flaming chi claws he thought had been destroyed reappeared, now enhanced with even more potent energy like they were being fed mana wherever they were locked up before. The claws shredded through his red dragon scales, leaving 10 deep gashes across his body that took forever to heal. Soren staggered, struggling to comprehend how Brandon had orchestrated such a devastating attack. Surrender or die, Brandon declared coldly, his piercing gaze locked onto Soren. Looking up, Soren realized that Brandon now wielded both his weapons, including the sword that had been wrapped and concealed earlier with the clothes wrapping around it. The sight of this blade sent a wave of serenity over Soren, as though the sword itself radiated an aura meant to suppress his will to fight. This newfound development left Soren shaken. He could feel that Brandon's threat level had escalated significantly as he quickly took his eyes off the sword. "You haven't reached the level to threaten me yet," Soren growled, summoning 2 swords from his space ring, as they blazed with flames after he summoned them. "Have it your way," Brandon replied, unperturbed. Blade-style first-form blade hurricane. Brandon didn't hesitate any longer. With a decisive tap of his left foot, he surged forward, initiating his attack. His left hand wielded the sword, striking first, followed swiftly by the saber in his right hand. As he moved, the air around him shimmered with flashes of bluish and blood-red sword lights, the energy radiating from the Tranquility sword and the saber of slaughter. As each step seemed to heighten the intensity of his strikes. Low bloodline spell dragon aura. Mid bloodline skill dragon tail slash. Soren, realizing the threat, wasted no time retaliating. He activated 2 bloodline spells that seemed to combine together, and a faint image of a red dragon materialized behind him. As he swung his swords, the spectral dragon behind him mirrored his sword movements, as its massive tail lashing out with destructive force. When Brandon saw the dragon apparition, he shifted his stance. He brought his 2 weapons together, fusing them into a colossal greatsword. The distinct hues of the blue and red swords didn't vanish instead, they blended together, and a ghostly image of a greatsword appeared behind him, mirroring his intent. "A weapon affinity," Luca's blade exclaimed, astonished as he observed the phenomenon. Blade style plus sword style tranquility slaughter. Brandon completed his move, leaping up and raising the greatsword high before slashing downward from the air. At the same time, Soren swung his swords upward in defiance. What the crowd witnessed was something else different as they saw the huge greatsword image, wielded by deceptively slender hands descending with divine precision, aiming to vanquish the spectral dragon that was whipping its tail upward to cleave everything in its path. Bang. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, dust and debris erupted, shrouding the area in a thick cloud. The stage beneath their feet cracked from the impact, and even the protective light shield trembled under the immense force of their clash. The audience could only watch in tense silence, waiting for the dust to settle and reveal the outcome. As the dust finally settled, the crowd could clearly see the aftermath of the intense battle at the center of the stage. On one side stood Soren, his chest and hands soaked in blood. Part of the red scales protecting him had been blasted apart, leaving him visibly weakened as blood continued to drip from his injuries. On the other side was Brandon, who had his greatsword stabbed into the ground to steady him. His upper body was completely bare, revealing his chiseled physique, a testament to years of rigorous weapon training and cultivation. His torn uniform lay in shreds, and blood streaked his torso. Behind Brandon was the Trink Golem that had been summoned. Its wooden fingers were imbued with healing energy as they pressed into Brandon's back. Though the healing process was slow, but the crowd could already see some of his wounds beginning to improve slightly. Soren, clinging desperately to hope, watched with mounting frustration as Brandon showed signs of recovery. His fury spiked, and in one last attempt to change the tide, he tried to muster an attack. But his body, exhausted and battered, betrayed him. Before he could act, the Trink raised its right hand and launched a vine spear that pierced through Soren, pinning him to the ground and leaving him unconscious. And the winner is Brandon Gordons, the referee declared as Soren's body collapsed. The crowd erupted into wild cheers, as fans of the War God Academy roared with jubilation, while even neutral spectators couldn't help but applaud the team's exceptional performance. Their underdog victories had shocked the arena, securing 2 critical points against the heavily favored Bloodline Academy. Brandon Gordons, the name rang out as Alec and Arthur rushed onto the stage to assist their teammate who recalled his golem. Alec quickly retrieved a pill bottle from his space ring and fed Brandon 3 mid-tier level 2 healing pills. In the VIP second section, a few onlookers gritted their teeth in frustration at Alec's apparent extravagance. To them, even 1 pill would have sufficed for a slower but sufficient recovery, so using 3 seemed like an unforgivable waste of such precious resources. The cost and difficulty of obtaining those healing pills were astronomical, and the Academy reserved the ones they managed to craft strictly for emergencies. Yet Alec had just used 3 of these highly prized pills on a mage they didn't hold in high regard. This prompted many to glance toward the dean of the War God Mage Academy, who silently vowed that Alec would be hearing from him after all he had just to put through because of him. After Alec administered 3 pills to Brandon, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, visible to everyone as the wounds on his body closed rapidly. While others might have been appalled at such waste, Alec was unfazed, though he knew that producing these pills was not only challenging for alchemists but also for him, as there was a very low chance of obtaining them from mid-rank beast loot. However, Alec had managed to accumulate a substantial stockpile from the untouched loots he just opened and stored, about 50 mid-tier 1 healing pills tier 4, 20 mid-tier 2 healing pills tier 5, and 5 mid-tier 3 healing pills tier 6. Though he considered using a tier 6 pill, but he had several reasons not to. One was that it would be overkill for Brandon's injuries. Even tier 4 pills would have sufficed for recovery, but tier 5 was more effective given Brandon's mage realm. That's why Alec didn't hesitate to use 3 of them, but if he had squandered his tier 6 pills, which could almost revive a tier 5 mage on the brink of death, even Alec would have shared the sentiments of those in the VIP section who felt it was wasteful. Without further delay, the Bloodline Academy moved to retrieve their member from the battle stage, while various mages appeared around the cracked stage, channeling mana into the space beneath it. The battle stage then began to repair itself gradually, taking a full 3 minutes to return to its previous state. Remarkably, it appeared even stronger than before, as if the more mana infused into it, the more fortified it became. Bloodline Academy, choose your next fighter, the referee announced, prompting a hush among the Bloodline Academy fans, as it was time for them to take the stage again, but unlike before, their confidence was now shaken. The War God Mage Academy already had 2 wins, and if they decided to capitalize on this by sending Alec against a weaker opponent from the Bloodline Academy, it could mean the battle was effectively over. As the referee called for the Bloodline Academy to take the stage, Carmilla attempted to rise, but felt someone grasp her hand. Turning, she saw Damien shaking his head. He wasn't entirely confident that the War God Academy team would play the long game, as they might just take the short route to victory. If Alec stepped onto the stage to face Carmilla and she lost, the War God Academy team would win the final, regardless of whether the Bloodline Academy could secure 2 wins later. "I shall fight in this round," Damien declared, surprising Carmilla with his seriousness. But an even more unexpected event occurred when Dragov stood up, gazing at the ever-opening space eyes in the sky with no enemy in sight. "No, you won't be fighting. I will step onto that stage," Dragov announced. "If I win, you'll all get your chance. If I lose, we'll withdraw without fighting the next 2 matches, which would be a great shame." With that, Dragov stepped into the ring, his back to his team members. As Dragov took the stage, even Damien began to worry after seeing Alec smirking. He then realized that Alec could exploit this situation by sending someone else up, thereby using Dragov's chance to fight him, while still giving Alec the opportunity to face a weaker opponent later. Damien was now fully aware of the significant advantage the War God Academy team held over them due to the battle format chosen by the committee. He silently cursed the committee for establishing such rules. If the committee members knew what Damien was thinking, they would have been furious, as they had intentionally designed the rules to restrain the War God Academy team. However, instead of the Bloodline Academy enjoying a smooth path to victory, they were losing disastrously to the War God Mage Academy, and they had placed themselves in a precarious position, allowing the War God Academy team to exploit the loopholes in the format to their advantage after leading with 2 wins. "You'd better not even think about sending someone else up here to face me, because I'll tear anyone you send into shreds. Unless you're planning on having one of your precious teammates suffer an injury that could impact their cultivation journey, I suggest you step onto this stage right now," Dragov said, locking eyes with Alec. He was trying to play the emotional game, trying to force Alec on stage since he knew how much Alec cared for his teammates, something Dragov saw as a sign of weakness. "Seriously, is that what you have to resort to just to get me on stage? We could simply forfeit this match and give you the win without sending anyone up. It would still count as your victory, which means you'd have wasted your chance," Alec replied with a small smile, shaking his head in disbelief at how Dragov could appear so composed and innocent while harboring such a twisted mindset. As soon as Dragov heard Alec's words, his expression changed instantly. He turned to the referee, his gaze questioning whether such an option was possible. If the War God Academy team decides to take that approach, they wouldn't be wrong, as it's not against the rules, the referee said after thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin. He smiled slightly at Dragov, clearly enjoying how Alec was pushing the Bloodline Academy team to the edge. Dragov frowned at the prospect of Alec dismissing him so easily. At that moment, the entire crowd fell silent, as if Alec held the atmosphere in suspense with his next decision. "But don't worry, I'm not like that. I'm also curious to face you now, so when I defeat you, you won't have the chance to go around claiming that I only won against your team and that I'm not your match like some people do," Alec said. This prompted cheers from many Bloodline Academy fans, and even a few from the War God Academy joined in. as not all the supporters of the War God Academy team felt it was a good idea to face Dragov, especially when they had the advantage and could just secure an easy win the next round. In the end, everyone cheered for Alec's decision. Meanwhile, Liam Tudor was quite upset by Alec's words, feeling they were a direct jab at him. After all, Alec's remarks hit close to home to what he had been doing, as he was still nursing his bruised ego from losing to the War God Mage Academy team. Alec stepped onto the stage to face Dragov. The crowd erupted. Even those who had initially opposed Alec fighting joined in, eager to see who would emerge victorious between Alec and Dragov. The anticipation of both mages sharing the stage sent the audience's excitement into overdrive. They could hardly wait for the battle to begin. I already defeated that other guy, and now I finally get to face you. You're the last interesting mage in this competition, Dragov said as he summoned his greatsword from his space ring. The moment the sword appeared, it sank deep into the newly repaired stage like it was slicing through tofu. Dragov gripped the long hilt with his right hand and kicked the blade off the ground. This action sent small debris flying toward Alec, but before they could reach him, the referee dropped down between them. The slight gravitational force from his descent caused the debris to lose momentum and fall back to the ground. "Are you ready?" the referee asked Dragov, who nodded, his body trembling with excitement. The referee then turned to Alec and asked the same question, and he also received a nod from Alec. "Begin," the red-haired referee announced after receiving confirmation from both mages. As he disappeared from their view, Dragov dashed forward, nearly closing the distance between him and Alec in an instant. What surprised the crowd of mages was that Alec still had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face, as if he wasn't the one facing Dragov. When Dragov saw Alec's relaxed demeanor, he was a little surprised. If it had been any other mage showing such apparent disrespect, he might have been angered. However, coming from Alec, one of the few mages he was genuinely excited to face, he didn't feel disrespected at all. As Dragov reached the optimal distance, he slammed his right foot into the ground and swung his heavy sword down toward Alec's head. "Titan, emerge," Alec commanded, sending a flicker of mana into his space pouch. In an instant, Titan's humanoid figure appeared before Alec, with his mace in hand, and Alec swiftly stepped back to give Titan and Dragov room to clash. Without needing any further instruction, Titan swung his mace upward to meet Dragov's greatsword. As the both weapons collided, friction sparked at the point of contact. Dragov was taken aback by the golem before him, realizing he was losing the strength contest. He was also surprised that Alec possessed a golem that had reached the Tier 6 realm. Bang! After a brief struggle, a burst of ice shot forth as Titan won the initial strength contest, forcing Dragov to retreat. His expression turned serious as he realized he couldn't afford to test the waters any longer. Any wrong move could result in him being knocked unconscious by the golem. Bloodline transformation, second stage. Wasting no time, Dragov activated his bloodline's second stage, shifting his focus to Alec. He wasn't interested in getting entangled with Titan. His goal was to eliminate Alec and bring the battle to a swift conclusion. With his increased power, Dragov wasted no time and dashed toward Alec. This sudden move snapped Alec out of his relaxed demeanor, forcing him to act swiftly. Alec pulled his right hand from his pocket and quickly cast 3 layers of earth shields, each reinforced with a repulsive gravity effect, stacking them in front of himself as a defensive barrier. However, Dragov was unfazed by this move, and after closing the distance in an instant, he swung his massive, weighted sword at the shields. The moment the blade struck, cracks spiderwebbed across the first earth shield. In a split second, Dragov shattered the first shield and then the second, and by the time his sword collided with the third shield, Alec had already reversed the gravity repulsion spell, redirecting its force outward to himself when he saw the effort to bounce Dragov back as ineffective. When Dragov's sword hit the final shield, the combined gravitational force sent Alec hurtling backward. He quickly dug his boots deep into the ground as he skidded across the battle stage, stopping just inches from the edge. With a dramatic sigh of relief, Alec let out a comical expression, earning a few chuckles from the audience despite the tense atmosphere. Dragov, however, was unamused as he prepared to press his advantage, but as he took a step forward, his danger instinct screamed at him. He immediately stepped back just as a massive ice lance flew past, narrowly missing him. "Damn it." Dragov muttered as he raised his sword to block a follow-up attack, a colossal ice mace hurtling toward him. He managed to deflect it, but the mace shattered on impact, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Some of the debris found their way into Dragov's eyes, temporarily blinding him. Disoriented, he stumbled, unable to see for the moment until the ice would melt as he let his sword drop. In that vulnerable moment, Titan closed the distance and aimed a powerful punch straight at Dragov's gut. Anticipating this, Dragov reacted quickly, clamping both hands onto Titan's shoulders the moment the hit landed. Despite the fact they were in the same realm now due to the second stage transformation, Dragov was still unwilling to engage Titan in close combat. The sheer raw power behind Titan's punch was enough to remind him that even though they were in the same realm, Titan's strength was on a completely different level. Gotcha, Dragov said, tightening his grip on Titan's shoulders before yanking his head downward and driving his knee straight into Titan's face. Crack, the impact resonated, but Dragov grimaced as a sharp pain shot through his knee. His thoughts quickly turned to the icy crown atop Titan's head, which had nearly dislocated his knee upon contact. Where did that ridiculous thing even come from? He muttered angrily. As the ice blocking his vision began to melt, Dragov's sight returned. Without sparing Titan a second glance, he dashed straight toward Alec, who was still standing at the edge of the stage with his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Seeing Dragov charging at him, Alec rolled his eyes and bent slightly, manipulating the ground beneath his feet as the earth responded to him, causing a surge of earth energy to propel him high into the air. Copy Golem ability Legion, weapon creation. While airborne, Alec stretched his hand upward, grasping at the empty air as metallic components materialized around him. Within moments, he assembled them into a cybernetic-looking AK-47. Dragov raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by what he initially thought was a peculiar and harmless contraption. But that impression was short-lived as Alec aimed the weapon and began firing mid-air. Twisting with precision, Alec set the weapon to automatic and unleashed a relentless hail of bullets. With the shared weapon mastery from Legion, Alec had a deadly accuracy, especially against Dragov's enlarged frame. Try-ee. The thunderous roar of gunfire echoed across the battlefield as Alec continued to rain bullets down with unrelenting force. Dragov crossed his massive arms in an X shape, summoning a glowing azure barrier to shield himself. While the barrier initially held strong, Alec's unyielding assault eventually shattered it. As bullets tore through, grazing Dragov's dragon-scaled armor and leaving shallow bruises across his body. Damn it, Dragov snarled, lowering his arms and swiping his right hand forward with determination. Mid-bloodline spelled dragon-rending claws. A massive spectral dragon hand materialized, mirroring Dragov's movements. As he slashed downward, the claws of the dragon hand tore through the air, producing an audible ripping sound that sent shivers through the crowd. Many realized the attack had slightly distorted the inner space around Alec, demonstrating the sheer power of Dragov's spell. Yet Alec remained unfazed. As the AK-47 vanished from his grip, he calmly summoned his two weapons, the blood changdao and the bone katana. With a calculated motion, he unleashed two distinct blade chi lights that flew effortlessly through the air, countering Dragov's assault head-on. Dragov's confidence wavered as he watched his proud attack nullified without Alec breaking a sweat. In that moment, he realized he was being cornered from both sides. I tried to stay out of this, but you just wouldn't leave me alone. Fine, let me join in, Alec said with a smirk as he dashed forward. From the opposite side, Titan matched his speed, closing the gap in unison. Dragov's blood surged with excitement, and he let out a booming laugh. Bring it on, he roared, abandoning his weapon and hurling a massive fist toward Alec. Alec responded by raising his bone katana to block the strike. Crack, the blade shattered instantly, but instead of disappearing, the fragments coiled around Alec's right hand, transforming into a formidable bone gauntlet. Bang. Dragov let out a cry of pain as Titan smashed a mace into the same kneecap he had pains in from behind, forcing Dragov to stumble and lose his balance. The disruption created an opening, and Alec capitalized on it, delivering a swift kick to Dragov's jaw that sent him tumbling across the battlefield. Even as Dragov struggled to stand, he found himself overwhelmed by the perfectly synchronized attacks of Alec and Titan. Each strike flowed seamlessly into the next, giving him no chance to recover. The spectators in the VIP section watched in disbelief. Many of them were astonished by Alec's ability to multitask at such a high level, fighting and controlling his golem with such precision that both their movements complemented each other perfectly. What they didn't know was that Alec doesn't control his golems, and he could still sync perfectly if he was fighting with all of them. Alec and his golems had fought together in over hundreds of battles. This extensive experience had forged a near telepathic bond between them, allowing their attacks to synchronize flawlessly. To Alec, fighting alongside only Titan wasn't just teamwork, it was second nature. Dragov pushed himself off the debris he had created upon being slammed into the ground. He raised his gaze to Alec and Titan, who stood side by side, with Titan resting his hand on his massive mace that was resting on the stage ground, while Alec swung his changdao as he walked. Feeling a liquid substance covering his face, Dragov used his right palm to wipe it away, only to realize it was his blood. This brought him a slight shock. The azure dragon scales he so proudly wore had been pierced, and blood was seeping from the wound. He could hardly believe there was another mage capable of matching him in his second stage transformation, while still being a Tier 5 mage. Though Alec had the assistance of his golem, Titan, who is a Tier 6 golem, but Dragov considered Titan merely an extension of Alec's powers. but Dragov was not the type to be easily intimidated by a challenge, especially one that had pushed him so far that he was bleeding. Alec stared at Dragov in surprise as he saw him smiling, leading Alec to wonder if Dragov might be a masochist. Alec Gordons, I swear by the Dragonmere clan name, I will never forget such a worthy opponent. You have pushed me to the edge, and now you're pushing me well beyond my limits, Dragov declared. You're challenging the limits I thought no one from my generation could reach. Despite claiming to seek a worthy match, I haven't encountered anyone who could truly challenge my peak until today. Therefore, I give you the honor of witnessing why I'm revered as the strongest mage in this competition, Dragov said, as Alec stood quietly, watching him without interrupting. As Dragov staggered back to his feet, he reached for his great sword, which had been plunged into the ground at the center of the arena. With a swift motion, the sword flew through the air and landed solidly in Dragov's palm. Gordons, I hope you're ready, Dragov said, his muscles twitching in anticipation. Bring it on. Alec shouted as he assumed a fighting stance, anticipating that Dragov would charge at him with a new martial technique. However, he soon realized how mistaken he was. Bloodline transformation, third stage. Dragov's low voice echoed around the arena, and Alec felt a wave of confusion wash over him at the revelation that Dragov had another form to his bloodline transformation. While Alec struggled to grasp this concept, those familiar with the Dragonmere clan and their transformation stages in the audience were visibly shocked. The VIP section buzzed with conversation, as the attendees there knew more about the intricacies of the Dragonmere clan's transformations. VIP second section. How is it possible that this kid can unleash the third stage of the bloodline transformation while still at the mid-tier rank? Isn't the third stage only unlocked when a mage reaches the higher tiers? The dean of the War God Mage Academy questioned aloud, although he didn't direct the question at anyone specific, but it was implicitly aimed at the elder from the Dragonmere clan seated alongside them in the second section. Recognizing that the question was indirectly posed to him, a small smile formed on the elder's face, although he preferred honing his skills through combat rather than attending such events, but he felt obliged to accompany his patriarch, who is known as the strongest bloodline mage in the Northern Kingdom. The Dragonmere patriarch had gone to the VIP first section with other clan patriarchs. While he was surrounded by the elders and deans of prestigious clans and academies, in which he found little enjoyment in their company. Yet, because the topic of discussion was Dragov, he felt a sense of pride that compelled him to share a bit of information. Dragov Dragonmere, he chuckled, is born with one of the top Dragonmere blood talents and was merged with the Azure Dragon's blood, although we have limited knowledge of what an Azure Dragon truly is, but at that time, it was the only top dragon blood we possessed. But in our haste to ensure he didn't fail the merging process, we inadvertently created a monster. Dragov absorbed over 50% of the Azure Dragon bloodline on his first attempt, reaching a concentration level close to that of the Patriarch, as at that time, from the moment he merged with his bloodline, Dragov has never been limited by his realm. When it comes to accessing the stages of transformation, he can already access all three forms available to him, the elder of the Dragonmere clan said, a wide smile spreading across his face as he tapped his hand on his lap. While the men in the room felt the significant threat this posed, as Dragov could potentially become another monarch-level mage for the Dragonmere clan, but they understood that trying to eliminate Dragov now would be futile. Instead, they could only seek to strengthen their relationship with the Dragonmere clan, accepting their fate that the Dragonmere clan would continue to be revered as the strongest in the northern capital. Their only consolation was that the birth rate of the Dragonmere clan was low due to their mixed dragon blood. This meant that the strongest clan was not vast in numbers, and it would likely be a long time before another monster like Dragov emerged. They decided to turn their attention back to the match below. Even with the Dragonmere elders' explanation of Dragov's seemingly invincible strengths, they believed that no one could tap into greater powers without paying an equivalent price. They could only hope that Alec would hold his ground and entertain them a bit longer, allowing them to fully analyze Dragov's third stage transformation. Although many elders of the Dragonmere clan and their patriarch possessed access to third stage forms, but their powers in the second stage had always been enough to handle their opponents. As a result, there had been no need for them to use their third stage transformations in years. This was one reason many were reluctant to challenge them, knowing they were formidable even without revealing their full capabilities. Alec stood watching as Dragov's body increased in height once more, but this time, it wasn't just his stature that was changing. His aura had surged all the way to the mid-tier 6 realm. But Dragov wasn't finished yet. A massive pair of dragon wings extended from his back, and his two front dragon horns grew slightly longer with them curving backward a little. Now we shall continue from where we left off, Dragov said, locking his gaze onto Alec. Why does everyone from the Bloodline Academy talk so much? Let's just fight it out, Alec replied, dashing forward, Beside him, Titan moved in front, manifesting a long rectangular shield on his arm to take the lead against the now taller Dragov. Come. Dragov shouted as he drew his fist back, channeling chi energy into it. A dragon fist image materialized around his hand, enveloping it as he punched toward Titan. Titan raised his shield to defend against the attack. The moment Dragov's punch landed on the shield, the entire crowd fell silent, watching as Titan struggled to maintain his ground for a few seconds. Then at that moment, Dragov's muscles tightened as he pushed forward, launching Titan into the air with an uppercut-like strike. With Titan temporarily dealt with, Dragov faced Alec directly, sending a left hook aimed at Alec's jaw in an attempt to land another blow. Even before the punch reached him, Alec could feel the immense energy radiating from it, and he crossed his weapons in defense, but he caught Dragov smirking out of the corner of his eye as he withdrew his left fist and slammed his head into Alec's. Bang. The moment Dragov head butted Alec, the sheer force sent Alec crashing to the ground in pain. Dragov's physical strength far outmatched Alec's, and the added hardness of the dragon scales on his skull made the impact even more devastating. It felt as though Alec had sustained a minor concussion. Struggling to stay conscious, Alec's vision blurred as he peered through the gaps of his fluttering eyelids. His heart sank as he saw Dragov looming over him, with a massive dragon-shaped hilted blade manifesting in his grip. Without hesitation, Dragov raised the weapon, its deadly tip aimed directly at Alec's chest, ready to strike. Shit, Alec cursed as he realized Dragov wasn't holding back. Just as the dragon-shaped hilted blade was about to descend on him, Alec felt something cold wrap around his legs and pull him out from beneath Dragov's reach. The blade slammed into the ground where Alec had been lying moments before, sending cracks rippling across the stage. Dragov turned to see Titan gripping an ice chain, its end coiled around Alec's legs, saving him in the nick of time. Just stay out of this. Dragov growled, vanishing from his spot in a blur. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Titan, driving a devastating punch into the golem's midsection. The impact sent Titan soaring upward, not as high as before, but just enough to lift him to Dragov's shoulder level. Mid-tier spell Atomic Blast. Dragov extended his left hand, pointing his index finger at Titan, now suspended in the air. A small, crackling orb of chaotic energy formed at his fingertip, radiating an aura of raw destruction. Mid-tier spell Ice Coffin Prison. Sensing the danger, Titan quickly activated his strongest restraining spell on himself. Ice runes materialized in the air, enveloping him in a thick crystalline coffin. The spell that was meant to restrain his opponent was now used as a means of surviving due to the fact that it offered unparalleled defense. But Dragov was unfazed by this. His bloodline powers surged forward, enhancing the potency of his attack by 30%. To him, Titan's efforts were nothing more than child's play. Release. Dragov commanded, unleashing the chaotic energy orb. No, Alec yelled, breaking free from the lingering ice shackles around his legs. His heart raced as he realized the attack was aimed directly at Titan, who was still immobilized within the ice coffin. Desperate, Alec thrust both hands forward, summoning multiple earth spears that erupted from the ground, speeding toward Dragov in an attempt to disrupt the spell. But Dragov merely unfurled one of his massive wings, its surface glowing with intricate magical runes. As the spears shattered harmlessly upon contact, with some deflecting to the ground. Bang! A deafening sonic explosion echoed through the arena as Dragov unleashed a beam-like energy attack. The blast pierced through Titan's ice coffin and struck his body, and sent Titan hurtling off the stage before crashing onto the ground below. Alec immediately sprinted to the edge of the stage, his gaze narrowing as he assessed Titan's condition. Without hesitation, he recalled the injured Titan back into his space pouch for regeneration. However, Alec doubted Titan would be combat-ready anytime soon, given the severity of the damage. "You're next," Dragov declared coldly, his tone dismissive as if Alec's furious glare meant nothing to him. "I didn't expect to get this angry when I stepped onto this stage," Alec said, his voice low but seething with restrained rage. "Since this fight began, it feels like you've been trying to eliminate me, not just defeat me. I don't know your reasons, and I don't care, but I've decided if you're gunning for my life, I'll return the favor." As Alec spoke, glowing runic tattoos began to emerge across his body, pulsating with power. The sudden shift caused Dragov to hesitate momentarily, confusion flickering across his face. His team had already gathered him information about the fact that Alec's Tier 3 spirit equipment set had been destroyed in the last round. So he was wondering how the hell were they able to find him another one to link up with so quickly. And in just a day, and then it struck him, if Alec had been using a Tier 3 spirit equipment set all this time, it meant he wasn't getting a significant upgrade. But as the magical robe began to envelop Alec, his hair color shifted, giving him a crew-cut style, and the gloves manifested, blood-red cape clamping on his shoulders, and that distinctive aura of a complete equipment set erupted. In that moment, even Dragov realized this was no ordinary equipment, said it was a specialized Tier 5 equipment set. Now he couldn't help but wonder how the War God Academy could afford such equipment for a student, especially considering their financial constraints. He wasn't the only one with concerns, as members of the second VIP section were also pressing the Dean of the War God Academy team for answers, as now they were also suspecting he was hiding a master forger along with a master runesmith and a master alchemist. The Dean could only remain silent, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. He knew he hadn't authorized such an equipment set for Alec, nor did the Academy possess the resources or have a skilled forger capable of crafting something like that. Now, he could only ponder what kind of mid-tier clan the Gordons were to be able to allocate so many resources to a single kid from their family and nurture such a talented younger generation after he witnessed both Arthur and Brandon's battles. At that moment, Alec stood fully adorned in the infernal mantle set, his cape fluttering with the wind as he faced Dragov, who stood on the other side, wings folded in a way that the tips arched high above his head. He bent slightly, reaching for the Changdao sheathed at his waist, as the temperature around him intensified and grew hotter. Meanwhile, Dragov spread his fingers, coating them with wind elemental mana to make them deadlier with each swipe. At the moment, every attack of his would carry the force of a mid-tier wind spell, even stronger since they are enhanced by the power of his dragon claws. "Give up and surrender, there's no way you could ever defeat me," Dragov declared, finally recovering from the shock of Alec possessing a specialized spirit equipment set made just for him. He wasn't overly concerned about that. He was confident in his victory over Alec. His self-assurance stemmed from the fact that his dragon scales provided protection on par with Tier 5 spirit equipment, and it was specifically tailored to his bloodline. In that regard, Alec was merely matching him by donning his infernal mantle set. Furthermore, Dragov was emanating a mid-Tier 6 aura, while Alec was still a low-Tier 5 mage. Despite this, Alec didn't feel like he was battling someone of that caliber. Dragov was a genius, exceeding all expectations, capable of fighting above his rank. Even though he projected a mid-Tier 6 aura, his battle prowess was dangerously close to that of a Tier 7 mage. Though he lacked the mental abilities tied to creating a domain that normal Tier 7 have, but was confident he could dismantle any peak Tier 6 mage in just a few moves. This confidence allowed him to treat Alec with a certain respect, as he appreciated that Alec could match him for this long. Despite being in a lower realm, however, Dragov preferred that Alec wait until he was stronger before challenging him directly. With his desire for battle somewhat quelled after Titan's death, Dragov found himself asking Alec to surrender, sensing that the fight would soon become dull now that Alec had lost his top toy, a term Dragov used to describe Alec's golems. "How can you just nonchalantly ask me to surrender without truly facing me? You're acting as if you can already see the future, but the truth is you can't," Alec said, his tone steady but laced with defiance. "I'll put everything I have against you. I won't stop until I've made you pay for the damage you caused to Titan. And if I lose in the process, so be it." With that, Alec turned his blade toward his chest. Blood Changdao Second Seal Reaper's Connection. Murmuring the incantation, Alec activated the newly unlocked seal of his Blood Changdao. The crowd collectively gasped as they watched him drive the blade into his own chest. A hush fell over the arena, the tension palpable. Despite the violent act, Alec showed no visible expression of pain on his face, though a groan escaped his lips, but the blade didn't pierce through his back. Instead, with every inch he pushed it deeper, a crimson wave seemed to wash over him, his already infernal mantle set transformed, exuding a fiendish aura. Bloodlust poured from Alec in waves, so intense that a small blood mist began to materialize behind him, coiling like a vengeful phantom. Dragov, standing across the battlefield, observed keenly, his hand resting on his chin. A faint smile tugged at his lips as his fighting spirit reignited at the new display of Alec. He was genuinely intrigued by this transformation, eager to see what Alec's next move would be. When Alec finally plunged the entire blade into his chest, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Second seal of the divine weapon Blood Changdao has been unlocked. For each mastered weapon equipped, a corresponding bonus will be applied. Second seal special skill activated, Blood Weapon Creation. Once everything settled, Alec raised his head and fixed his gaze on Dragov. The red glint in his irises caught Dragov's attention, and despite the overwhelming scent of bloodlust emanating from Alec, he remained unfazed after all. Alec was still merely a low Tier 5 mage. Without uttering a word, Alec dashed toward Dragov, having completed his preparations. He had no desire to engage in conversation with the mage responsible for Titan's injuries. His only wish now was to tear Dragov apart. Seeing Alec charging at him, Dragov mirrored his movement, and in an instant, both mages became blurs to the audience as they dashed around the battle stage, most of whom struggled to keep up with their speed. Alec extended his right hand, and a katana formed from blood solidified in his grip, shimmering like red ruby. It felt as if this katana had been crafted with the bone katana in mind. The design of the hilt was identical, although this one gleamed with crystallized blood. The blade was predominantly red, with a black tinge running along the cutting edge, equipped with a blade-type weapon second seal powers adding effect. Blade Mastery, Intermediate Level 4. Weapon damage increased by 45. Alec noticed the information flashing before him, but he didn't focus on it. He was entirely absorbed in the impending clash with Dragov. Clank, the sound of Alec's blood katana meeting Dragov's wind-infused claw attacks reverberated throughout the arena. Each strike was a showcase of their respective specialties, with Dragov unleashing claw chi augmented by scythe-like wind blades, while Alec countered with flaming-infused slashes, intermittently launching fire bombs that trembled the entire arena occasionally. After their initial exchange, both fighters took a step back. A small smile crept onto Alec's face as he assessed Dragov. He had faced Dragov before, and sensed that it would require a lot more effort to overcome him without Titan's help after Dragov had entered the third stage of his transformation. But after equipping the blood katana, Alec quickly realized how much easier it was to inflict wounds. He then recalled the system notification he received claiming that by wielding blade-type weapons granted him increased weapon damage. Sensing an opportunity, he decided to create another blood katana with his left hand, planning to dual-wield and elevate his weapon damage to a total of 90. However, just as he formed the second katana, the system sent him a notification, error. Cannot stack bonus of the same weapon twice. Alec understood immediately and dissolved the second blood katana he had created. On the other side, Dragov could hardly believe his eyes. Once again, Alec had found a way to bypass his defenses, leaving cuts all over his wing which he had been utilizing as his shield. It felt as though he were fighting without the protective barrier of his dragon scales, leaving him baffled by how easily Alec had penetrated his defenses. As he watched Alec dissolve the second katana, Dragov felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Here was someone who appeared almost clueless about the significance of his actions, yet he was continuously finding ways to challenge Dragov, and the thrill of the fight invigorated him. The more he clashed with Alec, the more excitement surged through him. Looking down at himself, Dragov noticed that his regeneration had kicked in, healing most of his wounds, and he felt ready to re-enter the fray. The rush of struggle and the sensation of pushing his limits when clashing against Alec excited Dragov like nothing else had in a long time. After dissolving the second katana blade, Alec didn't stop there. Instead, he conjured a one-handed battle axe in his left hand. Almost immediately, a system notification appeared. Equipped with an axe-type weapon, second seal effects activated. Axe Mastery, Intermediate Level 1. Strength increased by 30. As soon as the axe materialized, Alec felt a slight surge in his strength. Coupled with the weapon damage bonus he received from wielding blade-type weapons, he felt invincible. And that confidence surged even further as he sensed Dragov encroaching on the mana zone he had established around himself. Die. Dragov roared, swinging his great sword down toward Alec, but to Dragov's surprise, Alec did not step back or retreat as he normally would. Instead, he stepped forward to clash against him, rotating the axe in front of him. Alec expertly hooked the large sword with the axe's hinge, temporarily neutralizing the weapon and drawing Dragov closer before thrusting his blade forward. Mid-tier skill Frenzy Thrust. Alec's right hand blurred as he attempted to pierce through Dragov's defenses, but Dragov reacted quickly, raising his right hand to block the strike as if it were a shield. However, the incredible strength in Alec's attack forced him to retreat, and he winced as his hand dislocated upon impact. Dragov stared at Alec in disbelief. Alec's power had skyrocketed in between unexpectedly, delivering far stronger hits than ever before, more than Dragov could withstand, and he did not like it one bit. Mid-bloodline spelled Dragon's Breath. Dragov inhaled sharply, gathering mana in his throat. Seeing this, Alec quickly discarded the blade and conjured a blood shield. Equipped with a shield-type weapon, second seal effects activated. Shield Mastery, Intermediate Level 5. Defense increased by 50. At that moment, Alec was fully grasping the advantages of sharing weapon mastery with his golems. As with each new weapon he equipped, he received a corresponding bonus to enhance his combat effectiveness, and this was all possible because his golems have mastered all these weapons. Bang! The dragon's breath was clearly more than what Alec's blood shield could withstand. Despite being solidified into a ruby-like defense, it shattered after about 10 seconds of absorbing the onslaught. With the residual energy from the breath surging toward Alec, but just before it could reach him, he thrust his right hand forward, channeling his mana into his right infernal grasp glove to activate its special powers. Suddenly, a fanged mouth appeared in his palm, opening wide to swallow the incoming breath, as if it had an endless abyss for a stomach. The crowd gasped, Dragov stared in disbelief, and the spectators in the second VIP section ground their teeth at the sight of such a masterfully crafted equipment piece being used by a mere kid. Once again, the dean found himself under the scrutiny of death stares, but despite knowing he was safe and that no one would attack him out of the blue, the overwhelming killing intent directed at him sent his danger senses into a frenzy. He could tell he'd accumulated a legion of enemies simply because of Alec. This boy better bribe me when I see him because I can't keep doing this for free, the dean thought, all the while pretending to be engrossed in the match and oblivious to the hostile glares aimed in his direction. After absorbing the remnants of the attack, one of the pearl orbs on his glove began to glow with azure flames. My turn, Alec muttered as he dashed forward, swinging his weapons with precision and engaging Dragov in close combat. The two moved fluidly, each trying to gain the upper hand on the other. With each passing minute, Alec became increasingly proficient at changing weapons as the Blood Reaper class that accompanied the Blood Changdao had fully assimilated with him. Dragov attempted to smash Alec into the ground with a chi-infused punch, his muscles trembling from the power he had gathered, however, before he could strike. The Veil of Ashes cape transformed into a large hand that clamped down on Dragov's wrist, holding it in place. Seizing the opportunity, Alec sent 3 swift kicks toward Dragov's waist, rib cage, and neck, with the final kick generating additional power that sent Dragov flying till he landed back on the ground. Dragov coughed up blood as he forced himself to stand, his eyes locked on Alec before him. Blood from the ground began to swirl and coalesce, forming a terrifying weapon, a long dual-edged scythe. The weapon was a spectacle to behold, its top blade curved menacingly like an axe, while 2 smaller blades jutted out from the bottom of the handle, giving it a grim, lethal design. But Alec wasn't done. From the bloodlust radiating behind him, he conjured a long, crystalline blood chain. With precision, he attached the chain to the base of the scythe and wrapped it around his right arm, solidifying the weapon as an extension of himself. Mid-tier spell Air Slam. Dragov, watching Alec's growing power, decided to act quickly as he dragged his both hands down as he unleashed one of his trusted spells. It felt as though he had seized the intangible air above Alec, pressing it down with crushing force. The air around Alec grew dense, threatening to pin him to the ground. Mid-tier spell Reverse Gravity. Alec felt his knees buckle as the weight of Dragov's spell bore down on him. However, instead of succumbing, he dissolved his scythe and summoned a heavy axe, a weapon which bonus granted him greater strength to survive the Air Slam spell. With a quick incantation, Alec cast Reverse Gravity, counteracting the oppressive Air Slam. The ground beneath him trembled, but the spell failed to press him further before it lost all its powers. But this brief distraction was all Dragov needed as it allowed him to close the distance, with his right claw aimed straight for Alec's heart. Reacting swiftly, Alec dissolved his axe and conjured his blood scythe back in its place. With precise movements, he spun the scythe that was coated with flaming aura, creating a rebounding vortex of flames that deflected Dragov's attack. Without hesitation, Alec switched to a reverse grip and swung the scythe upward in a powerful arc, and Dragov was forced to retreat to avoid the attack, but he wasn't quick enough, as Alec's strike landed, leaving a deep gash across his chest. The scythe's bonus properties inflicted a bleeding effect, causing Dragov to bleed profusely. For the first time, Dragov found himself on the defensive, retreating as he noticed a critical issue. His mana reserves were dangerously low. Yet observing Alec's sustained defense, he guessed that despite Alec's abnormal mana pool, he must also be nearing his own limit too. So he decided to gamble everything on a final attack. Dragov positioned his both hands forward and prepared to charge. Mid-bloodline spell Dragon Drill. With a roar, Dragov launched himself off the ground, his wings folding around him as he spun at high speed, resembling a massive drill barreling toward Alec. Alec, undeterred, leaped off the ground to meet him with a swift motion. He hurled the scythe forward in a spinning attack, the weapon still connected to him by the blood chain wrapped around his arm. As Dragov spiraled toward him, Alec twisted in midair, pulling the scythe back with the chain to maintain control and amplify its destructive power. One side resembled a colossal spinning drill, the other a deadly, whirling weapon. The two forces hurtled toward each other, the air charged with tension. But while all attention was locked on their clash, an ominous event unfolded unnoticed. The space gate above them had begun to expand silently, its dark energy spreading in stealth. The attacks from both Dragov and Alec finally clashed, illuminating the battle stage with their distinct lights. Alec's side glowed with a fierce bloodlust, accompanied by his blazing black and red flames that seemed to merge together, while Dragov's side radiated an azure light that blended with the vibrant green of his mutated wind element, creating a storm of chaos in the air. Energy levels surged as the friction between them sparked bursts of electricity. The protective light shield around the arena trembled violently, prompting several high-tier rank mages on standby to appear from various angles and channel their mana to contain the destructive shockwave generated by their combined energy inside the light shield. Bang! After about 30 seconds of struggle, both combatants were sent sprawling backwards by the explosion of their attacks. Alec twisted mid-air, soaring off the light shield before repositioning himself to land in the center of the stadium. The resounding impact of Alec's and Dragov's bodies slamming into the ground was enough to rouse those who had thought Dragov already had the victory secured. As Alec struggled to rise, he felt the drain of casting such high-level moves continuously, as he could already feel his mana dwindling to critically low levels. Opposite him, Dragov had reverted back to the second stage of his bloodline transformation, as he was unable to maintain the third stage due to how fast it was depleting his mana. Though he had returned to the second stage of his bloodline transformation, but his dragon scales now lacked the shine and luster they had once displayed during his initial transformation. Alec also noted Dragov's exhausted state, and as Dragov got to his feet, he decided to finish the fight with a brawl, sensing that they both had little mana left. Seeing through Dragov's intentions, Alec smiled and extended his hand toward him as Dragov attempted to close the distance. Infernal Grasp Glove Right Hand Return. The moment Alec activated the powers in his right hand with his mana, an ancient-looking rune appeared above his head. The sight sent chills down Dragov's spine. As he realized that Alec still had a hidden move up his sleeve, however, he steeled himself, convinced that as long as he could survive the onslaught, he would eventually defeat Alec. That confidence wavered when he saw the azure dragon flames he had directed at Alec earlier now being redirected back at him, and they were much stronger than when Alec had initially stored them with his right glove's power. Alec had learned that the longer he kept spells in the glove, the more mana was consumed to nurture them, causing their power to escalate. This was why the return attack was so much stronger than when Dragov first unleashed it. With such a short distance between them, Dragov had no chance to dodge, and the flames struck him head-on, sending him tumbling to the ground. Even as he struggled to regain his footing, he lost the little mana he had left to maintain his transformation, and even his academy uniform had been completely burned away in the process of protecting him from the dragon flames. At least it did its purpose of one last protection. Dragov looked up and saw Alec's pale face as he wondered how things had escalated to this point. Veil of Ashes Recharge. The moment Alec activated this infernal mantle skill, his pale complexion regained its color as he felt his mana pool replenishing. The stored mana in the Veil of Ashes magical robe helped him recover his mana without the long wait. This was why Alec considered the Veil of Ashes to be like a power bank armor set. As he felt his aura rising back to its peak, Dragov grew increasingly confused, realizing that he was losing to Alec due to his opponent's specialized spirit equipment. And he regretted not being cautious enough from the start when Alec summoned the spirit equipment set. Surrender or die. Alec threw Dragov's own words back at him as over 100 pointed earth shards were manipulated by him and they rose from the ground, aimed directly at Dragov. Never, despite knowing he had lost, Dragov's pride wouldn't allow him to surrender. He would prefer to be defeated than to give in. Release. Alec finally commanded, pointing his right hand at Dragov and designating the Legion of Earth Shards levitating around him a target to inflict pain on. Dragov faced the tornado of earth elemental attacks before being launched off the stage, completely unconscious from Alec's last spell. His body had simply reached its limit after all the strain of drawing on more mana to maintain his bloodline transformation. The crowd fell silent at the unexpected defeat of Dragov, and Damien, seated nearby, could hardly believe his eyes as he watched Dragov's defeated form on the ground. And the winner is Alec Gordons, captain of the War God Academy team. The red-haired referee could no longer contain his excitement. He shouted the announcement with such enthusiasm that it sent the entire War God Mage Academy fan base into a frenzy. As he witnessed the wild reactions of the War God Academy supporters, Damien finally understood why Dragov had suggested they forfeit the remaining matches if he ever lost to Alec. Fighting with such conditions after they lost the championship was discouraging. Putting aside any lingering feelings, Damien threw a white towel into the center of the battle stage. In response, the rest of the War God Academy team rushed to join Alec on the stage, celebrating their victory. The crowd erupted into cheers as the War God Academy team, who had been previously seen as underdogs, had finally overcame all the obstacles in their path and claimed their spot as the #1 academy in the Northern Kingdom. Just then, as everyone reveled in the celebration, a loud beam of light shot down from a rift in the sky, landing in the center of the stadium. Bang! A massive explosion echoed as the beam struck, sending shockwaves through the arena and destroying the protective light shield that had safeguarded the crowd from the battle stage region. "Hello, people of the Northern Kingdom. Did you miss us?" A booming voice reverberated as an imposing, evil-looking individual stepped forth from the space rift. His chest was bare, a long tail swayed behind him, two sharp horns curved backward from his forehead, and his skin glowed a deep purple hue. Demonkin. Gasps echoed around the arena as the crowd collectively recognized the race. It was the same race that had once terrorized the royal palace, plunging it into an era of fear. Now, after many years of silence from them, they had returned, their presence more menacing than ever. "I hope you've not forgotten us, because we, the Demonkin, certainly haven't forgotten about you lots," the leading Demonkin declared, his voice dripping with malice as he stretched his arms wide and threw his head back. He unleashed a dark, chilling laugh. As if summoned by his command, the space gate rippled and out surged an army of mid-ranked Demonkin, their monstrous forms charging into the arena with terrifying speed and precision. Estonia City. The forces that had gathered to defend Estonia City were struggling against the zombies, though the city guards were accustomed to dealing with zombie threats, but due to the lack of competence from the supporting clans had turned the situation into a massacre. With each fallen or infected mage, the tide shifted further against them, as those who had fallen rose to fight against their former allies, a true nightmare for the defenders of Estonia City. Having lost more than half their forces in the low-rank battlefield merely 2 hours into the battle, the fate of Estonia City was looking increasingly grim. In the Tier 7 battle, 20 unique type Tier 7 zombies faced off against 20 human mages, while the patriarch of the Darkbliss clan stood back, refusing to join the fray. The reason for his inaction was the peak Tier 7 agility type zombie, which closely monitored him, as if warning him not to interfere, if not it would also retaliate against him if he dared. Of all the Tier 7 mages present, he was the only high Tier 7 mage. Among those engaged in battle were 2 mid-Tier 7 mages, while the remaining 18 were low-Tier 7 mages, placing them in a precarious situation, as most of the zombies they faced were in the mid-Tier 7 realm, with only a few in the low-Tier 7 realm. The infections carried by these zombies were much more potent than those of the low and mid-rank zombies, complicating matters further. But their opponents were mages who had achieved Tier 7 mage status, and regardless of how mediocre human talent might be, anyone who is capable of reaching Tier 7 was definitely once revered as a top-level genius, provided they hadn't wholly squandered their potential upon entering the Tier 7 mage realm. However, they weren't battling just any race, they were contending with zombies, necessitating even greater caution. In fact, all of them were reinforcing their bodies with extra mana to avoid infection by the zombie virus. But the more the patriarch of the Darkbliss clan watched the battle, the more he realized that it would take nothing short of a miracle for the human mages to win, and this is even if he personally stepped in. The reason was painfully clear. The mages were expending mana at an alarming rate to keep a thin layer of protection around their bodies, shielding them from infection by the zombies' scratches. Meanwhile, they faced Type 3 zombies with seemingly infinite stamina. So it was a losing combination, an uphill battle where exhaustion was inevitable. Gazing down at the mid-rank battlefield, the Darkbliss patriarch shook his head in dismay. The human mages were nearing defeat, and when they fell, nothing would stand in the way of the mid-rank zombies overwhelming the lower ranks mages. Watching this massacre unfold any further was intolerable to him. He knew he had to act quickly, lest when the remaining mid-rank mages flee, it would leave the battlefield open for the mid-tier zombies to wreak havoc on the lower-rank battlefield. At this moment, he didn't care about the danger of being targeted by the peak Tier 7 agility zombie that was protecting the Type 3 mental zombie. Summoning his resolve, he swatted his hand toward the mid-rank battlefield, releasing tendrils of shadow spears that streaked through the air, targeting the unique Type 2 zombies holding the upper hand against the Estonia City mages. In response to his involvement in the battle, the agility Type 3 zombie vanished from its initial spot, reappearing in front of the Darkbliss patriarch in an instant. Its claws swiped downward, slicing the patriarch's body into 5 clean pieces, but the agility Type 3 zombie felt something was off, and it paused as its senses alerted to something unusual. It swiftly looked toward the shadow spears, and it realized they hadn't been cancelled. Instead, they continued their trajectory like guided missiles, slamming into 10 mid-rank zombies. Of the 10 that were struck, 6 were confirmed dead on impact. 1 zombie was sent flying so far that its fate remained uncertain, while the remaining 3 barely managed to survive. 2 of the 3 zombies had significant portions of their bodies obliterated by the attack. While these zombies could survive losing body parts as long as their brains remained intact, the damage was enough to drastically reduce their combat abilities. This gave the human mages a crucial opening to counter and eliminate them swiftly due to the injuries. The third zombie, however, was luckier. It had only lost its right hand to the attack, though its combat capabilities were reduced a little. But it was still a peak tier 6 strength type 2 zombie, one of the toughest among its kind, so despite its injuries it was still capable of enduring the relentless onslaught of the human mages that tried to gang up on it. Meanwhile, the type 3 agility zombie that had attacked the Dark Bliss Patriarch turned to examine its handiwork. Its sharp gaze narrowed when it realized the shredded remains of its target had dissolved into dark smoke, only to reassemble a short distance away, reforming into the Dark Bliss Patriarch's body. The Patriarch stood tall, his expression unreadable as he raised his walking cane and pointed it directly at the peak tier 7 zombie, which loomed menacingly in the distance. "You shouldn't have done that," growled the type 3 agility zombie, its hoarse voice echoing across the battlefield as it was pissed at the Dark Bliss Patriarch killing the mid-tier zombies. "I'll make sure to turn you into mincemeat." The words that came out of the mouth of the Type 3 zombie shocked the Dark Bliss Patriarch. He hadn't expected a Type 3 zombie to be capable of speech. Based on Estonia City's understanding of zombies, only the mental type zombies were known to develop the ability to speak even in their early stages. However, here was a Type 3 zombie who had gone through various evolution, and it now had the ability of speech, which shows just how much the zombies were adapting and growing with each stage of their evolution. The agility zombie's eyes narrowed, gleaming with malice as it spread its clawed hands. Its elongated claws shimmered with a strange, malevolent chi energy as it dashed toward the Dark Bliss Patriarch at blinding speed. The Patriarch's frown deepened as he realized what the zombie had just done. He had planned to rely heavily on the abilities of his shadow body to fight the zombies, exploiting its elemental nature. However, he hadn't anticipated that this Type 3 zombie would possess the intelligence to imbue its claws with chi, a technique capable of offsetting the mystic properties of his elemental body. The Dark Bliss Patriarch was forced to defend himself against the Type 3 agility zombie, using his walking cane as they exchanged blows in midair. Despite the fierce exchange, he displayed remarkable agility and precision, maneuvering deftly while continuing to assist the mid-rank mages on the battlefield. Level up. Level up. Congratulations on entering the mid-tier 5 mage realm. Earth Manipulation Stage 2 has reached its maximum level. To awaken the next sub-power, you must enter the high ranks. The explosion that had devastated half of the stage failed to impact Alec, who had just claimed victory in the Inter Academy competition. Due to his heightened senses, he was able to detect the danger of the descending beam long before anyone else, since it was aimed directly at his position. All this was largely possible due to the steady growth of his mental stats. As Alec noticed the impending attack, he didn't even hesitate, as he casted a large earthen dome that shielded not only himself, but also his nearby teammates that had joined him in celebration. Even though new notifications flooded his system after he had defeated Dragov, he totally paid no attention to them as an abyss invasion was unfolding before him. His body was gradually healing as he swallowed some tier 5 healing pills, and when the energy from his recent breakthrough surged through into his body, he swiftly redirected that power toward the Veil of Ash's mana reserves. This allowed him to recover the 50,000 mana he had expended to gain the upper hand in the earlier battle against Dragov, ensuring that he wouldn't waste the replenishing energy coursing through his veins. Blood Moon rules high rank and above restriction. Alec sensed the casting of an ancient spell, and as his earth wall crumbled after it had fully withstood the force of the attack, he witnessed a baleful energy emanating from the Blood Moon. Transparent blood-red shackles began to ensnare the mages seated in the first and second VIP sections, as well as a few from the third. Alec was taken aback by how quickly events had escalated. One moment, he was triumphing in the Inter Academy competition, and the next, a dimensional invasion was underway, with a new spell restraining all high-tier mages from participating in the fight. Not many of them were fighters, most were just nobles or individuals who had come merely to watch the final match, except from the students of the academies present, which meant that over 80 of the people in the stadium would be completely useless in this fight, as only mid-rank realm Demonkin came out of that space gate. The only allies Alec felt he could rely on were the other academy teams in the third VIP section. Although most of them had lost in the competition, but they were still strong mages capable of defending the arena until the non-fighting individuals in the crowd dispersed. When Alec glanced at the Bloodline Academy team, who seemed disorganized without their leader, he threw a tier 6 healing pill toward them, which Damien caught. "Don't just stare at me, feed it to him. We need all the help we can get." Alec barked at Damien, who appeared startled that Alec would casually give him a tier 6 healing pill for Dragov. Damien imagined himself in Alec's position, and no matter how hard he considered it, he knew he wouldn't be willing to share such a valuable resource. He would save it for himself in case of an emergency. Nevertheless, after Alec's urgent command, he quickly helped the unconscious Dragov swallow the pill. As Alec turned his gaze toward the first Demonkin who had emerged from the space rift, he noticed that it too was affected by the laws of the Blood Moon and was shackled by the blood chains manifested by the Blood Moon's power. Don't even bother trying to move until the end of the Blood Moon. No mage or life form of Tier 7 realm and above will be able to escape this spell, the devilishly handsome demon declared, his voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. His piercing gaze swept over the VIP area, where several human mages strained against the blood-red chains binding them. Their futile efforts only seemed to amuse him further, as he knew the power of the Blood Moon was one which couldn't be broken until the end of the Blood Moon duration. Kill them all, the demon commanded, his tone cold and merciless. Don't hold back, massacre to your heart's content. Ensure fear takes root in their hearts once more. Let them know terror, and let the blood of the capital's elites herald the resurgence of our race. Though still shackled, the demon's smile was one of chilling triumph as he gave his order, his words igniting chaos and despair throughout the arena. Are you not scared of getting killed here, Asgoth the Infernal? Just because you have this entire area locked in a Blood Moon spell doesn't mean that someone outside won't realize the abnormal situation unfolding within. Just think if a high-ranked mage arrives, you could very well meet your end here today, the Golden Knight Mage standing behind the king's throne warned. A murmur swept through the crowd as some clueless onlookers finally learned the name of the demon leading the attack, causing them to cringe in fear. The name Asgoth was not an unknown name. Asgoth is one of the monarch lords of the Demonkin race. Killing him would not only be a monumental victory, but would also save thousands from potential deaths in the future, as Asgoth had made a name for himself on the battlefield, as a demon who relished in slaughtering lower-tier mages for his amusement. It was as if he had grown bored from the lack of battle for so long, so in a twisted desire to see blood, he had orchestrated this attack on the capital, and to ensure that nothing goes wrong, he made sure to cast a restraining spell using the Blood Moon's power, and not only was he ensnared, but also he had managed to trap all the high-ranked mages present. Oh, I'm so scared, he mocked. But I'm sure they won't notice our unusual movements while they're preoccupied with repelling the blood clans, the Lycan packs, the Dragoniac warriors, and the zombie hordes attacking from all four sides. And let me assure you, no one will be coming to your rescue anytime soon. The forces involved in this Blood Moon war are far greater than anything any of you have ever seen. Just be prepared to be massacred, he exclaimed, his head thrown back in ecstasy as his tail wiggled in excitement. You move and help those lower-ranked individuals out of the arena. They'll only be cannon fodder if they stay. As for the mid-ranked mages, all of them must remain to fight. While Asgoth delivered his menacing speech, he was taken aback by the calm voice of a human mage from the center of the blasted stage, issuing commands without a hint of fear on his face. This intrigued him deeply, as he had expected everyone to be cowering in fear by now. He certainly hadn't anticipated that someone would remain completely calm and issue orders, which was how Alec caught Asgoth's eye. The demon, now more intrigued by Alec than his subordinate Slaughter, as he decided to test the human's limits, he leaned back, his gaze fixed on Alec with a mix of amusement and anticipation. Hey, you lot, go kill him, he commanded, gesturing lazily. As a batch of flaming-skinned Demonkin immediately charged toward Alec, their fiery bodies radiating menace as they closed in. Come on, the demon muttered to himself, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Show me how far your resolve can take you. The flaming skin demons were aptly named that way due to the color of their skin. Their red skin, which was laced with black hues in several areas, gave the illusion that fiery flames burned beneath their flesh. In addition to this striking appearance, they also possessed flaming claws and horns, and were considered natural wielders of the fire element among the Demonkins. They are one of the most commonly known demons among the Demonkin races, largely because they are among the most populous and have distinct stages at every rank. The flaming skin demons are an evolved form of the lower-ranked red demons. While red demons belong to the lower ranks, the term flaming skin demon is reserved for those who have evolved into mid-rank. The red demons who could evolve to the high rank were known as the flaming demon lords, and with each demon lord that emerges from the red demon lineage, their prestige and power increase among the various Demonkin races. These fearsome flaming skin demons were the ones Asgoth sent toward Alec. As a group of Tier 5 demons closed in on him, Alec didn't even glance in their direction before summoning his main golems, as he was fully focused on issuing orders to the other mages who were helping with evacuating the low-ranked mages out of the arena. So he clearly had no desire to be occupied by such insignificant foes, viewing the Tier 5 demons as mere distractions. The moment he summoned his main golems, which is now led by Legion, they unleashed their auras, creating a dazzling display of different light that represented their diverse powers. With Titan still in a critical state, Alec decided against summoning him for now, but he planned to call upon Titan's minions instead. Although Titan's minions might not be as outrageously strong as his main golems, but they were still rare-ranked golems within the Tier 5 realm, making them the creme de la creme of Tier 5 beings. The flaming skinned demons, charging forward, and didn't even hesitate upon seeing the line of golems that Alec had summoned before them. They were a proud race, confident in their powers, and certain they were more brutal than a mere assemblage of summoned creatures. However, it only took a split second for them to realize how wrong their assessment of the golems had been. It felt almost like a contest to see who could kill more as Legion, Butcher, Oni, Hunter, Sword Saint, and Magneto surged ahead toward the horde of demons, supported by Titan's ice golem minions in the second line. This small number of golems carved their way through the ranks of demons with ease, cutting down hundreds in the blink of an eye. This action of theirs caused Asgoth, who is watching from the skies, to smile wider as he witnessed the carnage. The golems sliced through their foes as if they were not Tier 5 golems, but a bunch of low Tier 6 individuals battling Tier 5 demons. Asgoth was genuinely shocked by the battle power displayed by these golems. However, as he marveled at their skills, he suddenly realized he had lost sight of Alec, who he really wanted to watch. Turning his gaze, he saw Alec channeling mana into the ground as he bent slightly, and in the next instant, Alec was launched into the air after an earthen pillar shot up at a very fast speed beneath him. Asgoth's eyes sparkled with understanding as he recognized Alec's intent above him in the air, is where the Tier 6 demons clashed with Tier 6 mages. Mages like Selena, other Magic Academy coordinators, and some helpers from the audience, along with some Tier 6 instructors, were engaged in the heat of battle. In a distant corner which Alec was heading, Asgoth quickly spotted a mage bearing the same insignia as Alec teammates that were leading the evacuation. The Tier 6 mage in question was being pressured by a bull demon commonly known as a minotaur. Just as the minotaur prepared to cleave the mage in two with its massive two-handed battle axe, Alec rocketed forward at an astonishing speed, resembling a missile being launched into the sky. Although he had manipulated the earth element to propel himself into the air, but once airborne, Alec relied on fire magic instead. His whole body was engulfed in flames. As he thrust both fists forward, his hands blazed with black and red flames, completely engulfing his right and left gloves. Bang. Alec hurtled toward the Tier 6 Minotaur, his fists bursting into its chest from behind and killing it instantly. The Minotaur was still bewildered as it felt its powers slipping away. It looked down to see two clenched fists protruding from its chest. The creature never expected to be ambushed from behind despite having worked to improve its mental awareness. Alec's lightning speed had made it impossible to react in time, resulting in a critical, life-threatening injury. As Alec's hands, protruding from the Minotaur's chest, suddenly clenched hard on either side, with a shout of exertion, his blazing grip tore the massive creature in two, sending blood splattering across his spirit armor. But not all of the crimson liquid just fell or splashed. Some hovered, suspended in the air as Alec manipulated it with precision. Jasper watched in stunned silence as Alec used the Minotaur's blood to craft a fearsome double-bladed scythe with blood chains extended from the weapon's base, wrapping around Alec's right arm as if it were an extension of his will. When the weapon solidified, it exuded an oppressive aura, its power unmistakable. A weapon forged from the blood of a Tier 6 lifeform, amplified by the power of the Blood Reaper, was undeniably capable of threatening even Tier 6 mages. Jasper couldn't tear his eyes away from Alec, who didn't even spare him a single glance. The image before him was terrifying, a Tier 5 mage drenched in blood, unfazed as he manipulated the life force of his fallen enemies to forge new tools of destruction. To Jasper, Alec resembled a harbinger of chaos, a destructive force cloaked in crimson. The sight of Alec flying toward his next target, with scythe raised high, burned itself into Jasper's mind. It was a vision he would never forget. Move it, don't rush, and don't scatter the line. Anyone who steps out of line or tries to cause chaos will be punished, Agnes commanded, ensuring that those making their way out of the Royal Grand Arena adhered to the planned formation that they have created. 4 organized lines had been established to accommodate the limited space at the exit the War God Mage Academy team had taken control of. It was crucial that no one rushed, as a fall could lead to a stampede, crushing anyone beneath the chaos, and such an incident could trigger a domino effect, causing further casualties after he first, something Alec clearly didn't want, which was why he had assumed command of the team using his authority as the highest-ranked captain. He was not just commanding them as their team leader again, no. He had also invoked the military command system that all students of the War God Mage Academy were required to follow in emergency situations like this. With his authority, he had asked his team to take control of one of the exit points, steadily guiding the lower-ranked mages out of the arena. These mages would be of no use to them in the battle against the demons, and might be used as cannon fodders by others, an outcome Alec was determined to prevent so the death toll won't be much, which is why he had assigned his team to oversee the evacuation. Just then, a group of 5 winged demons swept toward the exit point the War God Academy team was defending. The demons clearly were excited by the prospect of having many human lifeforms gathered in one spot, and had separated from their flock to feast. As soon as Agnes spotted them, she signaled Lucas, who was nearby. In an instant, he launched into the air, his body fully clad in his blue spirit equipment. Recognizing the life and death situation they were in, he didn't hold back and unleashed his full power from the outset. Filled with energy, Lucas raised his glaive high and sent a powerful horizontal chi strike coated in lightning energy toward the 5 flying demons before him. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the lightning-coated chi blade struck the harpy demon in the lead. Its body convulsed violently, and its muscles were rendered numb by the surge of electricity. However, the remaining 4 demons flanking it pressed forward relentlessly. With their combined strength and razor-sharp talons, they managed to finally disperse the enhanced, lightning-infused chi blade. 5 against 1, sweet, bring it on, Lucas roared, exhilaration burning in his eyes. For the first time, he wasn't up against mages so overpowering that his efforts felt futile. Instead, he felt his long-suppressed battle spirit ignite, his hidden thirst for combat surging to the surface. Lucas, Brandon, what's your recovery status? Agnes called out, her voice steady and commanding, as she glanced at the 2 mages holding the lines alongside Beatrice and Knight. I've got enough in me to go a few rounds tossing enemies around. Arthur responded first, his voice brimming with confidence. Brandon followed suit, raising a thumbs up to signal his readiness. Good, go back up that battle maniac before he gets himself injured. We're not looking for casualties today, Agnes ordered sharply. At her command, both Arthur and Brandon sprang into action, manipulating the ground beneath their feet to propel themselves into the air with earth pillars. And when they were airborne, they circulated their mana, just to stabilize themselves mid-flight as they advanced toward Lucas. Why not send me in? Beatrice asked, frustration evident in her voice. She had grown tired of standing idle while the others engaged in combat. Before Alec had ascended into the Tier 6 battlefield, he had left his team with strict instructions, the first being that they must ensure the evacuation of the low-rank mages at all costs. Second, in his absence, everyone was to follow Agnes's commands as though they were his own, and if anything were to ever happen to Agnes, then Beatrice was to assume leadership and guide the team as she saw fit. At first, Beatrice hadn't questioned Alec's decision to appoint Agnes as the leader, even though it meant bypassing several mages who were technically stronger, and the primary reason for her silence was simple. Beatrice didn't want the responsibility of others' lives resting on her shoulders, despite the fact that she was the vice-captain. Unlike most members from the Marionette clan, who thrived on the thrill of control and the manipulation of those around them, Beatrice was different. She was perfectly content with her puppets and found no joy in wielding power over real people. Still, she assumed Alec's decision was rooted in his respect for Agnes's intelligence and her knack for handling high-pressure situations. So Beatrice had played along. But now, as she watched others take action while she remained idle, her patience wore thin. No, you're too valuable to be deployed now, Agnes said in response to Beatrice's unspoken frustration, her tone calm yet firm. Don't worry, it's clear we won't be left alone for long. More will come soon, and when they do, you'll be too busy to remember that you weren't part of the first wave of action. It was almost as if Agnes could see right through Beatrice's cold exterior and into her intentions. Meanwhile, Lucas, who had been rotating his glaive to build momentum and preparing to charge at the 5 winged harpy demons, suddenly noticed Brandon and Arthur appear on his flanks. Hey, leave those 3 at the front for me. Lucas barked, shooting them a pointed glance. Brandon and Arthur exchanged a look, shrugging in silent agreement. Neither of the 2 shameless clansmen from the Gordon clan felt like competing with Lucas over their targets. Let's go, Lucas yelled, dashing forward with unrestrained enthusiasm. Arthur followed suit, moving to the left flank, as his body shimmered as it became encased in the silver sheen of his golem armor, transforming his aura into something fierce and imposing. With a powerful swing, he unleashed his right fist, which was coated in a silver chi that gave off a sharp and lethal vibes. While the 2 charged ahead, Brandon stayed back, weaving intricate patterns in the air with his hands. The debris that scattered across the ground from the blast began to levitate, but instead of remaining whole, the particles compressed under intense pressure, crumbling into fine grains of sand. Low-tier spell earth back to sand. It was then that the winged demons that were now closing in on the 2 advancing mages realized that Brandon that had stayed behind wasn't casting a single powerful spell, but rather an auxiliary one. Caw, the demon who seems to be the leader of the group, positioned at the center, let out a sharp, commanding screech. In response, the demon on the far right broke free from the formation, and veering away from the others while it headed straight for Brandon, who appeared to be preoccupied with his low-tier spell. The Back to Sand spell was one of the simplest Earth Element spells, so basic that high-rank Earth Elemental mages often dismissed it as useless. But for someone like Brandon, who had gained sand control after his Earth manipulation reached the first stage, this spell was like a godsend gift from the heavens. It allowed him to break down hardened Earth surfaces and return them to their original form, sand. In the next moment, Brandon had already gathered a swirling mass of sand around him. This was no ordinary sand, either, since he had extracted it from bricks with anti-repair properties. The sand itself seemed to have mutated. It exuded an oppressive energy that coursed through its grains, enhancing its potential while Brandon focused on controlling it. Lost in his manipulation of the sand, Brandon didn't notice the harpy-like winged demon closing in on him. The creature took its chance seeing Brandon in a trance, as it unleashed its first attack, a sharp, piercing screech that condensed into a deadly sound wave racing toward Brandon. But before the attack could reach him, a portion of the sand broke away from the swirling mass and formed a semicircular shield. The sound wave clashed with the sand shield, nearly destroying it, but it was enough to snap Brandon out of his trance. As he glanced at the remnants of the shield, its edges crumbling under the strain of the attack. With a swift motion of his hand, Brandon sent a few strands of his mana flying and activating the sand's anti-regenerative properties, repairing the damage and fortifying its structure. At the same time, he began moving forward to confront the harpy, with the sand surging above his head like a living entity, ready to follow his every command as he prepared to counter the demon's next move. If anyone glanced in Brandon's direction now, they would see a swirling cloud of sand hovering around him, following his every move like a loyal companion. With a powerful punch, Brandon sent a massive sand fist lunging forward, which mirrored his motion. The winged demon tried to cast a defensive spell, but the sand fist smashed into its elemental shield with such force that the shield cracked and shattered into fragments. Brandon didn't stop there. As he closed the distance in an instant, he launched a relentless barrage of punches at the harpy. With its formidable defense gone, the demon was reduced to little more than a helpless target. Gripping the harpy's shoulder tightly with his left hand, Brandon rained down blows with his right, his fist encased in hardened sand. And protruding from the sand-covered fist were 5 sharp spikes, each strike tearing through the demon's flesh. Every punch left deep, gaping holes in the harpy's body, and his attack speed was so overwhelming that even the demon's regenerative abilities couldn't keep up with how fast it was incurring injuries. Satisfied with his work, Brandon took a step back and stretched his hand behind him, preparing for the finishing blow. Mid-tier spell Sand Serpent. At the spell's activation, the sand cloud above Brandon began to shift, sending strands spiraling downward. The sand coalesced, slowly forming the outline of a towering serpent. Even before the creature fully materialized, its aura radiated with the power of a high-tier 5 lifeform, oppressing everything around it. The winged demon froze, its gaze locking onto the serpent's forming eyes. Panic gripped it as it realized the deadly threat looming before it. Desperate, the demon dove toward Brandon, its massive talons outstretched. It felt that with one clean strike, it should be able to crush Brandon's skull and end both his life and the terrifying spell that was forming. But just as the harpy closed in, a colossal sandtail lashed out, slamming into the demon's body with bone-crushing force. The impact sent the winged demon flying backward, its talons failing to reach their target. Gasping, it writhed in pain as it felt its internal organs reeling from the devastating blow. At that moment, the sand serpent's aura erupted outward, releasing the full weight of a peak Tier 5 presence. The injured harpy trembled in fear, its body shrinking under the overwhelming pressure of the newly awakened serpent. The harpy turned and desperately tried to flee back to the remaining 4 demons, realizing too late that Brandon, who it had underestimated as the weakest, was in fact a wolf in sheep's clothing. After witnessing Brandon summon a life form of peak Tier 5 origin, it was enough to let it know that Brandon was far beyond anything that it could handle. As it sped away, a massive tail coiled around its body, cutting off its retreat. Before it could react, it realized that the sand serpent had caught up, wrapping itself tighter and tighter around the harpy, its constricting coils crushing the demon's body relentlessly, squeezing until the harpy's struggles ceased and it succumbed to its fate. With the harpy's death, its essence was absorbed by the serpent. The massive creature opened its maw and began inhaling, pulling in the life force of the fallen demon. The harpy's body shriveled, collapsing into itself until only bones remained, a grim reminder of the serpent's power. As the sand serpent consumed the harpy's essence, it grew a little taller, its aura surging toward the brink of a breakthrough. "Let's hunt them all," Brandon declared with newfound confidence, as he could feel his mana reserves replenished. The serpent had shared a portion of the absorbed essence with him, revitalizing his drained mana pool and leaving him feeling ready to do more. Brandon grinned, appreciating this sand spell more and more. Alec had been the one who taught him this particular spell, and though Brandon was unaware of how Alec acquired it, but the sand-based spell had come from the system store, and the system store dealt only in top-quality things, which meant it cost Alec a lot. And Alec fully intended to work Brandon to the bone to repay the debts he had incurred during his time in the Beast Forest. The sand serpent returned back after Brandon's orders. As Brandon leapt onto its head swiftly, the serpent slithered through the air as if it were solid ground, its speed far surpassing what Brandon could manage on his own while flying. It made up for Brandon's inexperience with mana floating, allowing him to traverse the battlefield with ease. Meanwhile, Lucas was locked in a fierce battle, holding off two harpies with impressive skill. Arthur, on the other hand, had his opponent in a brutal grip, his silver-clawed fingers digging into the harpy's neck, halting its attempts to regenerate. Arthur appeared far more comfortable fighting in the air, and this was due to his strong connection with his silver body golem that had a flying skill attached to it through evolution. Compared to Brandon, he had mastered mana floating to a much higher degree, making moving effortlessly in aerial battle a breeze for him. When he and Lucas dashed forward, he quickly suppressed the winged demon he had been fighting, while Lucas unleashed a powerful burst to eliminate one of the three winged demons facing him. Despite the attacks from the other two, he absorbed the blows until he could take down one of them. However, the remaining two had taken note of Lucas's move, growing more cautious and ensuring he wouldn't have the opportunity to strike like that again. With that in mind, Arthur decided to watch from the sidelines and recover his mana. After all, the line was still moving, and it meant they would continue to catch the attention of other demons, so he wanted to be in top shape. Alec had just finished severing the head of the third Tier 6 demon he faced when a system notification flashed before him, informing him of a recent level up. The message caught him off guard, leaving him with a perplexed expression. While he knew that slaying Tier 6 lifeforms would grant him significant more experience points, he still hadn't expected it to be this easy to progress to the next level. Sure, he had been systematically eliminating the low Tier 6 demonkins, as they were the only ones he could overpower in just a few strikes with his special blood scythe weapon, but this level up still felt unusually swift. Due to being curious about all this, Alec decided to open his system interface to review the notifications. System notifications. Double experience for the duration of the Blood Moon War. Team Leader bonus in effect. You gain 30 of the experience from every kill made by your team members. Team members list 1. Team member Brandon leveled up. Team member Brandon's spell, Sand Serpent, has advanced to the 2nd level. As Alec scanned the notifications, he felt both surprised and impressed. The sheer volume of information being shared with him as the team leader made him realize why his level progression had been so rapid. The 30 experience gained from his team's collective efforts was an unexpected boon. In return, his team members were advancing faster than normal due to their connection to Alec's system. With this revelation in mind, Alec tightened his grip on his blood scythe, its blade gleaming ominously in the eerie light of the blood moon. He took a moment to swiftly survey the chaotic expanse of the Royal Grand Arena. The sight he saw brought him little relief, as the Bloodline Academy team, who had previously been opponents, had now joined the other Academy teams as defenders against the Second Dimension invaders. After Dragov was fully healed by the pill Alec had tossed their way, they rallied together and started to clear out demons around them. Though they had been at each other's throats only moments before, but Alec couldn't deny his gratitude for their assistance, as the Bloodline Academy were a very formidable team. And he knew they were a crucial ally in this battle, if he ever wanted to win this battle with less casualties on his own side. For now, the survival of everyone depended on unity, no matter how temporary or strained. But while the other academies had stepped up to assist after Alec's directive, and taking control of one side of the Royal Grand Arena's exits, and aiding in the evacuation of the low-rank mages, there had been one academy which stood out in its refusal to cooperate, the Royal Mage Academy. Their inaction was infuriating Alec, as he firmly believed that every available hand was needed to eliminate the mid-tier demonkins swiftly. Instead of joining the fray, the Royal Mage Academy's team had moved up and remained stationed in the 3rd VIP section, guarding the paralyzed high-rank mages who were unable to fight or move due to the Blood Moon's restrictive spell. To Alec, their actions seemed not only unnecessary but cowardly. It was clear that the demonkins weren't even targeting the high-rank mages. Instead, they were focusing on mid- and low-tier mages, leaving the so-called guards looking like they were simply avoiding the battle. In Alec's eyes, their stance was nothing more than an excuse to shirk their responsibilities out of fear. His frustration was interrupted by a blood-curdling scream. The cry of pain snapped Alec out of his thoughts as he turned to see another instructor slain just a few meters away. "You're next," came the guttural snarl of a flaming-skinned demon who was responsible for the instructor's death. This demon was unlike the other Tier 6 Alec had faced so far. It exuded a far more oppressive aura. It was a high Tier 6 demon, about 2 smaller tier above the ones Alec had been able to kill. Having taken down 3 Tier 6 demons, Alec had begun to attract their attention, even without the direct involvement of Asgoth, who was watching from above with malicious intent. Alec steadied himself as the demon launched forward, flames roaring on its razor-sharp claws. Though Alec knew this fight was far from favorable, but there wasn't an ounce of hesitation in him. Instead, his fighting spirit burned brighter, overtaking any fear he might have felt. The more blood Alec spilled, the stronger his bloodlust grew. It was as if every kill eroded a part of his reason, pushing him closer to reckless abandon and a complete immersion in the carnage of battle. Yet, in the back of his mind, he knew he couldn't afford to lose control. The only solace Alec found amidst the chaos was his awareness of the bloodlust clouding his thoughts. He recognized it as an effect of his Blood Reaper class, a stage where the primal urge to kill threatened to override reason. What kept him tethered to sanity was his little mentality stat. It was the sole reason he hadn't evolved into a battle-crazed maniac yet. Alec was well aware that losing control of his reasoning means, either by getting surrounded when his mind failed him or by being cornered by an even stronger Tier 6 demonkin. Think, shit, I got it, Alec muttered, pushing his strained mind for a solution to the overwhelming demon before him. Inspiration struck, but not a moment too soon as the demon was already upon him. Bang. A deafening crash echoed through the battlefield as the high Tier 6 flaming skin demon slammed into Alec with its foot. The impact created a shockwave, sending ripples of energy through the air and slamming Alec into the ground. Weak, the demon sneered, glaring at Alec's groaning form sprawled in the dirt and debris beside him. Activate, Alec growled in response, his voice laced with determination. The single word left the demon momentarily confused, but its confusion turned to alarm as the ambient mana around them began surging toward a specific object or specifically a card Alec had left in air while he was being stuck down. The demon's instincts screamed danger at the sight of what looked like an attacking talisman to it, and an overwhelming sense of death washed over it. It tried to flee, its massive body twisting to take off, but the gathering mana was far faster. In an instant, the spectral image of a high Tier 6 golden horned drake manifested in front of the demon. The beast's aura was suffocating, exuding raw power. After all, this one was from the beast forest. This creature wasn't just any entity, it was one of the high Tier 6 subordinates of the peak Tier 6 golden horned drake, the same one which had troubled Alec once. While Alec had failed to defeat the peak tier beast, Titan and his summons had hunted down several of its minions, often with assistance from the main golems. Those victories had granted Alec valuable spoils after he made the big unveiling, including random spell cards that are tied to powerful demonic beasts. Now, one of those cards was unleashed, causing the flaming skinned demon to freeze in terror, its earlier bravado replaced by desperation. It could sense the golden horned drake's deadly intent. Seeing such an improvement made Alec change his strategy, as it was now clear to him that he can't just be hoarding these high-ranking cards for later when he was in a life-or-death situation. This battle was not looking good yet, as there was still an overwhelming number disadvantage, and if it extended longer, they might break first, so Alec was trying to use every resource he had to get a win faster. Battle against the demonkin was growing increasingly intense, and the evacuation lines were moving at a painstakingly slow pace. Among those unhappy with the process were the high-ranking nobles, mages from powerful high-tier clans, and influential figures who controlled some of the largest merchant companies in the Northern Kingdom. Fearful that the battle might spill into their area if they didn't leave soon, these individuals, driven by cowardice and a sense of entitlement, began disregarding orders. As they shoved their way to the front, exploiting their positions to secure a faster exit, their actions caused chaos, delaying the evacuation process further and sparking internal disputes among the crowd. In one of the exit lines controlled by the War God Academy team, where order was still taking root, a particularly arrogant individual decided it was his turn to assert dominance, like he saw in the other lines. Puffing out his chest and shouting at the top of his lungs, the portly man began pushing through the crowd, his voice booming with entitlement. "Move aside, don't you know who I am? I am Tudor, a royal born. I demand exclusive rights to be escorted out first. Out of my way." His two guards, towering Tier 5 mages, trailed behind him, creating an intimidating presence that cowed many of the evacuees. Those shoved aside were visibly upset, some even sustaining minor injuries, but when they realized who was responsible, most simply swallowed their anger, bowed their heads, and let him pass. After all, the man was a member of the Tudor clan, a royal bloodline. Though he was neither impressive nor talented as a mage, but his lineage afforded him privileges that even the boldest commoners dared not challenge. This particular Tudor clansman had long been known for his spiteful behavior, lacking the magical prowess or influence of his more accomplished kin. He had been condemned to a life of mediocrity, serving as little more than a tool to preserve and continue the family bloodline. Resentful of his circumstances, he often took out his frustrations on the powerless, bullying commoners to inflate his wounded pride. This behavior had earned the fat nobleman a notorious reputation, as well as a mocking nickname whispered behind his back. But still yet nobody wanted to risk the trouble of crossing him, which explained why the crowd reluctantly gave way to his antics. However, just because the evacuees tolerated his actions didn't mean the War God Academy team, tasked with managing this line, would stand for such blatant disruption, especially not after Alec's strict instructions to maintain order. As the nobleman reached the front, shoving the last person in his way aside, he found Agnes blocking the exit. She stood tall with her staff in hand, her full set of spirit equipment gleaming faintly. While her equipment wasn't as advanced as Alec's or Lucas's, it still significantly enhanced her power and lent her an aura of authority which most mages didn't have. The fat nobleman skidded to a halt, taken aback by Agnes's firm stance. She didn't flinch as she looked him squarely in the eye, her voice sharp and unyielding. You've disrupted the lines, endangered countless citizens, and blatantly ignored the system we've put in place, and now you think you can bypass us like we're invisible. Here's the punishment. You'll head straight to the back of the line and wait your turn, patiently just like everyone else. Agnes delivered the words with the precision of a blade, repeating Alec's exact instructions. Her piercing gaze locked on the nobleman and his guards, leaving no room for negotiation. The nobleman, momentarily entranced by Agnes's beauty, was snapped back to reality at her commanding tone. His face turned red with fury as he bellowed, his voice echoing across the hall. Who the hell do you think you are to stop me? Me, a tutor. My safety should be your top priority, not lecturing me. Do you have any idea who you're about to offend? His tirade was abruptly punctuated by the metallic ring of a sword being drawn. One of his bodyguard mages stepped forward and swung his blade, resting its edge dangerously close to Agnes's neck. Agnes's eyes narrowed in fury, her gaze snapping to the guard who smirked smugly at her, clearly enjoying the tension he was causing. Her grip on her staff tightened, her anger simmering beneath her calm exterior as the situation escalated. You have eyes but cannot see, trying to stop royalty from passing by. It seems you're eager for an early death, the guard sneered, his voice laced with arrogance as he unleashed the oppressive aura of a peak Tier 5 mage. The air around him grew heavy as he projected his power. His intent were clear as day as he was trying to force Agnes into submission since his cultivation realm was higher than hers. The War God Academy team stationed nearby on the ground and controlling the lines all exchanged uneasy glances. Agnes clenched her fists, her frustration mounting as she watched the smirking nobleman revel in her apparent helplessness. The sight of him, so complacent in his privilege, made her grind her teeth in anger. She longed for Alec's presence, confident he would swiftly put these arrogant fools in their place. Just as the tension reached its peak, a faint crackling sound echoed through the air. Agnes's sharp eyes caught sight of a dark blue bolt of lightning streaking toward them at astonishing speed. Sizzle. The lightning passed the guard like a phantom, halting abruptly beside Agnes. From the crackling energy emerged Butcher, one of Alec's battle golem, its hulking form materializing as arcs of electricity danced across its metallic surface. A single second passed, and then thud, the guard's left arm fell to the ground, cleanly severed. "Allah, you dare injure me," the guard screamed, clutching his bleeding stump as pain overwhelmed him. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his earlier confidence shattered. Tempest Butcher stood unmoved, gripping its blood-streaked battle axe in one hand, its imposing presence a stark contrast to the chaos around it. The nobleman's face paled, his earlier bravado evaporating as he realized the gravity of the situation. The guard he had relied on so heavily had been neutralized in an instant, and now, standing before him was not just a golem, but a relentless force of destruction, its body coursing with electricity like a ticking storm ready to erupt. For the first time, the nobleman understood, things were not under his control. Butcher let his peak Tier 5 aura descend upon the mage who had done the same to Agnes just a few seconds ago, but unlike the guard's aura, his completely engulfed the mage, forcing him to his knees, as a spark of lightning crackled in the air from the sheer pressure of his mana. "Don't flatter yourself, even I find it beneath me to attack you. You're nothing more than dirt in my eyes, and you don't deserve the effort of my attack if not for the circumstances," Butcher declared. "Look at my axe, it's stained with the blood of life forms from the second dimension that I've slain. There's no way I would taint my weapon with the blood of a coward like you, who tries to flee from responsibilities at the first opportunity. Instead of taking up arms and fighting alongside other mid-rank mages, you try to run, and when that fails, you raise your blade against those holding the line and protecting the retreat of the low-tier citizens. I want you to know that you deserve death 1,000 times over, but this is wartime, and we need every hand we can get. I'll forgive your actions if you go to that healing lady from the Holy Grail Academy there, have your hand reattached, and join us in battle. If not, don't blame me for dirtying my axe with your blade, Butcher warned, as the crowd of noblemen and high-level individuals, who had been waiting to see if the Tudor nobleman would get his chance, shrank back, feeling the overwhelming killing intent being radiating from Butcher. Seeing Butcher appear, Agnes finally felt she could rest easy. It was clear that this was Alec's way of issuing orders. Since Butcher is connected to Alec mentally, he could receive mental messages to carry out Alec's wishes when he was otherwise occupied. Butcher's presence assured her that Alec was aware of the situation, which made her feel more at ease. "You dare direct killing intent toward me," the guard sneered, his voice laced with arrogance despite the pain of his severed arm. "You will face the full wrath of the Northern Kingdom for this insolence. I refuse to join the battle, and I won't fight. Clear the road immediately and let me escort the royal nobleman to safety. If you do as I say and have a healer reattach my arm before it's too late, I'll overlook this insult." He glared at Butcher, his tone growing bolder. "If not, don't blame my lord for taking measures against you all once this Blood Moon War is over." The guard's defiance and brazen use of the Tudor clan's name caused a pale expression to creep across the fat nobleman's face. The nobleman wasn't oblivious. He had a sinking feeling that his guard's usual intimidation tactics of using his clan's name wouldn't work this time. Ordinarily, invoking the Tudor name was enough to make others cower, regardless of their strength. It was a shield for his guards to bully the weak and bask in unearned authority. Now, as the nobleman stared into Butcher's unflinching, crackling eyes, he felt an unfamiliar chill. This golem didn't care about their status. It had already attacked once, making its disregard for hierarchy crystal clear. "You've refused the goodwill I've shown," Butcher growled, his voice as cold and final as a tombstone. "So there's no reason to let someone like you live. You've proven yourself worthless, and allowing you to fall into enemy hands would only make them stronger. Consider this mercy." Butcher raised his electrified battle axe, arcs of lightning dancing between his weapon and hand, illuminating his imposing form. "Wait, you can't kill me." The guard began to scream, but his words were cut short as the axe descended in a flash, slicing cleanly through the guard's neck with surgical precision. His severed head tumbled to the ground, and blood sprayed outward in a gruesome arc, splattering the trembling nobleman behind him. The fat nobleman's chubby body quaked as he instinctively averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Butcher's eyes. His breath hitched, and he stared at the ground, too terrified to utter a word. The weight of his fear bore down on him like a storm, and for the first time his name and status felt like flimsy shields against the raw, unrelenting power before him. The entire crowd of spectators was stunned by what they had just witnessed. They had expected the golem to intimidate or perhaps injure the guard due to his rejection, but no one had anticipated the swift and brutal execution. The guard had been given no chance to defend himself, his death unfolding in mere seconds. But this was all according to Alec's plan. It was Alec who had sent Butcher, and it was Alec who had given the order to eliminate the guard. The purpose was clear: to send a stark warning to the crowd, especially those who might entertain thoughts of testing their limits or disrupting the evacuation process to get out first. Alec had already observed the chaos at the other exits. While he didn't care about the mismanagement in areas outside his control, he was determined that such disorder would not happen where his team was in charge, and if maintaining order meant making an example of a few troublemakers, so be it. This time the mage had become that example. Alec had no patience for deserters in the middle of a life or death battle. If they refused to fight, then they were better off eliminated as liabilities. "Will you follow orders and move to the back of the line as instructed, or should I take matters into my own hands?" Butcher asked, his voice cold and unwavering, as he gripped his huge battle axe with both hands, splitting it into two one-handed axes as arcs of lightning danced across the axe blades. He positioned one blade against the nobleman's neck and the other against the surviving guards. The nobleman raised his head to meet Butcher's gaze, and the sight made his blood run cold. The golem's expression was utterly devoid of mercy, and the nobleman knew this was no bluff. Butcher would kill them both without hesitation. For the first time in his life, the nobleman came face to face with the imminent threat of death. "I'll move, I'll move." He shouted, his voice cracking in panic. He didn't dare delay, terrified that hesitation would spell his doom. To him, the golem felt like a harbinger of death, its presence suffocating. As he trudged to the back of the line, humiliation burned within him. People were pointing and laughing at his retreat, their mockery cutting deeper than any blade. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he clenched his fists, silently cursing everyone, Butcher and Alec, for his humiliation. But he dared not look back, not at Butcher, not at the crowd. He simply moved, the shame weighing heavy on his shoulders. "Once I get out of this, I'll make sure Alec pays for this humiliation. A mere mage from a mid-tier clan dares to tarnish my dignity. I'll ensure his life becomes a living hell," the fat nobleman thought, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Alec had likely already decided to use his hard-earned low-tier 6 random spell cards to shift the battle's momentum if needed. he knew that even the low Tier 6 demonic beasts from the Beast Forest had battle prowess nearing the Tier 7 realm. With such a trump card in his hand, he believed he could turn the tide, mitigate the human mage's numerical disadvantage, and bring the battle to a swift end, as a prolonged battle wasn't ideal for them, especially since there was no guarantee reinforcements would arrive anytime soon. Alec had already sensed intense mana activity in the north, south, east, and west of the capital, and he recalled from his previous visit to the capital that they had been defending against 4 high-space gates simultaneously, which confirmed that the entire Northern Kingdom's capital was under siege from the 4 corners against if the royal palace wasn't counted. It was clear they might be left to fend for themselves for some time, prompting Alec to rely solely on his own strength to protect those within his reach. For the first time, Alec resolved to use his collection of random spell cards without hesitation. The Tier 5 cards became his primary tools, while the Tier 6 cards were reserved for demons at the peak of the Tier 6 realm. It wasn't just because the low Tier 6 cards held the power to take down such formidable foes, but also because his supply of Tier 6 cards was limited. This scarcity was due to the fact that it was only recently that his Golem, Titan, had advanced to the Tier 6 realm, granting Alec the firepower needed to challenge low Tier 6 demonic beasts from the Beast Forest. Titan and his minions had strategically targeted low Tier 6 beasts that hadn't fully consolidated their realms, taking advantage of their incomplete physique. This allowed Alec to loot a small number of Tier 6 cards, which he carefully conserved as critical trump cards. Acting on this plan, he had summoned a random skill card that came from a peak Tier 5 talisman, but it was radiating an aura that rivaled that of a peak Tier 6 lifeform due to the fact that the beast from the Beast Forest always had battle powers above their realms. This is why the Demonkin had been deceived and mistook it for a peak mid-grade attack talisman Tier 6. Though Alec had been quick to summon the random spell card and infuse a flicker of mana into it, but it still didn't change the fact that he had been too slow to prevent the attack that sent him hurtling deep into the stage. Yet that flicker of mana was all it took to activate the spell card. As Alec lay amidst the debris with blood dripping from the corner of his lips, a wild grin spread across his face. He wiped the blood away and watched intently the spell card get to work. Before the flaming skin demon could react, a golden horned drake materialized from the activated spell card. He would be seeing a talisman, though. The massive beast gave the Demonkin no time to escape. Opening its maw wide, it unleashed its breath attack that incinerated the Demonkin entirely, only leaving behind a pool of blood, reducing it to nothing more than a speck of dust before vanishing, as if it were merely a fragment of the elemental particles in the air. Alec laughed aloud, his voice echoing across the battlefield as he pushed himself out of the debris. Stretching out his left hand, he summoned the blood of the slain demon. The crimson fluid separated into 3 streams. One merged with the bloodlust fog hovering ominously above Alec's head, another was absorbed by his robe cape, and the last was drawn into his weapon. The scythe gleamed with renewed power, its aura more menacing than ever, having consumed the blood of a high Tier 6 demon. "Get ready to die, all of you," Alec declared, his voice dripping with menace as he released his hold on the scythe, letting it hover beside him autonomously. Though the weapon's bleeding bonus was lost momentarily, but Alec wasn't overly concerned about that as he reached into his space ring with his mental senses and summoned 10 random spell cards, 5 in each hand. These weren't ordinary cards. Each was derived from peak Tier 5 demonic beasts that had been slain in the Beast Forest, and they all had the ability to surpass their realms in battle prowess. So the cards also carried enough power to instantly annihilate high Tier 6 lifeforms, and can inflict severe injuries on an unsuspecting peak Tier 6 demon, and lightly wound even a vigilant one. Alec's confidence grew with these in his hands as he prepared to unleash devastation. But Alec estimated that it might take 2 simultaneous attacks from a peak Tier 5 random spell card to eliminate a peak Tier 6 Demonkin, and he decided it wasn't worth the cost, so he chose to focus his efforts on high Tier 6 Demonkins instead, and leave the few peak Tier 6 Demonkins to the Tier 6 mages present. Still, he kept a backup plan in mind. His low Tier 6 random spell cards were ready to be deployed should any peak Tier 6 Demonkin make a move against him. After witnessing how the high Tier 6 flaming skin demon had come at him earlier despite only staying at the edges of the Tier 6 battlefield, Alec understood the unpredictability of a chaotic battlefield like this one. Even though the demons had divided themselves to fight human mages of corresponding tiers, Alec knew they could easily turn their attention to him if they perceived him as too dangerous. The Blood Moon's rules would not restrict such actions, especially since there was already a battlefield rules in play. Meanwhile, in the second section of the VIP booth, The academy leaders and various clan elders who were immobilized were all astonished, as Alec produced a talisman to shift the tide of what had appeared to be a disadvantageous battle against the high tier 6 flaming skin demon. The talismans he used is clearly a rare one that can only be crafted by a top mid-tier talisman master, caused murmurs of jealousy and speculation among them. Their suspicion of the War God Mage Academy deepened. It was now apparent to them that the Academy might possess not just a talented craftsman, but also a talisman master, an alchemist, and an array master. And all of them seemed to have achieved the pinnacle of their respective mid-tier professions. This suggested that these mages weren't mere prodigies, but highly skilled individuals who had likely reached at least the peak tier 6 realm. The spectators knew that advancing to such professional heights wasn't merely a matter of talent. Without achieving certain realms in power, the professional mastery couldn't progress, regardless of natural aptitude. And even then, some mages who reached higher realms in their magical path found their professional skills lagging behind, as inspiration was often the key to advancement. This is why top-tier professionals were so rare and valuable, as training them required not only immense resources, but also exceptional talent. And this is why the academy leaders fiercely competed to recruit even a single professional mage of such caliber from the War God Mage Academy's dean. To them, the War God Mage Academy had struck a goldmine, and their envy burned stronger than ever. But the moment Alex summoned over 10 talismans radiating the aura of a peak tier 6 artifact, they felt a chill run down their spines. The overwhelming display of wealth left them stunned and speechless. Slowly, a few among them began to think outside the box. What if these resources didn't actually come from the War God Mage Academy? What if they originated from a specific clan, like the Gordons? After all, Alex seemed to be the only one consistently using such high-level artifacts and resources. Each observer knew it was nearly impossible for the academy, whether under the command of the new or old dean, to provide a student with 10 such talismans. Even ancient clans, notorious for lavishing their heirs with treasures, rarely granted them a collection of self-protecting resources of this caliber. From the VIP section, the dean of the War God Mage Academy noticed the shifting gazes, as the attention of the other deans and influential figures was slowly drifting from him and settling squarely on Alec, who was standing in the middle of the stage. Letting out a heavy sigh, the dean's thoughts reflected his growing concerns. In the end, you've drawn far too much attention to yourself. Even if they don't know who produces these talismans, they'll inevitably connect everything to you. As you're the only link they have, now more than ever, I'll have to fight to keep you safe from the greedy hands of poachers. A bizarre and unexpected scene unfolded before the eyes of the high-ranked mages, and above that were watching the battle, and even the once entertained demon monarch Asgoth now found no joy in watching the ongoing battle. All this was due to the fact that an ordinary tier 5 mage, who is not even at the pinnacle of the realm allowed to fight, was wreaking havoc, under the blood moon rule invoked by Asgoth himself. To Asgoth, this mage was allowed to fight just to entertain him, and yet, instead of being fodder for the demons, he was chasing down tier 6 demonkins with relentless determination. His plan relied on unleashing a group of mid-tier elite demonkins, who would wreak havoc while the high and monarch tier mages would be restrained by the blood moon spell. With the top mages restrained, this was supposed to be a walk in a park which would leave the Northern Kingdom capital trembling in fear for what came next. But Alec was ruining everything. Bound by the same blood moon rules he'd enforced, Asgoth could only watch from above, unable to intervene directly. His frustration grew as Alec soared through the battlefield, pursuing high-tier 6 demons and bombarding them with attack talismans that conjured various demonic beasts which could cast only one spell that was enough to get rid of a high-tier 6 demonkin instantly. By now, Alec alone had been responsible for slaying over 250 demonkins, and the Hive Queen was the main culprit for the majority of that number, one of Alec's greatest Golem, which is a devastating force in such chaotic group battles. With the ability to spawn over 20 of her children at once, the Hive Queen wielded unmatched battlefield control. Though her spawns were merely tier 4, but their synchronization and ability to drain mana to replenish Theory Mother's birthing process allowed them to overwhelm even low tier 6 demonkins. Those that were hard to eliminate either found their mana drained or faced the spawn's self-destruction blasts. Even Asgoth couldn't help but feel astonishment at the Hive Queen's ruthless efficiency. Her children sacrificed themselves without hesitation, detonating in coordinated strikes that ensured their enemies could not retaliate. What appeared to be pitiful acts of desperation were, in truth, acts of unwavering loyalty and devotion. And for a moment, Asgoth couldn't help but envy the Hive Queen. To command such children who would give their lives in self-sacrifice without unwavering hesitation was a power he wished he could harness for himself. No matter how brutal or cruel the Demonkin soldiers were, they still possessed emotions, and with emotions came fear, especially the fear of death, and when things didn't go their way, even the most disciplined of them crumbled, disregarding orders. Even races like zombies, known for their disregard for death, began to fear it once they gained intelligence. High-ranking undead, in particular, cherished their continued existence above all else, with only a few archlet carving true death. Asgoth understood this well. If he could create an army of demons willing to act with the unwavering sacrifice like the Arachnes the Hive Queen summoned, he would command a force feared across the gates of the second dimension, regardless of the power or rank differences. The Hive Queen had become a significant threat to the demons, yet eliminating her wasn't as simple as storming her position. As Sword Saint and Magneto guarded her fiercely, slaughtering any Tier 5 Demonkin foolish enough to approach. Even then, large hordes of Tier 5 demons were being created to attempt overwhelming her, but they were decimated before getting close. Finally, a few Tier 5 demons passed through and were happy to get who they felt was the Golem's army weak link, and for the first time since Alec had summoned her, the Hive Queen revealed her combat prowess. Her skill with her blade-like legs was both precise and terrifying, as she impaled, severed, and slaughtered those unfortunate enough to reach her, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake. For the Tier 5 Demonkins, the realization hit quickly that pursuing the Hive Queen was a death sentence. As the relentless Arachnes made survival nearly impossible, those who tried to retreat after failing to kill her were hunted down by the swarms, meeting one of two horrific fates. Some were overwhelmed by explosions, as the Arachnes detonated themselves one after another until their prey was obliterated. The explosions weren't strong enough to kill the demon in one blast, as the Arachnes were Tier 4, making the ordeal even more terrifying and drawn out. The others fell victim to mana absorption, an agonizing process where over 10 Arachnes would latch onto a victim, draining their mana while they were still alive. The sheer agony of having one's life force ripped away piece by piece was a torment no mage wished to endure. The Demonkins quickly learned to steer clear of the Hive Queen. Avoiding her at all costs, their only hope was that her swarms wouldn't target them on the battlefield. To face her or her children was to invite a gruesome, inevitable death. An hour later. An hour was all it took for Alec, Dragov, the other academy captains, and the coordinators of the other academy to lead the other Tier 6 mages to bring the Blood Moon battle to a decisive end. Together, they vanquished the last sets of mid-tier Demonkins that had emerged from the space gate alongside Asgoth. Due to the great loss, a deep frown marred Asgoth's face. The battle had concluded well before the duration of the Blood Moon ended, forcing the spell that he casted to dissolve prematurely. With the battle over, the high-tier and above-rank mages, who had been restrained by the Blood Moon's oppressive energy, were finally free. As the crimson energy that binded Asgoth was released, his escape was immediately thwarted from multiple directions, as the patriarchs of the Dragonmere clan, the Blaze clan, and the Zero clan materialized before him, forming a blockade to prevent his retreat into the space gate above. Asgoth, did you truly believe your forces could come here and you would prevail so easily against us? Did you ever stop to think that your minions would be slaughtered like flies, and you'd find yourself cornered like this? The king of the Northern Kingdom stepped forward, his confidence restored now that the tide of battle had shifted in their favor. As his golden-armored knight stood protectively before him, ready to intercept should Asgoth retaliate. Asgoth sneered, his crimson eyes gleaming with disdain. You incompetent king, you think this is a victory. Fool, this was merely a taste of what's to come. When the other monarchs of the Abyss hear of my efforts, they will rally behind me. You may have killed a few mid-tier demons today, but in the Abyss there are thousands more eager to take their place. Turning his gaze to Alec, Asgoth's expression darkened, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. You are the main reason for my failure today. You're the variable I never calculated for, and for that you've caught my attention, boy. I didn't see it before, but now the resemblance is unmistakable. You truly are the son of that man still. You're weak now, way too weak to matter, but know this: your father owes me a debt. Asgoth reached up, his clawed hand brushing against the long scar running down his chest. This scar was inflicted by the Flaming Wheel's flame spell. He marked me, but I survived. When you reach the high tier, I'll claim my revenge on you. For now, you're not even worth the effort. But as Asgoth finished, Alec stepped forward, his voice sharp and unyielding. Don't lump me in with anyone else. Alec snapped, his voice brimming with anger. So what if he cut you down? If you have grievances with him, go find him and settle them yourself. Why should I bear the weight of his troubles? If it's a fight you want, I'll gladly oblige, but don't you dare compare me to that man. I'm my own person. Asgoth's gaze forced Alec to look at the ground, too intimidated to meet his eyes. From Alec's trembling shoulders, Asgoth could tell that no one was helping him mitigate the pressure of his aura. But despite this, Alec's determination revealed a hidden defiance behind his words. "No problem then," Asgoth said with a hint of boredom. "I've grown tired of fighting the same old fogey over and over. I would appreciate it if you came to fight me when you reach the high ranks. Don't worry, I'll restrain my realm to make it fair now. I bid you farewell." With that, Asgoth began to ascend into the air. "Where do you think you're going? You're going to die here," the Dragonmere Patriarch declared, advancing forward and leaving an afterimage in his wake. As he appeared before Asgoth and thrust his hand forward, a slight smile crept onto Asgoth's face. "I already told you, you can't keep me here. I just don't understand why you must act so stubborn," Asgoth replied, just as the Dragonmere Patriarch's hand pierced through his chest. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, as if space itself were shattering, revealing a black hole behind Asgoth's back, showing the extent of damage the Dragonmere's Patriarch move had caused. But the body before the Patriarch flickered and then vanished, shocking the three Patriarch around. They quickly looked up, only to see Asgoth exiting through a space gate, realizing that what the Dragonmere Patriarch had attacked was merely an afterimage. It made them contemplate how incredibly fast Asgoth must be for the Patriarch not to notice he was targeting an illusion. "He has stepped into the low monarch realm," the Dragonmere Patriarch said, while the other two beside him gasped in astonishment, silently thanking their stars that Asgoth did not seem to have any intentions whatsoever to attack, as they doubted any of them could truly oppose him. Alec watched in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. That was when his entire team converged around him as a center point, joined by the Dean, Selene, and Instructor Jasper, who was the only one left standing, having survived while his colleague perished in battle. Despite the casualty incurred, the War God Mage Academy remained one of the few factions to sustain fewer losses compared to others. Many mid-tier mages had lost their lives in the battle against the Demonkin, never to see another day. Tragically, most of them had come only to witness the final clash of the Inter Academy competition, and none of them had expected to be thrust into a life-and-death struggle right after watching the tournament's last battle. With Asgoth gone, an uneasy silence settled over the Grand Royal Arena. For the Patriarchs, the weight of their failure was palpable. They had lost face before thousands of spectators, unable to subdue Asgoth even though he had been alone and there were three of them. Worse still, Asgoth had left behind a staggering toll of hundreds of mid-tier mages slain. Considering that most of those who fell were residents of the capital, the kingdom's military strength had been significantly weakened. "Your Majesty," the Dragonmere clan Patriarch began, turning to the king of the Northern Kingdom. With a polite bow, he continued, without waiting for the king's response. The Dragonmere Patriarch took to the air, signaling his clansmen to follow as they all headed toward the southern gates. The king clenched his jaw in frustration, his teeth grinding audibly as he watched the Patriarch leave without so much as acknowledging his authority or waiting for his command on the matters on hand. The Dragonmere Patriarch had never been a loyal supporter of the king during his ascent to the throne. He had chosen to stay a neutral party like the other ancient clans, and this made the king displeased with the ancient clan's patriarchs. However, given the Patriarch's strength and influence, the king had no choice but to maintain a semblance of peaceful coexistence. But now it was clear that the Dragonmere's Patriarch had grown wary of the king's intentions, especially regarding the summons for all patriarchs to be present. Seeing the Dragonmere Patriarch's bold departure, the Blaze clan Patriarch quickly followed suit, taking advantage of the moment to ask for a leave as well. "Your Majesty, I too would like to check on my clansmen," said the Blaze clan Patriarch before swiftly taking his leave. As he moved, Alec couldn't help but watch him intently. The image of an elderly man brimming with vitality beyond his years lingered in Alec's mind. The Patriarch glanced back at Alec briefly before disappearing into the distance. Alec's firm rejection of his father during the confrontation with Asgoth had sent a loud and clear message to some of the Blaze clansmen that felt he could still be brought back. He just showed them that any hope of reconciliation or goodwill from him was futile. The hatred Alec harbored when associated with his father was so palpable that even Asgoth, a detached observer, had picked up on it. Following the actions of the Blaze and Dragonmere Patriarchs, the remaining two ancient clans wasted no time in requesting leave. As they too vanished into the skies, heading toward the space gates their clans were tasked with protecting. The king of the Northern Kingdom clenched his teeth in frustration at the way events had unfolded. While the ancient clans had shown blatant disregard for his authority, the other high-tier clan patriarchs present dared not display such confidence. They waited silently, looking to the king for the next course of action. "Let's proceed with crowning the Inter Academy champions and distributing their rewards so we can move past this disastrous event," the king announced, his voice laced with weariness as he settled back into his chair. Though the actions of the ancient clans had been disrespectful, but still yet the king was unbothered, as none of his royal army had been lost, and that was a victory in itself. In fact, he would be more than happy if the ancient clan's strength diminished before their patriarchs came to their rescue. He didn't want them growing too powerful, as it would upset the delicate balance of power the royal family were trying so hard to maintain. However, he also didn't want them to deteriorate into mediocrity, because as long as they remained strong enough, they would continue to defend against the blood moon waves for the royal clans and keep each other in check, which would cause the royal family's position to remain secure. For the king, that balance was all that mattered. With the king ordering the awards ceremony to proceed, several mages from the royal court appeared, using their magic to clear the rubble and restore the grand royal arena to a presentable state, which they deemed was enough for the presentation of the awards. They worked diligently, attempting to make the arena worthy of hosting the ceremony, despite the destruction it had endured. As Alec observed the preparations, the weight of the lives lost because of the king's decision to place the final battle above a space gate filled him with disgust. Unable to stomach the scene any longer, he turned and made his way to the changing room to replace his tattered academy uniform, as he had already unsummoned his spirit equipment set, which left him with what was left of his tattered uniform. While the royal mages worked, the audience remained seated, fearful of even leaving the venue due to the king's presence. No one wanted to annoy him in the slightest, as trouble was quietly brewing elsewhere. Henry Tudor, the rotund nobleman of the Tudor clan, began making his way toward the VIP section. Few mages from the Royal Mage Academy moved to block his path, as they have now made themselves official guards around the entry of the VIP sections under Liam orders. But when he puffed out his chest and revealed his clan insignia, they reluctantly allowed him to pass, as Henry continued onward until he was stopped by Liam Tudor. "Henry, this better be good," Liam said sharply, his eyes narrowing at his cousin. Undeterred, Henry moved closer and whispered into Liam's ear. He recounted the actions of Alec's Golem during the battle, embellishing his story with exaggerated claims and fabrications to paint Alec in a negative light, though there were glaring inconsistencies in Henry's tale. But Liam didn't care, as he finally had something he could use against Alec. Liam quickly realized that Henry was using him to settle a score with Alec, since Henry lacked the authority nor power to confront a captain of one of the new Great 8 academies. Yet Liam's unresolved anger toward Alec and his own connections, which is capable of acting on this information, made him willing to go along with Henry's scheme. "Wait here," Liam said curtly before turning and striding into the first section of the VIP booth with a determined expression. When the Demonkins had arrived, Liam Tudor had taken it upon himself to act as a guard for the king, reassuring him of his safety. The king is a peak tier 6 mage too, who was too scared to even fight. But Liam's show of loyalty, while the king's Golden Knight Guard was frozen, had earned him the king's favor, and the monarch had promised to grant Liam one request as a reward. Now, armed with Henry's fabricated accusations against Alec, Liam planned to use this opportunity to punish Alec just few minutes he had gotten it. With the ancient clan patriarchs and elders gone, the forefront of the first section of the VIP booth was occupied only by the king, seated on his makeshift throne, and his Golden Knight commander standing watch. Further back sat representatives of the high-ranked clans, observing the proceedings on stage with quiet reserve. When Liam entered, he was immediately face to face with the king. Dropping to one knee, he bowed respectfully. "Speak, what brings you here?" The Golden Knight, ever vigilant, stepped between Liam and the king and questioned. As his eyes narrowed in suspicion at the younger royal, however, the king motioned for the knight to stand aside with a raised hand. "Let him through," said the king. As the knight moved, Liam approached the king and began recounting the story Henry had told him. Not satisfied with the original version, Liam embellished the tale further, weaving a damning narrative against Alec that would be hard to ignore. Meanwhile, the Grand Royal Arena had been restored, and it was time to rank the top 8 academy teams and crown the new champion. The teams, who had fought their way to the top, stepped onto the expansive circular stage, awaiting their moment of recognition. The committee members who were ready to present the awards stood up to speak when the king's voice beat them to it. "A very disturbing matter has been brought to my attention, and I must address it immediately," the king announced, his voice cutting through the hushed crowd. Alec instinctively looked up toward the first section, his gaze locking onto Liam, who had a sly grin on his face and the strange gleam in his eyes which immediately put Alec on edge. A sinking feeling settled in Alec's chest, as he knew at that moment whatever was about to happen couldn't be good. During the attack, while brave mages fought valiantly to end the battle and others stood to protect us, there were those who revealed their ugly side, abusing their powers to harm innocent humans, the king announced, pausing briefly to let his words resonate with the audience. Alec's heart sank as soon as the king began speaking. He could already feel the weight of what was coming. Alec Gordons of the War God Mage Academy has abused his powers and killed a nobleman's guard, Liam Tudor declared, stepping forward with an air of self-righteousness. For this crime, Alec Gordons is found guilty. He shall be stripped of his rights as a champion and denied access to the mana pool. Furthermore, his academy shall also forfeit its position as the winners of the inter-academy competition. As compensation, the rest of his team may still train in the mana pool, and the prizes shall be distributed to them. However, in the official records, the Bloodline Academy will take first place. The king's voice hardened. The rankings will follow accordingly, with the rest of the teams moving up one rank, with the Royal Mage Academy taking the 8th position. This is my final judgment. Gasps and murmurs spread through the crowd, who struggled to process the king's decision. The verdict seemed harsh and blatantly unjust, leaving many spectators perplexed. However, those from the Great 8 academies already understood the politics at play and were far less surprised. Ha ha ha, Alec burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the tense silence. Do you see what you've done? Because of your actions, we've been stripped of our rights as champions. Instructor Jasper stormed toward Alec, his face contorted in anger. But Alec didn't flinch. He simply kept laughing, the sound sharp and bitter. It was evident to anyone with eyes that the king's judgment was biased, tailored to favor the Royal Mage Academy, a faction tightly controlled by the royal family. The move was less about justice and more about seizing an opportunity to remove the War God Mage Academy from the equation that makes them one of the Great 8 academies. Though unfair, this was not unexpected to the previous Great 8 again, as they all knew the royal clan had long sought a way to undermine the War God Mage Academy since it broke through records. And today, the king himself had finally found the perfect excuse, seizing upon the incident to escalate tensions and deal a heavy blow to the War God Mage Academy. Liam stood beside the king and the golden-armored knight, suppressing a smirk that threatened to spill across his face. Things had turned out far better than he had anticipated, though the outcome was vastly different from what he initially planned. The escalation of events was beyond his imagination, but he enjoyed every second of it because it ultimately worked in his favor. Initially, Liam's sole intention in reporting Alec was to see him punished, a brief stint in the royal jail, or being forced to destroy the golem that had caused the fatality would have sufficed. He just wanted Alec humiliated, subjected to ridicule for a while, but never in his wildest dreams had he thought the king would take the matter so far, penalizing Alec's entire team also and stripping the War God Mage Academy of their championship title and right to have their names recorded as winners. While this level of severity wasn't what Liam had aimed for, he still found himself relishing the outcome. The punishment of the War God Mage Academy ensured that the hierarchy of the Great 8 academies remained unshaken. The king's decision to redistribute their first position, reward back, didn't bother Liam in the least. After all, none of the Royal Mage Academy members cared about the tangible prizes from the tournament. For the top 8 academies, the competition wasn't about the listed rewards. It was about securing the largest shares of the resources that would be allocated to the Great 8 academies that lead in the tournament, while the rest of the academies fought over scraps. And now, with the War God Mage Academy dethroned, the pie would be divided among the previous Great 8. The king's actions may have seemed merciful on the surface, but Liam knew better. The War God Mage Academy wasn't being pardoned. They were being deliberately cut off from their rightful share. As Liam reveled in the turn of events, a loud bang jolted him out of his thoughts. The noise echoed across the arena, drawing the attention of everyone present. Heads turned in unison toward the source of the sound. All eyes landed on Alec. He stood there, his hand still raised, his expression steely and unyielding. Instructor Jasper, his senior, was reeling back, clutching his cheek where Alec's slap had landed. The crowd stared in shock, and this was the first time Alec had ever laid hands on one of his superiors. But Alec was livid and his anger boiling over, but he still struggled to hold back. It wasn't the first time Jasper had acted against Alec or the team in public before, but this time was different. The frustration Alec felt was compounded by the sheer ingratitude. Had Jasper already forgotten that Alec had risked his life to save him during the Blood Moon battle? If it weren't for Alec, Jasper likely wouldn't even be alive to voice his grievances about the Academy's situation. Many thought. Jasper's cowardice infuriated Alec even further. While Jasper knew, as much as anyone, that the king was targeting them unfairly, Jasper still didn't dare direct his anger at the real culprit. Instead, he chose the easy path, transferring his aggression onto someone he perceived as powerless to retaliate Alec. But today, Jasper had pushed Alec too far. He'd caught him at the worst possible moment, a time when Alec no longer cared about the prying eyes of the spectators or the potential consequences of his actions. "You dare slap me?" Jasper's voice trembled, his left hand clutching his cheek, disbelief evident in his tone. His eyes widened in shock as he struggled to comprehend where Alec had summoned the audacity. Alec, however, didn't flinch. His bloodlust was palpable. Rising like a storm without a word, he gripped the air, and in an instant his Changdo appeared in his hand. He hadn't even bothered summoning the blood scythe as he wanted to be close to Jasper. The blade sang through the air, stopping just shy of Jasper's neck. Its hum was sharp and sinister, vibrating slightly as if eager to taste blood. Jasper stood frozen, beads of sweat trickling down his temple as he felt the chilling presence of the weapon so close to his skin. Look at him, showing his bloodthirsty nature again. So young, yet already so dangerous. My lord, such mages must be eradicated. Sycophant from one of the high-tier clan patriarchs sitting in the back of the first section spoke up, his voice dripping with false righteousness as he sought to curry favor with the king. But Alec didn't even spare the man a glance. His focus remained locked on Jasper, the blade trembling faintly as though it shared Alec's fury and was barely restrained from striking. If you so much as make a peep against me again, I wouldn't mind blowing you up right here, right now, Alec said, his voice low and menacing. In his hand, he summoned a random spell card, one that had been gotten from the corpse of a low-tier 6 demonic beast. But to the spectators, however, it looked like Alec was holding a peak mid-tier attacking talisman. 6 glowing energy balls were embedded on it, which indicated its tier 6 nature, yet the sheer energy radiating from the talisman was close to tier 7, giving everyone the chilling realization that it must have been crafted from a peak tier 6 demonic beast that was close to breaking through to the next realm. This revelation only deepened the crowd's astonishment, as many academy leaders exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning on one conclusion, that the War God Mage Academy might truly have nothing to do with the exceptional resources Alec had been seen to be using. But still, the question lingered, how did a mage so young come into possession of treasures that even seasoned leaders would battle fiercely over? "Pardon me, Your Highness," the Dean of the War God Mage Academy interrupted, his voice calm yet laced with authority. "It seems I misheard you. Did you say you intend to erase our academy's name as champions after we've already won? All because of what? A student of mine killed a guard. When did your subjects investigate this matter so thoroughly that you felt justified in rendering such a verdict? Or is it that your majesty simply does not hold the War God Mage Academy in high regard?" The arena fell silent as gasps rippled through the crowd. No one had expected the dean to speak out so directly, especially not against the king himself. Gratitude flickered in his eyes as he turned his attention back to Jasper. With a dismissive push, Alec shoved Jasper to the ground, deeming him unworthy of further confrontation. Killing someone like Jasper, a mage who cowered before the strong and preyed on the weak, would only sully his hands. Now that I think about it, I have a question of my own. Who concluded this so-called investigation that found me guilty? Did they truly investigate why my golem killed the guard in question, or was this judgment passed without a shred of fairness? Alec began, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere as his words hung in the air like a blade. "Because I don't think there is any fairness involved in this judgment at all. I've just been painted black and told to roll over. But let me remind everyone of the laws of the Northern Kingdom. In any emergency situation, such as the Blood Moon battle, any mage qualified to fight who attempts to flee when there is no order to retreat yet is deemed a deserter and can be eliminated on sight by anyone who witnesses it. That is the law," Alec shouted, his voice echoing through the arena. Alec's words reverberated across the stunned crowd. There are multiple witnesses who can confirm that the mage in question was a Tier 5 mage who refused to fight against the Demonkin. He was a deserter who continuously tried to use his status to cause chaos, and I put him to rest. So tell me, Your Majesty, how exactly am I guilty? His voice had risen to a near roar, the intensity of his conviction sending a wave of discomfort through the gathered audience. Many turned their eyes to the king, now waiting with bated breath to see how he would respond. Alec's bold declaration had left the king in a precarious position, a ditch of his own laws that Alec had so skillfully dug. The silence that followed was deafening, as all eyes were now on the throne, anticipating the king's next move. The crowd understood the truth of Alec's situation. There had been no investigation. The king had renounced the War God Mage Academy's achievements in a single, unchallenged decree, using Alec's actions as a convenient excuse. But now, with Alec's bold justification and reference to the law, the tables had turned. He had exposed the lack of due process, indirectly calling out the incompetence of those responsible for investigating the incident, and by extension, the king himself. Though Alec had not openly insulted the king, but his words were an indirect slap to the monarch's authority, forcing him into a corner before the eyes of thousands. "Don't push your luck, boy," the golden-armored knight growled, releasing a suffocating wave of aura toward Alec, as Alec's word indirect meaning was picked up by many. But before the oppressive energy could reach him, it was effortlessly blocked by the Dean of the War God Mage Academy, who stepped in front of Alec with a calm yet dangerous smile. "It seems you've forgotten I'm still standing here," the Dean said, his voice cold and sharp. "Do you think I'd allow you to threaten one of my students without consequence? HMPH. though the dean had often come across as a lackluster leader, but he would not tolerate anyone bullying a member of his academy in his presence. Alec, peeking out from behind his dean, wasn't done. His eyes blazed with defiance, giving him the aura of someone fueled by justice, or at least, righteous indignation. "But it's the law," Alec retorted, his tone cutting. "Unless, of course, you don't respect it. You of all people, as the leader of the royal guards, should know better than anyone that I am not guilty of what I've been accused of." The Golden Knight clenched his teeth, his face twisted in frustration. Alec's sharp words had outmaneuvered him, leaving him unable to respond without looking foolish. Worse still, the dean's unwavering stance made it clear that intimidating Alec into submission wasn't an option. But to the audience, it was understandable why the dean was acting so fiercely, as not only were his authority being undermined, as they planned to brand Alec a guilty person even under the circumstances where the truth was out, but also the king's decision to strip the war god Mage Academy of their victory wasn't just a blow to their pride. It was a calculated move to deprive them of the resources and wealth tied to their rightful share of the royal treasury under the academy budgets. And the dean was not about to let that happen without a fight. The dean of the war god Mage Academy had never truly believed his team would win, but now that they had, he was determined to claim their rightful share of the prize. His academy needed the resources more than any other, and for good reason. The war god Mage Academy had been at the forefront of the Northern Kingdom's expansion efforts into the second dimension. But their sacrifices didn't mean the academy had lost its pride or its hidden strength. And the dean, seeing the blatant conspiracy unfolding, wasn't about to stand by and let their hard-earned victory be stolen. "Let us not forget that among the brave mages you mentioned, Your Majesty, Alec stands at the very top. He is one of the reasons the battle ended as swiftly as it did." The dean began, his voice sharp yet composed as he stepped forward. The crowd stirred at his words, and even the king seemed momentarily taken aback. "Have you considered," the dean continued, his tone unwavering, "how many more lives would have been lost had he not stepped in? Alec used countless resources, millions of magic crystals worth of pills and talismans, all just to aid others and bring the battle to a close. And yet, not only is he being denied recognition for his efforts, but you also seek to punish him and the entire academy. Where is the justice in this? I implore you, Your Majesty, to reconsider your verdict." Though the dean's words were respectfully directed at the king, his tone carried a subtle yet unmistakable defiance. It was as though he had delivered an even sharper rebuke than Alec's earlier outburst, though veiled in politeness. And he didn't forget to emphasize the enormity of Alec's contributions to the battle. The thought of all the resources Alec had used, and the price they had paid for victory, made the dean's heart ache. But his pain only fueled his determination, as if the war god Mage Academy was to fall, it wouldn't be without a fight and certainly not at the hands of baseless accusations. At this point, even the king found himself unable to refute the dean's arguments. His silence was a testament to his discomfort, and the hall began to buzz with whispers. Among the academy leaders present, greed started to seep into their thoughts. The display of wealth Alec had casually shown during the battle left many of them wondering just how much more he might have hidden. Some began to eye Alec, weighing their options, like if they could somehow gain hold over him, they might coax or force him into revealing whatever treasures he still possessed. However, reason held most of them back, was after all, despite its rundown state, the war god Mage Academy was still backed by monstrous strength. Its alumni, many of whom still held general rank positions in the institute, would undoubtedly rally to defend the academy's interests if provoked. For a potential but uncertain profit, few were willing to risk offending such a powerful institution. Their interest, however, lingered on a different target, whoever was supplying Alec with those talismans and pills. If they could trace the source, it would be worth any effort to secure such a lucrative pipeline. The king finally broke the tension, his voice cold and firm. "It does not change the fact that Alec killed someone. The boy displays far too much bloodthirsty. Such a child cannot be allowed to train in the mana pool cultivated by the royal clan for generations. As for my decision to strip the War God Mage Academy of its title, it stands. You have failed to teach your students proper control, allowing them to be consumed by their bloodlust. My judgment is final." He turned his face away from the dean, unable to meet his eyes. The king's shamelessness was clear to all. Even as his injustice was laid bare, he stubbornly refused to retract his earlier verdict. To him, backtracking now would be too humiliating, and his pride wouldn't allow it. Internally, however, he cursed Liam for feeding him incomplete information that failed to mention the context of Alec's actions or the deserter incident that had justified them. The dean's expression was calm as he came to a realization that no matter if they were right, the king still won't change his judgment. "I see the kingdom has finally abandoned us. We understand your wishes, Your Majesty." The dean spoke again, but his tone icy. With those parting words, he turned his gaze away from the king and toward his team, his resolve stronger than ever. "Let's go, there is nothing left for us here," the dean said firmly, his voice echoing with finality. "We will not accept the prize as compensation. We are not beggars, we deserved it, and if it won't be given to us properly, then there's no need to accept it as though we are groveling for scraps." With a flick of his wrist, the dean summoned his shimmering space door, its edges glowing faintly with mana. One by one, the members of the War God Mage Academy team stepped through, vanishing from the arena's view. Alec lingered for a moment, standing at the threshold. His gaze swept across the arena, locking briefly onto the king and then Liam. His expression was unreadable, a mix of disappointment, frustration, and defiance. With a slow shake of his head, he turned and stepped through the portal, disappearing into its light. It had been a week since the Blood Moon battle, yet the Northern Kingdom's capital city still buzzed with talk of the events that had unfolded at the Grand Royal Arena. Despite the king's decree forbidding any discussion of the matter, and despite the crowning of the Bloodline Academy as the winners of the Inter-Academy competition, the truth could not be buried, as too many witnesses had seen what transpired. The entire kingdom had watched as their king used his authority to strip the War God Mage Academy of their rightful victory. The move ensured that the Great Eight Academies remained unchanged, or in simpler terms, he made sure the Royal Mage Academy, which is under the royal family's direct control, remained one of the primary beneficiaries of the kingdom's resources for academies. Meanwhile, the War God Mage Academy that was dragged to the finals by Alec's miraculous efforts was discarded, its former glory overshadowed by its inability to contend with the kingdom's political machinations. Although the topic was officially banned, but it still thrived in secret. In pubs and red light districts, hushed voices recounted the feats of the uncrowned king, Alec, as they were unable to let the matter rest. The events of that day left a lasting stain on their mind and on the royal family's reputation, one the king hoped would fade with time. Estonia City. The city of Estonia, however, had not recovered from the aftermath of the Blood Moon battle. While the enigmatic Darkbliss Patriarch joined the fray and managed to hold a peak Tier 7 zombie at bay, it also meant that his engagement with the Type 3 zombie left him unable to assist his allies, and the city suffered greatly as 5 high-rank mages fell during the battle. There was some hope later on in the form of Alistair, who decided to join them using the first stage of his bloodline transformation. With him joining, he was able to turn the tide a little to favor the human mages by holding his grounds against about 5 high-rank zombie with blasting spells until the battle's conclusion. Yet the victory came at a steep cost. Most of the low-ranking mages had been wiped out, and the city gates were utterly destroyed. Estonia City stood battered and broken, its defenses shattered, and its people mourning the losses incurred in what would forever be remembered as one of the darkest nights in its history. If anyone were to look at the city gates now, they would see that it was a shadow of its former self. Not only had the gates been nearly obliterated, but a massive hole gaped where the defenses once stood firm. The damage was catastrophic, and it was clear that it would take at least 2 weeks of relentless repairs from the best the city has just to restore the gates to a functional state. The stakes were high for them, as if the gates weren't repaired before the next blood moon, the consequences could be dire. Many of the newer clans in the city that had joined the battle suffered devastating losses, and their hearts bled as they thought of the countless resources they had poured into building their forces, only to see them wiped out. To make matters worse, the fallen members of their clans had turned into zombies, becoming even more ferocious enemies. The memory of the battle left these clans simmering with anger and frustration, as if the mere thought could make them spit blood. The only silver lining for these clans was their exemption from the next Blood Moon battle, giving them a small window of reprieve to rebuild. However, the high-rank mages were offered no such relief. Unless critically injured, they were all mandated to reappear in the next battle. To placate them, promises of rewards were made by the city lord, who had his hands tied from joining the battle himself. The city lord, recognizing the dire nature of their situation, took drastic measures, and he began going to clans and recruiting Tier 7 mages who had been in hiding, and even issued requests for any peak Tier 7 mercenaries willing to fight for substantial rewards. He had finally grasped the gravity of the threat they were up against. With the zombie army growing stronger than they came last time, he was sure their next assault is likely to be even more catastrophic. The city lord knew he had no choice but to put aside his pride to protect the city at all costs. Gordon's clan. Meanwhile, the outer gate of the Gordon's clan remained charred and damaged, though renovations had been underway before the Blood Moon battle, but they had been mysteriously halted, leaving the gate in its burned state, and whatever the reason behind this sudden stop, it was a secret known only to the Gordon's clan. The Gordon's clan, which had locked itself away since the attack against them, now had an unexpected visitor, the city lord himself. Standing before the clan's charred, damaged gates, he took a moment to observe the grim scene. The burned remnants of the entrance were a stark reminder of the devastation the clan had endured, and he knew that the request he was about to make would not be easily accepted. And the suspicions weren't baseless, as clearly he is the only mage to have secretly entered the Tier 8 mage realm when he went to the capital, and his lack of involvement during the attack against the Gordon's clan had raised eyebrows. Furthermore, no city guards or guardians had appeared to defend the Gordon's clan, despite the assault appearing to come from an external force. These glaring inconsistencies had only fueled even the public doubts on the city lord. The city lord believed they have not confronted him, as they lacked concrete evidence to confront him directly. Still, the city lord believed his visit was justified. As if the city fell, the Gordon's clan would suffer alongside everyone else, and he didn't think they would sit idly by and let everything crumble, but he also knew this bridge needed to be crossed carefully. As he moved to step into the Gordon's clan's territory, the city commander, Marcus, instinctively followed behind him. However, the city lord raised a hand to stop him. "This is a journey I must take alone. Entering their territory with soldiers at my side would make things far more difficult. If something serious happens, I should still be able to escape," he said with a faint smile, trying to ease the tension. With those words, the city lord passed through the scorched gates, stepping into the rubble-strewn outer courtyard of the Gordon's clan. The air was thick with unease. War God Mage Academy. The atmosphere at the War God Mage Academy was somber. Despite their academy team's victorious return, the events at the Grand Royal Arena had cast a heavy shadow over what should have been a time of celebration for the whole academy. In response to this injustice, a long silent voice emerged. The retired old dean, who had been in self-imposed seclusion for years, sent an urgent message to the academy's top instructors. In fact, to call it a message would be an understatement. It was more of an order. The old dean had demanded that all senior students with no link to any clan, who were scattered across the northern kingdom, assisting various cities with blood moon wars to temper themselves, should immediately return to the academy. This directive wasn't limited to current students, as even alumni who had graduated but remained affiliated with the academy's military service system and making a living with the system were also summoned back. Most notably, the academy's general-ranked alumni, powerhouses in their own right, were ordered to return without delay. But that wasn't all. The second part of the dean's decree was even more drastic. The War God Mage Academy was to sever all ties with the Northern Kingdom. Effective immediately, they would no longer respond to calls for help from any city under the Northern Kingdom's domain. Instead, the Academy was to focus on consolidating its foothold in the second dimension and try to better their situations if the opportunity presents itself. The old dean's bold stance made it clear, if the kingdom had chosen to abandon them, then the Academy was prepared to sever all ties with the kingdom in turn. The old dean himself was already making plans to come out of seclusion to oversee this monumental shift. The bounty of resources typically shared among the kingdom's academies were mostly being derived from power mines, which veins have been extracted from the second dimension to the surface to plant and create a new power mines on the surface, and other rich resources deposits. This were all fought for by most of the old deans in the past when the kingdom was still in its infancy, and to ensure fairness it was left under the watchful eyes and care of the royal family, and it's always ready for mining and harvesting every 1 year. These resources cultivated over the course of a year are prepared for redistribution through the grand competition in disguise. This event determines which 8 academies, the Great 8, are deemed worthy of receiving the lion's share of the bounty. The royal family in the past believes these academies are the most capable of continuing the legacy of past great mages by venturing into the second dimension and securing further victories for humanity and returning with coveted resources such as the Power Stone veins that cultivates part of the Academy's resources each year. The resources remaining after the Great 8 have claimed their shares are distributed among the rest of the other lesser academies. However, these leftovers are often insufficient to cultivate top-tier talents, leaving the lesser academies unable to rival their elite counterparts. This disparity is one of the main reasons other academies remain mediocre compared to the Great 8. Yet it wasn't only the system that created this gap. The royal family's greed played a significant role. Acting as custodians of the hard-won resources for so long, the royal family finally leveraged its position to establish the Royal Mage Academy, ensuring that a large portion of the resources always funneled back to them as form of tributes. Now, with the opportunity for another academy to potentially replace the Royal Mage Academy, the king has revealed his true colors. Determined to retain the Royal Mage Academy's position and the continuous stream of resources, he has made it clear that such a change will not happen under his reign. Ironically, the Royal Mage Academy is one of the weaker members of the Great 8, largely because the royal family demands a significant portion of its share as tribute. Beneath the surface of the Great Eight's grandeur lies a web of politics and manipulation, which means staying at the top isn't merely about nurturing the best talents from the top clans, it also requires access to resources at the right time. While other ordinary academies might produce a few promising talents, the lack of timely cultivation often leads these individuals to miss their peak potential, leaving them unable to surpass their better supported peers. The War God Mage Academy, however, adopts a far more brutal philosophy. Eschewing the slow path of controlled cultivation, it thrusts its students into the second dimension or life and death battles, such as the Blood Moon Wars. This harsh environment either awakens their latent potential or eliminates them entirely. The Academy's unforgiving methods is what had earned it a reputation for having the highest death rate among all institutions. And the old dean understood the harsh realities of his Academy's philosophy, but he was unwilling to nurture a batch of inexperienced greenhorns like other ordinary academies. His gamble of pushing students into extreme life or death scenarios often bore fruit, but always at the late stage of their training, and at the expense of many lives, as only those who survived these trials emerged as formidable pillars of the Academy, embodying its ruthless ethos. One reason for this success was the Academy's unique trade system. Students were encouraged to sell anything they killed or discovered in the second dimension back to the Academy. This system allowed students to accumulate wealth little by little in order to purchase resources needed for their advancement while also enriching the Academy. Of course, the system wasn't without its flaws. The daring mid-tier mages who brought back valuable items often found themselves outwitted by the astral projection clone of the old dean, who is secretly managing the Academy's logistics. Many ended up selling priceless treasures for far less than their true worth, a necessary sacrifice to sustain the Academy's operations. His plan was bold, to invade the second dimension and establish a stronger resource foothold independent of the Northern Kingdom. Though many great instructors privately questioned this move, but they followed his orders without objection, especially after hearing that the dean had summoned Mad Dog and the other generals back from the Abyss battle. This signaled a complete severing of ties with the kingdom. The return of Mad Dog would cause a shift in the Academy's power dynamics. The punishment hall, which had long been subdued without its formidable leader, was poised to regain its intimidating swagger. However, these political shifts weren't the Academy's current focus. All eyes were fixed on the final exams for the first-year students. These exams marked a pivotal moment as the students prepared to return to their homes. Every high-ranking executive of the War God Mage Academy was present as they had gathered to witness the outcome, curious to see the potential of this new generation. After all, it had been too long since the Academy had basked in the glory of being champions despite being stripped of it, so they were quite eager to see the standards that would be set by the War God Academy team, which would be a sort of benchmark for all first years. All the second-year students were also present, drawn by the rumors and speculations surrounding the new first-year class. Ever since the new batch arrived, whispers had circulated that some of the first years were stronger than their seniors. Instructors even frequently used the first years as examples during lectures for them, which had bruised the egos of a few second years who couldn't accept the idea of being surpassed by their juniors. This growing rivalry meant most of the second years came to observe the tests, eager to see if the rumors were true. The exams functioned as a grading system. Any first-year mage who surpassed the hallmark set by the first two tests would be allowed to advance to second-year classes ahead of schedule, while those who failed would have to wait until the next academic year to move up. It was also an opportunity to identify the strongest mages within the first-year class. After about 30 minutes, the venue was fully occupied. The first years rushed in, hoping to finish their tests quickly and leave the arena. The air was buzzing with chatter and anticipation until a loud voice from the crowd pulled everyone's attention toward the entrance. "Look, it's the Gordons," a young woman shouted. All heads turned as Alec, Agnes, Brandon, Arthur, Knight, 4 other Gordons clansmen, and their instructor, Taryn, entered the venue together. Their arrival caused an immediate stir. Though it wasn't unusual for Taryn to accompany his disciples, but many recalled the criticisms leveled against this batch of students when they first arrived, as most had dismissed them as a group unlikely to survive long due to being disciples of Taryn. Yet now, not only had they endured, but 5 of them had been part of the championship-winning team. Adding to the shock, the remaining Gordon's clansmen, including Kelvin and the twins, had recently advanced to Tier 4 mage status. To the other first years, it felt like they were staring at an unreachable summit. From his seat, the dean watched the scene unfold with a faint smile, as he felt his suspicions were now confirmed, and that was the fact that the Gordons clan clearly had an alchemist among them. The dean couldn't shake the question lingering in his mind. Was the alchemist behind the top-grade cultivation pills someone studying in the academy, or was it a member of their clan way back at home that had provided them with pills? Because he refused to believe that 4 average mages could break into the Tier 4 mage realm in a week without the aid of a top-grade cultivation pill, something similar to the ones Alec had been sharing with his team during the competition. But he knew Alec too well to know that he wasn't likely to reveal anything to him, so the dean could only think of another measure as he shifted his gaze to Alec, who was casually observing the crowd until his eyes landed on 2 other first-year mages approaching his group, Endrick and Sophie. Those 2 were recruits Alec had brought under his wing. While the academy prohibited outside interference in student affairs, recruitment between students was allowed. This action of Alec had piqued the dean's interest since their return from the capital, as he had Alec investigated. Despite knowing Alec carried guilt for what had happened during the competition, despite the fact that the king had it in for them, the dean just couldn't understand his motivations. Why was Alec going out of his way to help his teammates? And more intriguingly, why was he recruiting others when he was still in the same cultivation realm as them? Typically, recruitment required a significant gap in realms, with the mentor capable of guiding the recruit's cultivation. Alec's actions defied this convention, raising suspicion that he had something extraordinary to offer, though the dean couldn't yet determine what that was. The pills Alec had shared were just part of a small clue. The dean had inspected their quality and was stunned. They were top grade, far superior to the academy's standard supplies. And he felt if the academy could secure just 10 of those Tier 5 cultivation pills occasionally, it would significantly bolster their ranks, potentially increasing the number of captain-ranked mages and strengthening their mid-level power base. At this critical moment, the War God Mage Academy was at a crossroads. While they still boasted a handful of strong high-rank mages, each seasoned through countless battles, and regarded as legends in their own right, their future was far from secure. Without a solid next generation to carry the torch, the Academy's future appeared uncertain and bleak. Even worse, high-tier clans with children in the Academy had begun pulling their children out of the Academy. Only 2 types of students remained, those fiercely loyal to the Academy and those whose clans had already given up on them. The War God Mage Academy was now desperate, clinging to any potential breakthrough that could validate the bold decisions of their dean. Settle down, everyone is here now. I hope you're all ready for the first test. Instructor Duran's voice boomed across the venue as he seemingly materialized out of thin air. One moment the stage was empty, and the next he stood there, requesting the students' attention. As Alec and his group listened, they were joined by Beatrice, Lucas, Katie, and Pale, who came over to greet them before deciding to stick together. Alec was taken aback by their presence, especially given the Academy's current predicament, with the institution on the verge of financial collapse, way worse than ever. Alec had assumed that most of the students from wealthy clans would have abandoned the Academy for greener pastures by now. However, seeing his teammates still sticking it out surprised him in the best way. He couldn't deny the satisfaction he felt knowing they were still around. Now I'll explain the details of the first test, Instructor Duran announced as he began pacing forward. The first test is a strength test. With a dramatic flourish, he reached for the cloth covering a tall object at the center of the stage. Slowly, he pulled it away, revealing a massive, obsidian-black monolith that stretched high into the sky. The crowd erupted into murmurs of curiosity and awe as they took in the imposing structure. The rock, with its smooth, reflective surface and faintly glowing runes, seemed almost otherworldly. All you have to do is step up to the obelisk and give it your best shot, Instructor Duran began, his voice echoing across the venue. You'll have 3 chances to strike the stone pillar, and your highest score will be the one that counts. He paused briefly before continuing. For regular students, reaching the peak of the 3rd bar is enough to be put up for auction. Instructors will then compete to take you in as their direct disciple. If more than one instructor is interested in you, you'll have the privilege of choosing the one you feel is most compatible for you. Alec listened to Duran's words, noting the subtle undertones. He knew what wasn't being said outright. Choosing between instructors often came with consequences. Rejecting an instructor, especially one less powerful than your chosen mentor, almost always led to animosity. The only time an instructor would swallow their pride was if the student chose someone like a great instructor or someone undeniably superior in rank or reputation. The second-year students in the crowd were visibly uneasy as Duran laid out the expectations. Many frowned, realizing the bar was set much higher than what had been required during their own first-year assessments. As for the direct disciples, Duran continued, his tone growing sharper. If you fail to achieve a score at least at the peak of the 3rd bar, you'll be demoted to an ordinary disciple position, regardless of who your current instructor is. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder until Duran tapped his walking cane sharply against the ground, silencing them. The weight of his words settled heavily over the second-year students. They now understood why they'd felt uneasy. the benchmarks being set for the first years were stricter than what had been applied to them back then. In fact, these standards were closer to what they had anticipated for their second-year assessments. The realization left many sweating nervously, wondering just how much harsher their own evaluations would be if the first year was already like this. Frustration and resentment bubbled among them, and some second-year students couldn't hide their hostility. Their glares turned toward Alec and his team, their gazes sharp with blame. The second-year students were convinced that Alec and his team's outstanding performance at the inter-academy competition had raised the bar for everyone, and being unable to voice their grievances to the instructors or great instructors, their frustration manifested as hostility toward Alec and his group. Alec, who had been quietly observing the situation, noticed their stares and the subtle attempts by a few to probe his true realm despite his efforts to suppress his aura. Displeased by their audacity, Alec snorted and unleashed a spirit break using his mental ability. The backlash hit the probing second years like a hammer in the back of their minds, causing several to cough up blood on the spot. "Idiots," Alec muttered, his voice carrying disdain. It had always been clear that Alec loathed anyone attempting to intrude on his mental boundaries. Even some Tier 6 mages had difficulty discerning his true realm, so it was laughable that these second years, whose mentality stats didn't even reach double digits, would dare to try. The dean, watching from a distance with his spirit eyes, smiled faintly at the spectacle. This boy just keeps getting stronger and more interesting. His mental prowess has already reached the realm of a Tier 6 mage. No matter what, Alec must not be abandoned. He's going to play a significant role in shaping the future of the War God Mage Academy, the dean mused. He continued to observe Alec discreetly, careful not to reveal himself. With the dean's mentality far surpassing Alec's, it was easy for him to use spirit eyes undetected. After all, it wasn't a direct probe, but a subtle observation that wouldn't trigger Alec's defenses. Instructor Durin resumed speaking, breaking the tension in the arena. For the direct disciples, if you can reach the 4th bar during this test, you'll be one step closer to advancing into the second year when you return from your 1-month holiday. Even if I think it might be a challenge for you ordinary students, I don't want to count you all out. If any of you manage to achieve the same record, consider yourselves on the path to promotion too. The crowd fell silent, hanging on to every word Durin spoke, their focus now fully on the unfolding assessment. Seeing that the students had taken in his words, Instructor Durin decided to move things forward. "You may begin," he declared, his voice cutting through the tense air. At once the crowd of students shuffled back, leaving those standing at the forefront as the only immediate candidates. None of them wanted to go first, preferring instead to observe how others performed the strength test. Many hoped to discern a trick or strategy that could give them an edge. "Don't waste time. You there, step forward." "Let's get rolling," Durin said, pointing to a nervous young mage at the front. The selected mage, clearly a direct disciple of one of the instructors, stepped forward with visible anxiety. As the first to be tested, he was desperate not to make a mistake. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his hand back, gathering mana as he prepared to strike the stone. Mana swirled around his fist, glowing faintly as he channeled his energy. However, as his punch neared the stone, the accumulated mana dissipated into the air, and the force behind his attack diminished significantly. A small, unimpressive thud echoed as his fist connected with the stone. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the appearance of a white light climbing slowly from the base of the stone. It traveled upward past the first bar, but halted at the peak of the second bar, unable to go any further. The crowd erupted into laughter, mocking the mage's lackluster performance. However, not everyone joined in. Those who recognized their own limitations began to frown, and this is because they realized they were no stronger than this mage, which made them feel the test might be far more challenging than they had anticipated. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention," Durin said with a mischievous smile, "you can't use your mana when you punch, or your momentum will be drastically reduced. Now, your first attempt indicates second bar peak. You still have 2 chances, so don't waste them." The mage froze for a moment, processing the sudden revelation. When he looked at Durin's face, he didn't see the image of a supportive instructor anymore. Instead, he saw a cunning man, seemingly enjoying the confusion and frustration of the students. It was clear to him Durin should have explained all the rules up front. A wave of frustration washed over the student, as he felt cheated, as if he had been set up to fail. Losing one of his 3 chances due to the instructor's deliberate omission felt unfair, but as he glanced at the other instructors, none of them spoke up to correct Durin. They all understood what Durin was doing, adding an element of pressure and unpredictability to the test. But as long as he didn't push things too far, they were willing to let him have his fun. For the mage standing before the pillar, however, this was no laughing matter. The student, determined to make the most of his remaining chances, decided to apply the lesson from his earlier failure. This time, he clenched his fists without channeling any mana. The crowd, particularly those who believed themselves to be on the same level as the mage, watched intently, as none of them wanted to miss even the slightest detail, hoping to glean some insight for his own attempts. "Ah!" the mage roared, his fist flying toward the towering black monolith. A louder, more resounding thud echoed as his punch connected. All eyes followed the white light rising up the center of the stone. It surged past the peak of the second bar, filling the third completely. The light moved steadily upward, reaching close to the peak of the third bar before faltering and settling just shy of it. "Third bar, high rank, not enough. You've got one last chance, don't be a disappointment," Instructor Duran said from the side, his words towing the line between encouragement and mockery. The mage clenched his jaw, his frustration boiling over. He refused to fail here, especially when he was so close. He was starting to feel if only he had reached the peak Tier 3 realm. This thought lingered bitterly on his mind, as he felt it would have been much easier. He felt that way as he is a high Tier 3 mage, and he was convinced the monolith was gauging his realm and that his current level wasn't quite enough to reach the peak third bar. With a defiant roar, he summoned every ounce of his strength and threw his final punch, channeling all his anger and unwillingness into the strike. Bang! The impact was thunderous, reverberating across the venue. Pain shot through his fist, and he could feel the skin on his knuckles had split. He didn't care. Eyes closed and head bowed, he prepared to accept defeat. "Well, would you look at that?" Duran's voice rang out, this time tinged with approval. "You're not a disgrace after all, peak third bar." The words of Instructor Duran jolted the mage out of his daze as his eyes flew open to focus on the monolith. The white light remained fixed at the peak of the third bar, unwavering this time. "Pass." The confirmation rang loud and clear, bringing a wave of relief to the mage. He had managed to retain his status as a direct disciple. Smiling through the pain, he descended from the stage, clutching his bloodied right hand. Despite his injuries, a sense of accomplishment radiated from him. Witnessing this, many of the other students, particularly those at the high Tier 3 realm, were emboldened. If he could pass, they reasoned, perhaps they could too, provided they gave it their all. Next. Instructor Duran's voice rang out again. A rush of students scrambled forward, eager to take the next turn, but Duran quickly organized them into a line. Most were high Tier 3 or peak Tier 3 mages, each determined to prove themselves. With a clearer understanding of the rules and having observed the previous attempt, the students began their trials, hitting the monolith with everything they had from the start. However, it soon became evident that raw determination alone wasn't enough. For many high Tier 3 mages, despite their best efforts, reaching the peak of the third bar proved impossible. They failed, even after using all three attempts. At first, they had believed the monolith measured their realm, but now they realized how mistaken they had been. The monolith wasn't testing their magical realm, it was testing their physical strength. It evaluated the raw resilience and power of their bodies. The peak Tier 3 mages fared better, because their breakthroughs had strengthened their physiques through a natural baptism that came with advancing to the next level. This made their bodies slightly more durable and capable of enduring greater strain. As for the first student who passed, the truth to his success was quite simple. He had succeeded not because of his realm, but because his physical strength was already nearing that of a peak Tier 3 mage. Fueled by his anger and desperation, he had been able to bridge the gap and push himself beyond his limits. Since then, no other high Tier 3 mages had been able to replicate the first student's feat. One by one, many of the mages were demoted to the rank of normal disciples, a fate that sent ripples of anxiety through the venue and the second-year students present. Instead, so they shifted focus to cultivating only the most promising talents. Those deemed less exceptional were relegated to the status of normal disciples, where they would face fierce competition for resources and opportunities, including specialized classes. Next, Duran's commanding voice echoed again, this time to the ears of the students. It was as if a demon lord had spoken, ready to seal their fates. At this point, Duran had demoted more disciples in a single day than anyone could recall, spreading fear among the first-year students. The atmosphere grew heavier when a peak Tier 3 mage failed to meet the standard, unable to surpass the high third bar and reach the peak even after 3 attempts. No matter how hard he tried, his results plateaued below the peak third bar. While many of the students couldn't understand why he had failed, the high-tier mages present immediately recognized the issue. The student's breakthrough to peak Tier 3 had been achieved through the use of lower-quality medicinal pills. This left his foundation unstable and incomplete, delaying the solidification of his realm. Though his mana pool had increased, but his body had not fully undergone the transformation necessary to harness the full power of his rank, so without mana to supplement his strikes, his physical strength fell short, making him unfit to retain the title of direct disciple. Next. Duran called again, his voice as sharp and final as ever. This time, Alec turned toward the twins, gesturing for them to step forward as he was prepared to make a move. With so many mages rushing to the stage to get tested before, Alec had instructed his team to hold back, preferring to let others show off first. He didn't want his team stepping up too soon. And after nearly an hour of testing and eliminations, the number of mages waiting to be tested had dwindled to a few hundred. At that moment, Alec decided it was time for his team to finally make their move. Among the remaining mages, there were 3 Tier 4 mages from high-tier clans which had decided to stay behind at the academy and had seized this opportunity to showcase their prowess. They became the first to light up the 4th bar, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. While Alec might seem like a straightforward person, those who truly knew him, like Arthur and Brandon, understood that beneath his composed exterior lay a cunning, often shameless strategist. Alec always sought control over any situation despite never admitting to it, and his penchant for dramatic flair had clearly rubbed off on his teammates like Arthur and Brandon. Now Alec planned to steal the spotlight from the current show-offs with an even grander display, one that no first-year mage could hope to rival. The twins strode confidently toward the stage. The crowd, sensing the Gordons are finally making their moves, parted instinctively to make way for them. The sheer aura emanating from the 2 mages caused murmurs of anticipation, while instructor Duran watched with a faint smile. "Begin," Duran commanded as Ethan Gordon stepped forward. Clenching his fist tightly, Ethan delivered a punch with such force that the resounding bang echoed across the venue, reverberating through the air. The power behind his strike was palpable, forcing those standing several meters away to brace themselves. All eyes snapped to the monolith, tracking the rising white light. It shot past the first 2 bars with lightning speed, making those who had previously attempted the monolith striking seem pitiful in comparison. As it entered the 3rd bar, the light slowed slightly, but its momentum did not falter. With unrelenting force, it surged past the peak 3rd bar and broke into the 4th bar, leaving the crowd stunned. The light finally stopped moving after climbing a short distance into the 4th bar. "Low 4th bar, pass. You have become a little closer to entering the 2nd year. Do you want to stop here or use your remaining 2 chances?" Duran asked. "Yes," Ethan replied immediately, his voice firm and unwavering. Duran's brows furrowed slightly in surprise. Ethan had not only passed but had done so with flying colors, achieving one of the qualifications for 2nd-year promotion. Yet, despite his success, Ethan appeared dissatisfied with his result and was determined to try again. The sight of a low Tier 4 mage attempting to bridge the gap between the low and mid-levels of the 4th bar brought a subtle smile to Duran's face, as he relished moments like this when young mages challenged their limits, only to fail and confront the harsh reality of their boundaries the most. Duran was confident Ethan would fail, and for good reason. The gap between low and mid ranks wasn't just a matter of effort, it was a chasm of power. While small breakthroughs of a mage within the low realm might still be contested by another mage in the same realm, the mid-level represented a different rank altogether, as every small breakthrough means a big difference in powers. And the 4th bar, which signified the start of the mid-rank, was not something one could surpass without extraordinary strength or preparation. Ethan, however, seemed unfazed by Duran's unspoken thoughts and gaze. Even if he knew what the instructor was thinking, he wouldn't care. His focus was solely on following Alec's instructions. Although Ethan had already passed and had no personal desire to continue, Alec had specifically asked him to take another turn, this time using chi to coat his hand. Alec had a clear purpose in mind. While it was common knowledge that the monolith did not recognize mana-infused strikes, Alec wanted to test whether chi, a distinct energy source which is completely different from mana, would be considered a purely physical power by the monolith, because he had learnt that those with high chi control could enhance the lethality of their mana-based attacks, elevating their potency by several levels by blending the chi into their attacks. Alec's experiment aimed to uncover whether chi alone would register as a physical force. During his last visit to the capital, Alec had learned much, including the advanced application of chi to refine the body until the mage in question could wield the sub-powers of chi kai freely. HMPH. Ethan exhaled sharply as a transparent bluish energy coated his hand. Without hesitation, he launched his fist toward the monolith. His strike moved faster than before, the sheer speed causing his hand to blur in the air. Boom! The sound reverberated through the area, not overwhelmingly loud but carrying a weight that left the crowd in awe. The onlookers gasped as the white light on the monolith shot past the first 2 bars with astonishing speed again, leaving many students to wonder why others struggled so much when Ethan made it look effortless. But what truly stunned the audience was what happened next. This time, even after the white light entered the 4th bar, it didn't stop. It continued rising until it reached the midpoint of the bar. A hush fell over the entire area as all eyes turned to Duran, standing beside the monolith. The instructor's expression was momentarily frozen, his usual composure shaken by what he had just witnessed. His earlier predictions had been proven entirely wrong, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, being a seasoned professional, Duran quickly collected himself and announced the result. Mid-4th bar, pass once again. Do you wish to continue with your final attempt? This time there was no teasing smile on Duran's face. Ethan's performance had earned his genuine respect. Ethan, however, simply shook his head and began making his way down on his way. He exchanged a high five with his twin sister, Emma. "Crush it," Ethan said with a grin. "Trust me," Emma replied, giggling as the nearby mages watched the siblings with unease. "Next." Duran called out, shifting his gaze to Emma as she stepped forward. His curiosity piqued, as he wondered if she too would manage to surprise him. The moment Emma Gordon stepped onto the stage, she began rotating her small fists and building momentum as her right fist became coated in a shimmering layer of chi energy. Her exaggerated movements and energetic display caused Duran to shake his head slightly. He couldn't help but feel she might fumble due to the excess energy she seemed to be wasting. "Begin," he commanded. The instant the order was given, Emma's fist shot forward with blinding speed, moving even faster than her brother's earlier strike. Boom! Her small fist slammed into the testing stone, sending a loud, reverberating noise across the arena. The white light surged upward, quickly passing the 3 bars, breaking into the 4th, and finally stopping at the midpoint. "Mid-4th bar. Pass," Duran announced, his voice steady despite his astonishment. The crowd of mages erupted into murmurs and whispers. "Another mid-4th bar. The Gordons are completely dominating this test. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? Even the other 3 mages from high-tier clans didn't do this well." Someone in the crowd muttered in frustration. "Would you like to continue?" Duran asked, his tone calmer now as he worked to suppress his growing admiration for the twins. Emma, however, simply shook her head with a carefree smile. Without hesitation, she hopped off the stage, her energy and confidence still radiating as she joined her brother in walking out of the testing venue. But the show was far from over, with the twins already building momentum. Alec gestured for Aiden to step forward, and Aiden, following in their footsteps, managing to secure a mid-4th bar on his 3rd attempt after achieving low 4th bar in his first 2 tries. The streak of impressive results had left the crowd abuzz. All eyes were now on Alec and his team, with whispers and discussions filling the arena. It was clear that Alec had managed to shift the entire focus of the test to himself and his group, drawing every ounce of attention toward them. At this point, it seemed as though the remaining mages had silently agreed not to step up until Alec's group had finished. This wasn't out of fear but sheer embarrassment. They didn't want to humiliate themselves by attempting to match the Gordons' intimidating results. This reaction, however, had been part of Alec's plan all along. By letting his team go up now when the numbers were low, he had strategically built an unstoppable momentum, ensuring that all eyes remained fixed on his group and their unmatched performance. With Aiden stepping down, Kelvin confidently leapt onto the stage after him. His first 2 trials were casual yet precise, each punch consistently reaching the mid-4th bar despite also being a low tier 4 mage like the other 3 Gordons before him. His stability and control over his physique were evident, as he effortlessly reproduced the same result without faltering. Just when the crowd thought he was finished, Kelvin adjusted his stance for the 3rd and final attempt. This time, he unleashed all his strength, his fist slamming into the monolith with tremendous force. The white light surged upward, climbing steadily past the mid-4th bar and reaching the high 4th bar, setting a new benchmark for the test. The crowd collectively gasped, their awe palpable. The Gordons had once again raised the bar, literally causing the remaining mages waiting to be tested to tremble at the thought of matching such overwhelming displays of power. Despite being from a mid-tier clan, the Gordons were outshining mages from other prestigious high-tier clans. This left many in the crowd questioning how such a seemingly unremarkable clan could produce so many exceptional talents at once. "Hey, smelly boy, why not pass some of these hardworking students to me? I'd like to bask in glory for once whenever they pull off something this impressive," Elder Alfred quipped, glancing at Taryn, who sat beside him. Alfred couldn't help but notice the envious glances being cast in Taryn's direction, all because his disciples were making such a remarkable impact. HMPH. "Old man, are you trying to lose what's left of your nap time? If not, you wouldn't be trying to poach my disciples. When will you stop? Besides, don't let your disciple hear you. I hear she's a jealous one." Taryn shot back, a smirk tugging at his lips. Alfred stiffened slightly, imagining the chaos Beatrice might unleash if she caught wind of his remarks. While she wasn't overly troublesome since she came back, she also had her moments of possessiveness, and adding another mage under his care right might make things complicated. "Calm down, would you?" "You can't even take a joke," Alfred said, hurriedly brushing off the suggestion. "Joke my ass," Taryn retorted without hesitation, unbothered by the elder's attempt to save face. As Katie, Sophie, and Pale stepped up to the monolith, their punches illuminated the low 5th bar, raising the benchmark yet again. By this point, even the second-year students fell silent, though they had only reached the low 5th bar. But all the second year understood the implications. The weakest members of the War God Academy's championship team were on par with the strongest mages in the second year. Such a realization struck hard, leaving the second years to quietly accept that they might soon face stronger classmates. As if that weren't enough, Arthur and Brandon followed, lighting up the mid-fifth bar, while Knight and Agnes both reached the low fifth bar. Then came in Drick. His punch surged the light to the high fifth bar on his second trial, leaving many second-year students stunned. Questions rippled through their minds. What was a mage of this caliber doing in the first year? Some speculated he might even surpass some third years in strength, a thought that left them uneasy. Before they could fully process this, Beatrice stepped up. With her first and only attempt, she too reached the high fifth bar, then casually stepped down, refusing to use her two remaining chances. At this point, no second-year student doubted their instructor's warnings about the incoming first-year's superiority. Initially, they believed they had the edge with the results of the other students, but seeing the championship team's overwhelming performance left no room for excuses. The gap between them was undeniable, so much so that the second years could only watch with reverence. As they were lost in their thoughts, two more figures stepped forward side by side. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as Alec and Lucas approached the monolith. When they reached the stage, Alec paused, turning to Lucas with a calm smile. "I'll let you go first," Alec said, gesturing for Lucas to proceed. Lucas gave a small nod and stepped forward. At this moment, even Duran couldn't maintain his usual nonchalance. The overwhelming display from the championship team had forced him to take them seriously. With Lucas in position, Duran activated his spirit eyes to gauge the young mage's realm. Due to the fact that the mage team that went to the capital had well mastered the art of masking his realm, Duran had no suspicions of them until their fist connected with the monolith. That was when Duran fully realized the caliber of monsters hidden within the first-year student. To stay ahead, he decided it was safer to gauge their realms in advance. Yet, even with his spirit eyes, he couldn't ignore the fact that several of them had already exceeded the limitations of their realms, leaving him baffled as to why so many prodigies seemed to emerge only within this particular group, centered around Alec. His gaze shifted toward Alec, recalling the academy-wide warning issued to all faction members to stay clear of Alec, as he was now considered a critical asset to the academy, one whose potential was so immense that even the faction couldn't afford to risk the academy losing him. "Can I begin now?" Lucas asked, snapping Duran out of his trance. The instructor had been so focused on Alec that he forgot to start the trial. It wasn't entirely Duran's fault. After checking Lucas and confirming he was at the high tier 5 mage realm, curiosity compelled him to use his spirit eyes to analyze Alec as well. However, what he discovered left him stunned. Alec had erected a circular mental shield around himself, preventing any external observation of his realm. This development was shocking to Duran, as such a feat was something even most low tier 6 mages struggled to achieve. Typically, mages only began cultivating their mental abilities upon entering Tier 6 Mage realm, using specialized facilities like the Mental Cultivation Building at the War God Mage Academy. Mental cultivation was notoriously slow and grueling, requiring years of effort even with advanced resources. That is why mages of less privileged clans ended up needing years before they could enter the high ranks. And now Alec, who is barely 16 years old, had already mastered such control over his mental abilities was nothing short of extraordinary. Duran had witnessed several impressive feats today, but none compared to this moment, and that is why he didn't bother to continue prying, as that way he would alert Alec. "Yeah, you can begin," Duran finally said, shaking off his thoughts. Alec's abilities were too enigmatic to dwell on, and he turned his attention back to Lucas. Lucas took a deep breath, drawing his fist back. The air around him swirled, converging toward his hand as he focused. His chi manifested, shifting from its typical transparent bluish hue to a brilliant golden glow. Chi conversion, Kai manifestation. While many mages lacked the knowledge on how to manifest Kai, members of battle clans were the exception. These clans emphasized chi control, ensuring their descendants mastered it to the point where they would eventually awaken Kai in the future, as it was a sign of becoming an amateur Kai master. As the golden Kai enveloped Lucas's fist, the crowd's attention shifted to his master, Cedric, a mage renowned for following the battle path with unyielding focus. Seeing the stares and nods directed his way, Cedric knew everyone was silently praising him for his teaching abilities and the talent of his disciple. What they didn't realize was that he, too, was in the dark about Luca's awakening Kai manifestation. While Cedric had mastered Kai manifestation himself and planned to teach it to Lucas someday, the opportunity never arose. Lucas had always been a busy sort of disciple, constantly seeking fights or entering seclusion whenever he returned to his master's peak mountain. Had he not prioritized training over fame, he might have already challenged Cedric's chief disciple for the top spot. Swish, bang, the sound of Lucas's punch colliding with the monolith reverberated like a tiger's roar. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the white light surged past the first 3 bars with blazing speed. Even as it entered the fourth bar, it only slowed slightly before dashing into the fifth, moving effortlessly from low to mid, then from mid to high. Gasps echoed as the light reached the peak of the fifth bar, marking the first peak fifth bar result of the day, but it didn't stop there. The light broke into the sixth bar, stabilizing at the low sixth bar. At that moment, Lucas's student badge began to change. The navy blue captain's rank was replaced with burgundy, a deep red with hints of purple, signifying a monumental milestone. The realization dawned on every first-year student present that the first major rank student of their year had been born, and he achieved it as a high Tier 5 mage. Lucas's aura spilled out as he withdrew his fist, causing his cultivation realm to astonish the crowd. However, the bigger shock came from his test result, which revealed that his physique was an entire realm ahead of his cultivation level. The implications of such a feat left everyone in awe. They hadn't even realized that surpassing their realm in the strength test could lead to an upgrade in their rank. Lucas was the first to reveal this hidden mechanism, opening their eyes to the possibilities. The second years initially believed that their superior battle experience, exposure to bloodshed, and longer time spent learning spells made them inherently better than the first years despite the overwhelming result the first-year group of Alec had been getting. However, Lucas's result shattered those excuses, leaving no room for doubt about the growing superiority of the younger class. Lucas muttered, looking slightly perplexed as though he still had more to give. Would you like to try again? Duran asked, noticing the expression on his face. No, this much is enough for now, Lucas replied with a casual shrug as he walked down from the stage, tapping Alec on the shoulder before heading toward the second test venue. The dean observed the group with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, wondering how they had made such tremendous progress in just 1 week after returning to the academy. He assumed that the intense pressure of the inter-academy competition had pushed them to new heights. Selene, however, understood the real reason as she had been with them the longest at the capital. The group had consumed a significant number of top-quality pills, which should have propelled them to higher realms. However, their bodies, which are still adapting to such strong pills, had absorbed the pill's energy gradually, with the residual potency stored in their mana pools. If they had used low-quality pills, the residual energy would have been wasted, but since the pills were of the highest quality, the stored potency remained, waiting to be fully utilized. And after their intense battles at the capital against the Demonkins, most of them came close to a breakthrough with the residual energy pushing for it. Yet, instead of rushing forward, they focused on stabilizing their foundations for the entire week since their return. Beatrice was an exception, though. She channeled the residual pill potency into her live puppets, such as her croc demonic beast and the flaming swordsman puppet, resulting in significant power increases for her puppets. This strategic advantage meant that, in a real battle, Beatrice might still outclass Lucas despite not matching his realm or combat instincts. The same also applied to Lucas, who hadn't even used his spirit equipment set. For them, showing off wasn't the goal. Their focus was simply to pass the test and move on, leaving all the scheming and strategy to Alec. I guess it's finally my turn, Alec said with a calm smile as he stepped forward, raising his right hand toward the monolith, Gordon's inner compound. As the city lord reached the gates of the inner yard, he was momentarily delayed before a mage from the Gordon's clan arrived to escort him inside. The mage led him to an open room where the Grand Elder was already seated, with a sly smile on his face. And here I was, thinking my old friend would be the one entertaining me. After years of him inviting me to his home, I finally decided to visit, the city lord said with a teasing tone as he took the seat opposite the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder chuckled politely but replied with an edge, to be honest, even you must realize that negotiating with me is far better than dealing with my brother directly. His tone was courteous, yet the underlying warning was unmistakable, a reminder of where the city lord currently stood with the Gordon's clan. The Grand Elder's words drew a hearty laugh from the city lord, who quickly regained his composure and locked eyes with him. You're absolutely right, speaking with a reasonable man like yourself certainly makes things easier, the city lord admitted. Then let's not waste each other's time. What brings the great city lord to our humble grounds? What is it you seek from the Gordon's clan? The Grand Elder said, his words layered with subtle jabs. But the city lord didn't flinch at the Grand Elder's tone. After all, he was the one seeking help. I want the Gordon's clan to assist in the upcoming Blood Moon War, and I'm also requesting that you retract the 1-month holiday you've scheduled this month. In return, your next exemption from Blood Moon duties will be extended, he stated plainly. While he was saying all this, the Grand Elder just raised the teacup before him, gently blowing on it as the steam swirled in the air, taking a measured sip, as he closed his eyes briefly and savored the drink's flavor, as though unfazed by the weight of the conversation. And what exactly would we gain from this? The Grand Elder asked in a calm, measured tone. It's not as though we enjoy giving up our exemption from a war just to risk the lives of our clansmen. His words, though soft, cut sharply, exposing the gaps in the city lord's request. Clearly, he had no intention of wasting time with pleasantries when the stakes were so high. Let me be blunt, the city lord responded. If the Gordons clan doesn't assist in the upcoming war, the city stands to lose far more than you can imagine. If it were any other race from the second dimension, your clan might not feel the impact as much. But we're dealing with zombies here. If even a fraction of that undead horde breaches the city, the manpower required to contain them will be devastating. You know this better than anyone. This is a threat we must face together. The Grand Elder mused, his face unreadable. Very well, the Gordons clan will send 2 high-rank mages to assist, however. You'll need to compensate us for this inconvenience, as we had already planned to rest and recuperate during this period. The faint smile playing on the Grand Elder's lips showed why he was nicknamed the Gordon's Fox. Even in dire circumstances, he managed to maneuver for a profit at the city lord's expense. Are you trying to act like a mercenary group now? The city lord asked, irritation creeping into his tone. Not at all, the Grand Elder replied smoothly. I'm merely requesting fair compensation for those who will be thrust into a battle they weren't prepared for. Surely, you don't think that's unreasonable. His argument, delivered with quiet confidence, left the city lord visibly frustrated. When he decided to deal with the Grand Elder instead of the Patriarch, he'd hoped for a smoother negotiation. But he had underestimated Garrick Gordons. While George Gordons, the clan patriarch, might be a lunatic, when pissed he still is a straightforward and unyielding man. Garrick, on the other hand, is a master manipulator, a shrewd negotiator who exploited every weakness with precision. All right, I agree to pay, but what fee would satisfy your clan enough to participate? The city lord asked through gritted teeth. He loathed having to ask such a cunning man like Garrick for terms, but his hands were tied. He needed to ensure that whatever outrageous demands the Grand Elder made, he could meet them. Oh, I hadn't considered that before. After all, it's not every day we receive such a distinguished visitor. Let's settle it like this. You'll owe the Gordons clan a favor, and when we come to collect, you must honor it. Garrick said, feigning surprise with a sly smile, causing the city lord to sneer inwardly at Garrick's calculated response. You didn't expect me. Nonsense. I'd bet my title you predicted this long before I even considered coming here, you crafty fox. Despite his internal frustration, the city lord maintained a polite smile. A favor, you say? That's no small thing, he replied, carefully weighing his words. If I'm to agree, let me add a clause to our arrangement. Your clan must send mages ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 7. That's the only way I'll accept this deal. He tried to turn the negotiation in his favor, aiming for a larger commitment from the Gordons clan. I'm sorry, but the Grand Elder began, his tone hinting at rejection. But before he could finish, a voice rang clearly in his mind. Accept it. And the Grand Elder's demeanor shifted almost instantly. On second thought, I believe we have ourselves a deal, he said with an amicable smile, shocking the city lord. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave, the city lord said as he stood, adjusting his robes. The Grand Elder rose as well, accompanying him to the gate of the inner court. Once there, the Grand Elder stopped, offering a polite but final nod, leaving the city lord to navigate through the worn and tattered outer court on his own. Why did you accept such terms? It's clear we could have pushed the city hall into a corner, negotiated a better deal, and reduced the number of mages we have to send for such a gruesome battle. You know, we can't afford to lose so many of our mages in a meaningless war like this, the Grand Elder said, his voice sharp as the ground beside him cracked open, revealing the Patriarch emerging from below. I understand your concerns, the Patriarch replied calmly, dusting off his robes. Besides, by participating, we gain proximity to the high-rank mages present. That gives us an opportunity to discern which of them might truly be connected to the attack on the outer court. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of sending you into the front lines of the Blood Moon War, the Grand Elder interjected with a sly grin. The Patriarch raised an eyebrow in surprise, prompting the Grand Elder to elaborate. Right now, our focus shouldn't be on revenge or exposing the attackers. They can be dealt with later. We need their firepower right now, which is why our immediate concern should be the zombies. They're back and stronger than ever. If we allow anger to dictate our strategy, we risk losing sight of the bigger picture. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. If the zombies breach the city gates, the chaos they'll cause will be catastrophic. Weak humans which can't protect themselves will be easy prey, and the zombies will multiply rapidly, making the cleanup effort exhausting and costly. Even if we win, it would feel like a loss, given the lives that would be wasted in such a scenario. The Patriarch nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful as he acknowledged the wisdom in his brother's words. Begin, Dern announced, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. Alex, standing before the monolith, didn't waste any time. Without any elaborate gestures or theatrics, he simply let his fist fly toward the stone with precision and purpose. Bink, the faint sound of Alex's hand striking the monolith echoed softly, almost as if he was holding back, careful not to break it. This subtle approach left many of the mages in the crowd puzzled. their initial reaction being one of disbelief. Why was Alec being so restrained? However, their confusion quickly turned to astonishment as the white light began to surge up the monolith with a speed they had never seen before. In a matter of seconds, the light broke through the first 3 bars effortlessly. It only slowed slightly upon reaching the 4th bar but continued its relentless ascent, stopping only when it reached the low tier 6 bar. Gasps rippled through the crowd as their gazes darted to the badge hanging from Alec's waist, now glowing burgundy. It was undeniable. The first years now had their second major rank mage. Meanwhile, the entire second year still lacked even a single student of that rank. The humiliation was palpable, especially when they noticed the disappointed stares of some instructors directed at them. Even Beatrice, though not yet at the rank, appeared dangerously close to breaking through. This realization only deepened the second year's sense of shame, and many bowed their heads in silent mortification. Pass. Will you use your remaining attempts? Duran asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. He was clearly intrigued by Alec's display, suspecting that Alec had held back a significant amount of his power. But Alec shook his head, declining the offer to continue. Duran's disappointment was evident for a fleeting moment before he masked it with a neutral expression. As much as he wanted to see the full extent of Alec's abilities, he couldn't compel him to proceed. Alec had already passed, and that was enough. As Alec turned to leave and make his way toward the second test venue, he was suddenly intercepted. Standing before him was none other than the dean. Alec lifted his gaze, his expression calm but questioning as he wondered what the dean wanted now. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" the dean said, his voice firm yet calm. "You owe me a discussion, and I'd like to have it now." The dean's sudden request stunned the crowd, especially the second year. They couldn't fathom what kind of connection a first-year student could possibly have with the dean. But Alec's next response left them utterly floored. "Can it wait? You do realize I'm in the middle of a test, and I can't wait to get back home," Alec replied casually, his tone causing those nearby to gasp in disbelief. They were shocked by how nonchalantly Alec addressed the dean. If any of them had been approached by the dean, they would have leaped at the opportunity to fulfill his request, yet Alec's words and demeanor gave the impression that he'd rather be anywhere else. "Come on now, we both know this test is like a walk in the park for you. Even the second-year assessments are beneath your level," the dean retorted. "Be that as it may, I still have to take it," Alec responded firmly, standing his ground. The dean let out a sigh before turning to the instructors and senior staff present. "I hereby announce that Alec Gordons and Lucas Blade are officially promoted to the second year due to their ranks. They are exempt from completing the remaining tests and would get the highest degree in marks. Does anyone have an objection?" the dean declared, his authoritative gaze sweeping the crowd. There were murmurs, but no one dared to challenge the decision. Most nodded in agreement, though a few felt disappointed at not being able to witness more of Alec's abilities. However, with the dean having spoken, they had no choice but to accept it. Lucas, on the other hand, looked puzzled by the sudden promotion. While he found the tests boring, he had been looking forward to the third test, which involved combat rankings. However, since Alec wasn't participating, Lucas reasoned that it didn't matter. After all, no one else could push him as much as Alec did. Even though he knew Beatrice might defeat him with her summoned puppets, Lucas didn't feel the same thrill battling her as he did when sparring with Alec. Fighting Alec always put him on edge, knowing he could be overwhelmed at any moment. Resigned, Lucas turned and began walking back to his master's peak, as he planned to park his things swiftly and leave back to the Central Kingdom. "Let's fight again when we meet next, Alec," Lucas called out, his massive great sword slung over his shoulder as he exited the venue. "Definitely," Alec muttered with a small smile, his thoughts drifting back to how he had first met Lucas. At first, he'd thought Lucas was just a troublemaker, but over time, he'd realized Lucas was simply someone driven by his love for battle and a desire to challenge those stronger than himself. If there was anyone Alec trusted most to have his back at the capital, it was Lucas. While Alec was more protective of Beatrice and ensured her roles were limited, he relied on Lucas to shoulder the most challenging tasks. And Lucas never faltered under the weight of Alec's trust, and through those trials, he had grown stronger. Now Lucas could only look forward to how his clan elders would react when they evaluated his progress. He could already imagine the expressions of astonishment on their faces when they realized how far he had improved. "Well then, would you mind following me for that discussion now?" the dean asked, breaking Alec's train of thought. "All right, I guess I've run out of excuses," Alec replied, shrugging his shoulders as he agreed to follow the dean. Alec and the dean made their way toward the highest peak in the mountains. This peak is said to house only the old dean and his loyal retainers, and it stood far above the others, offering an ethereal view as it was shrouded in clouds that seemed to guard its serenity. When they landed, Alec was surprised to see 2 figures already waiting there at the front yard for them. "Old man Alderic, what are you doing here?" Alec called out immediately, recognizing one of the few high-ranked mages he truly respected. Among the Academy's powerful figures, Alderic stood out as someone Alec felt gratitude toward. Before Alec and his group ventured into the second dimension for the first time, Alderic had offered invaluable advice and provided them with a map that revealed hidden truths about the dimension, knowledge they wouldn't have gained by simply following an adventure group. That gesture had been instrumental in their survival during their first journey into the abyss. Ha ha ha. You've grown quite a lot since I last saw you, Alderic said with a laugh. Don't be too surprised I'm the one who asked this little boy to bring you here. He gestured at the dean, causing Alec to raise an eyebrow at the unexpected remark. Referring to the dean as a little boy hinted at Alderic's seniority, a rarity in itself, and left Alec curious about just who Alderic truly was. No problem. If it's you, I'm more than willing to listen, Alec replied with a faint smile. Ignatius Peter, excuse us for a moment, Alderic said, addressing the dean and the disciplinary hall elder. Both cupped their hands in respectful acknowledgement before leaving without question, further fueling Alec's suspicions. Could Alderic really be the old dean? Alec wondered, but kept his thoughts to himself, waiting for Alderic to speak first. Walk with me, little punk, Alderic said, leading Alec along a path lined with cultivated flowers on both sides. The area radiated a serene aura, untouched by the chaos of the outside world. As Alec followed, he couldn't help but observe the flowers. Though gentle in appearance, they emanated a spiritual energy that hinted at their profound nature. Tell me, Alec, what is it that you desire most from the academy? Alderic asked, his tone calm but probing. The question caused Alec to furrow his brows in confusion as he trailed behind. I don't know, Alec replied casually after a moment's thought. I guess I came to the academy to learn about the things I'm ignorant of on my path to becoming a powerful mage. His answer was simple but sincere, drawing a light chuckle from Alderic. Such confidence and simplicity. You're the only mage I've seen so nonchalant about the path ahead of you, and that's what I like about you, but that's not quite what I meant. Alderic remarked, a smile tugging at his lips. He paused before continuing, his voice adopting a more serious tone. Let me put it this way, I'd like you to help the War God Mage Academy. You seem to have access to mid-rank pills, which are exceedingly rare not just in top academies, but even more so here. Our academy lacks sufficient expert alchemists, and even when we manage to gather resources, the production process is slow and inefficient. Most of our alchemists aren't skilled enough to produce top-grade pills, and there are also significant losses during the pill refinement. With this limitation, we're also struggling to preserve even a single genius in the alchemy path. It's become nearly impossible to improve our students' realms with pills, as the few cultivation and healing pills we can produce are quickly consumed by a handful of students with connections. I'm not asking for much, I just need your help in connecting us with an alchemist from your clan. We're willing to pay double the price as long as they can provide us with a batch of mid-rank pills, Alderic concluded. Alec listened carefully, his mind processing the old man's words. Then, without missing a beat, he asked, Are you the old dean? The tension of the moment dissipated, replaced by Alderic's hearty laughter. Yes, I am, Alderic admitted, though at the moment you can't call me that, this isn't my real body. It's just another part of me I left here to cultivate on its own, but rest assured, my thoughts and memories are fully in sync with my main body. Alec nodded, his suspicions confirmed, but Alderic's next words brought him back to the matter at hand. Now that this is clear, let me ask again, can you help me? I can help you, but as for your first question, I don't want much, not even money yet. If I were to become a pill supplier for the academy, I'd need time to think it over. I'll have to discuss it with my grandfather, the patriarch, however. One thing I'll need for sure is corpses, demonic beast corpses, Alec said, his gaze fixed on the sky as if deep in thought. For every corpse delivered to me, I'll supply 3 top-grade pills matching that corpse's realm, Alec added, calculating his share mentally. He had already decided on a 70-30 split in his favor, keeping the lion's share for himself. What Alec didn't expect was Alderic's immediate response. Deal, the old man said without hesitation. Alec blinked in surprise. Old man, how can you just agree like that? Aren't you even going to negotiate? If you fold this easily, won't it look like I'm taking advantage of the academy's situation? Alderic chuckled, his laughter echoing across the serene peak. You silly boy. For every demonic beast corpse we hand over to our alchemists, along with additional materials for the refinement, we barely get 2 pills in return, and those aren't even top quality, yet here you are, confidently promising 3 top-grade pills. Even 2 top-grade pills would have been enough for me to seal the deal. The fact that you've added an extra one, and with such certainty, makes me wonder if you're actually the one behind these pills. But of course, you're too young to have such mastery. Still, I'll take the gamble. Alderic's expression grew serious as he continued. Before you return to your clan, I'll supply you with 100 Tier 6 demonic beast corpses. As compensation for the trouble, I'll throw in an additional 100 Tier 5 corpses as payment. That's too much, Alec interjected, shaking his head. No, it's not, Alderic said firmly. In return for 300 Tier 6 top-quality cultivation pills, I'm taking a massive gamble on you. If you can even deliver half what you're promising, then the value of what I'm giving you won't come close to matching the worth of what you're providing the Academy. But with the Academy's current financial state, I can only repay you little by little with resources like this, and I've noticed you seem to have a specific need for demonic beast corpses, so take these for now. Once you've finalized what you truly want as payment, we can adjust accordingly, Old Man Alderic said, his tone calm yet firm. Alec nodded in agreement. They briefly reviewed the details of the arrangement before the dean called Ignatius back, instructing him to bring a spatial ring with a far greater capacity than Alec's own. When Ignatius handed it over and Alec inspected it, he was stunned by the sheer number and size of the demonic beast corpses stored inside. We might lack money, but we certainly don't lack slain beasts. It's what we do best, the dean said with a chuckle. Too bad we don't have a skilled forger. Or do you happen to know one? It seemed the dean was ready to propose yet another business venture, but Alec quickly shook his head, politely declining to pursue the topic further. I'll take my leave now, he said firmly, cutting the conversation short as he disappeared from their front swiftly. Alec knew he needed to act quickly. The only reason he had agreed to help the Academy with the pills in the first place was that he felt cornered by the situation, a pit he had unwittingly dug for himself. However, upon reflection, he realized that the deal wasn't as bad as it initially seemed. In fact, he stood to gain more than the Academy from the arrangement. Though Alec was still learning how things operated in this world, but he had quickly grasped the scarcity of resources that were easily accessible to him due to the amulet. It made him appreciate the value of his unique position, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude toward the ancient primordial tree in his amulet space. If he could, he would have entered the space right then and kissed it for its endless blessings. While the Academy would receive only pills, Alec would walk away with the larger share of the benefits: pills, random spell cards, memory orbs, and occasional healing pills. Initially, the memory orbs of demonic beasts didn't provide much value compared to those of mages, which could contain spell models, but Alec had discovered a new, unexpected benefit from the beast orbs. Consuming the memory orbs of creatures like shadow wolves or golden horned drakes had enhanced his proficiency in utilizing his bloodline abilities or reducing the amount needed to level up his bloodline skills. The memories allowed him to better control the humanoid beast forms he awakened, seamlessly blending their powers into his own. It was almost like the more he assimilated with these bestial memories, the stronger and more versatile his bloodline abilities of the both beast became. Old Man Alderic burst into laughter as he watched Alec vanish from sight. Moments later, the dean appeared at his side. So what do you think? The dean asked. Of course, he knows more than he's letting on, Alderic replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I suspect his clan has more to offer than just a skilled alchemist. A clan that is capable of nurturing such rare, specialized mages should be more than just a mid-tier faction. They should either have an ancient clan reserve or be a high-tier clan that's been preparing for generations. But either way, I believe there's more to the Gordon's clan than meets the eye. Still, as long as Alec helps us secure what we truly need, we'll avoid sticking our noses where they don't belong, Alderic said, waving his hand to create a tier in space. Without another word, he stepped through the rift, which sealed shut the moment he passed through. With preparations complete, Alec returned to his master's peak, only to find his team already packed and waiting for his arrival. This spared him the trouble of packing by himself and allowed them to depart immediately, but before leaving, the group of 9 clansmen took the time to bid farewell to their master and the Centaur Prince. To the teleportation array, Alec called out once their goodbyes were done. The group made their way down the peak, while Terran watched from a distance. The usually noisy group, who had brought chaos and energy to his serene domain, was finally leaving for their holiday. While he would typically be glad for the quiet, this time he felt an uncharacteristic pang of sadness as he realized he'd grown fond of their presence and would miss the lively energy they brought. Rather than traveling through the wilderness, which would have taken days since they had no mounts, Alec and his team opted for the teleportation array. The steep cost didn't bother Alec much, as he knew he'd soon be rolling in wealth once he introduced his business plans to his grandfather. As the teleportation array activated, the group felt the disorienting turmoil of space as it moved them through channels of distorted energy. When they finally landed at their destination, Estonia City, Aiden, Kelvin, Ethan, and Emma immediately dropped to all fours at the reserved space, vomiting from the space turbulence. Meanwhile, Alec stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, breathing in the fresh air of the bustling city. To the four vomiting, it seemed as though he hadn't been affected by the journey at all, his composure a stark contrast to their own discomfort. How could they have known that Alec regularly traversed far more chaotic space passages every night than the one they had just endured? Even the other 4 members of his team had started acclimating to the random teleportations within the Beast Forest, making this journey seem trivial by comparison. As for Sophie and Indrik, who had returned with them, Sophie's flushed face betrayed her discomfort, while Indrik appeared far more composed. It was clear why Alec had brought them back to his clan. Not only did it offer them a place where they truly belonged, free from the stigma of being viewed as unwanted byproducts of pleasure, but Alec also intended to formally introduce them to his grandfather. Halt! A loud voice rang out as they stepped out of the teleportation array, prompting the group to stop in their tracks. The only teleportation array in Estonia City was under the jurisdiction of the city lord, meaning Alec and his group had arrived directly at the city hall. Although Alec had anticipated this, he hadn't expected the wary and scrutinizing stares from the city guards. He met their gazes, puzzled by their behavior. "My name is Alec Gordons. I'm a citizen of this city, and I used the teleportation array to return home quickly. If you don't mind, I'd like to be on my way with the rest of my group," Alec stated calmly, introducing himself. "Apologies, but that won't be possible," the guard replied curtly. "You'll need to wait until a city guardian arrives before you're allowed to leave." Alec's brow furrowed in surprise at the heightened security. He couldn't understand why they were treating him with such suspicion, even after he had identified himself. Still, he decided to wait and see how they would handle the situation. "If that's the case, then go ahead and summon the city guardian you're waiting for," Alec said, his eyes narrowing as he began to release a fraction of his aura. The oppressive energy weighed heavily on the guard, threatening to drive him to his knees as Alec made his presence unmistakably clear. Alec had disliked the guard's attitude toward him from the moment they stepped out of the array, and even now the 5 city guards had their spears pointed at him as if he were some sort of criminal, a gesture that was not only disrespectful but also humiliating, especially in front of his 2 new retainers. It was starting to grate on his nerves and push his patience to its limit. "That won't be necessary, I'm already here," a familiar voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Hearing this, Alec immediately retracted his aura, and the guards silently thanked their stars that someone had arrived to defuse the situation. The moment Alec laid eyes on the mage who had arrived, he exhaled in relief. Finally, someone familiar was here, and this humiliating ordeal was about to end. "We greet Sir Stephen." This the 5 city guards greeted in unison, with the lead guard attempting to explain the situation. However, Stephen simply raised his hand, cutting him off before he could say more. "You can all leave now. I'll handle this from here," Stephen ordered, motioning for Alec and his group to follow him. "Welcome back home," Stephen said as they walked through the city hall's huge compound, Alec and his companions trailing behind. With a city guardian escorting them, no other city guards dared to stop or challenge them until they reached the city hall gates. "Stephen, I'll admit it's good to see you doing well. You've even managed to become a city guardian. That's impressive, but I still don't understand why that guard treated me so poorly," Alec said, narrowing his eyes at Stephen. Out of curiosity, Alec attempted to gauge Stephen's realm with his mental powers and quickly realized he had stepped into the low-tier 4 mage realm, which explained his new role. In the city hall's hierarchy, low-rank mages served as city guards, mid-ranks as city guardians, and high ranks as city commanders. But despite being at the lowest level among city guardians, Stephen now wielded significantly more authority than before. "I'm sorry you had to endure that kind of treatment, especially on the day you returned, but brace yourself. Things haven't been the same since you and the others left the city. That's all I can say for now. I look forward to seeing you all on the battlefield during the upcoming Blood Moon War," Stephen said, before turning his back toward them and walking back the way he came. Though Stephen's words were cryptic and left Alec with many unanswered questions, one thing was clear: Stephen's intentions toward them were still good. Because if Alec had followed through with his plan to force those mages into submission, or if a different city guardian had arrived, he doubted he would have walked away so easily without a fight. Stephen's demeanor told Alec everything he needed to know. His slumped posture, lowered head, and the sadness radiating off him were palpable to someone like Alec, whose heightened mental acuity made such observations effortless. However, despite considering Stephen a friend, Alec didn't feel he was close enough to pry into whatever personal struggles weighed him down. "Let's find a carriage to take us home. We can't just stand here. I keep getting a bad feeling from the way those city guards were looking at us. I don't want to overthink it, but something feels off," Agnes said with Alec nodding in agreement, and they quickly moved away from the city hall gates. Within minutes, their carriage arrived at the gates of the Gordons clan. As they stepped down, Alec tossed a magic crystal to the driver. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the sheer value of what had just landed in his hand. Before the driver could utter a word, Alec waved him off, his gaze fixed on the gates of the Gordons clan. The driver, too stunned to protest his sudden fortune, whipped his mutated horses into motion and sped away. Alec hadn't intended to be so generous. He simply lacked silver or gold coins and had no choice but to use the magic crystal, the standard currency for mages. A single low-tier magic crystal was worth 100,000 gold coins, making Alec's driver an incredibly wealthy man overnight. But Alec's thoughts weren't on the driver or the money. His focus was on the burnt and damaged gates of the Gordons clan, an unsettling sight that filled him with anger. And Stephen's warning about changes since his last visit now rang loudly in his mind. Sophie and Indrik exchanged confused glances as they took in the destruction, but they said nothing, silently following Alec through the gates. Alec. A thunderous shout echoed from the inner region just as Alec and his group walked a short distance into the outer region. At the sound of the familiar voice, the rest of the Gordons' clansmen visibly relaxed, as relief washed over their faces as they saw their clan elders and a few family members approaching. Everyone except Alec. The moment his name was called, he knew he was doomed. He had anticipated this confrontation with his grandfather, but despite all his mental preparation in his mind, he still couldn't muster the same confidence to face him head-on in reality. "Hey, old man," Alec greeted nervously, forcing a weak laugh as he watched his grandfather, George Gordon, storm toward him. "You smelly brat. You stole 3 bottles of my finest, most expensive wine. You're going to pay for every last cent I spent on those." George bellowed as he reached Alec and clamped a hand firmly onto his shoulder before he could even think about running. "Oh crap," Alec muttered, his face paling as he realized that, despite his improved realm, he still couldn't break free from his grandfather's iron grip. "See you all later," George said to the group before the ground beneath him and Alec caved in, swallowing them both before sealing shut. The others, left staring at the now sealed ground, exchanged amused glances. "Yeah, he's so screwed." "Wouldn't want to be him right now," Arthur chuckled, with Brandon and Knight both nodding in agreement, smirking at Alec's predicament. "Let's head inside the clan," Agnes said, prompting the group to move forward. Sophie and Indrik followed nervously, sticking close as they exchanged polite hugs and greetings with the family members waiting for them as they entered the inner region. The stark contrast between the clan's vibrant, well-maintained inner region and the charred, damaged outer gates didn't go unnoticed as they walked through. It had been a day since Alec and his group returned back to the clan, but the news of their arrival had already spread like wildfire to nearly every clan and organization in the city. For many of the newer clans who were unaware of Alec's past exploits, the stories began circulating with renewed vigor. Alec's achievements, which had faded from memory during his absence, resurfaced back as people speculated that he had returned to join the Gordons' team, who would save the city from its losing streak against the invading second-dimensional races. While some were optimistic about his return, others dismissed the tales as exaggeration. A few skeptics even claimed that Alec might not survive the war if he wasn't careful. In a city where everyone had an opinion, the Gordons' clan's silence only fueled the speculation. Locked away with no interaction with the outside world, no one from the clan stepped forward to defend Alec's honor when his name was dragged through the mud by cloud-chasing juniors from the new clans in the city, all eager for attention. Meanwhile, a different perspective emerged from the younger generation of the Lanced clan. Unlike the naysayers, they welcomed Alec's return, anticipating that his mysterious tactics would once again ignite the battlefield and bring hope to their cause. Despite their curiosity, attempts to confirm whether Alec and his group would be joining the war efforts proved futile. As the Gordons wasn't receiving visitors, the only concrete news was that the Gordons' clan had officially agreed to participate in the upcoming Blood Moon War, forfeiting the 1-month exemption they still had left. To clans familiar with the Gordons' strength, this decision came as a relief, as they believed the Gordons' presence would make victory more achievable. However, others continued to downplay the clan's abilities, pointing to the still damaged outer region of their estate as evidence of their vulnerability. Rumors spread that the Gordons' clan had been attacked and left in shambles, leading some to question whether their strength was as formidable as claimed. What these ignorant gossipers failed to realize was the true scale of the attack and the devastating retreat their enemies had been forced into to avoid complete annihilation. But definitely such news would never be allowed to see the light of day by the city lord, as idolizing the Gordons' clan further could disrupt the delicate balance of power in the city for him. Instead, he ensured the real information was suppressed, replacing it with fabricated rumors to mislead the public. For someone in his position, manipulating narratives was among the simplest tasks, yet despite the swirling rumors and misinformation, the Gordons' clan remained silent. Their inner gate stayed firmly closed since the kids came back, and the entire clan continued its seclusion from the rest of the city. This isolation brought the city lord some relief, knowing they wouldn't defend their name or counter the rumors, allowing him to focus on repairing the city gates in preparation of what was to come. This behavior of the city lord mirrored the struggles of the royal family against the ancient clans. Those in power often feared individuals or groups with real strength. The potential of such entities rising to challenge or surpass them in power left those at the top wary, leading to strategies of suppression and restraint to maintain their control. While rumors and speculations swirled about the Gordons clan, particularly the grandfather-grandson duo, the two were far removed from the city's chatter. Deep within a secluded forest in the core of the Gordons clan's territory, Alec and his grandfather remained oblivious to the discussions, not that they would have cared. Alec lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, his arms and legs spread wide as he trembled from exhaustion. His face was marred with black spots, and his bruised body bore clear evidence of consecutive beatings since his arrival the day before. But despite his battered appearance, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction as a small, triumphant smile crept onto his lips. Intermediate swordsmanship has reached max level 5. To evolve your sword technique to the advanced stage, you must either 1. Slay 20 high-rank lifeforms using your sword technique, or 2. Accumulate 50 million experience points through sword usage. Choose an option, option 1, option 2. He could hardly believe it. Alec had anticipated his grandfather would punish him severely for his past misdeeds, and while the old man did deliver quite the thrashing, he had an entirely different form of discipline in mind. It was less a punishment and more of a hellish training regime, where Alec sparred for over 24 hours against none other than the patriarch of the Gordons clan, an advanced earth mage, an advanced katana expert, and a battle genius. From the beginning, Alec struggled immensely, even though his grandfather restrained himself, yet every clash of blades was a lesson. With each loss, Alec could see and feel his swordsmanship improving at an astonishing rate due to the system's help, and it only fueled his determination to push harder. He knew opportunities like this were rare, sparring against someone so formidable, someone who wouldn't hold back yet wouldn't aim to kill him, causing Alec to realize that the higher his opponent's level, the faster his own skills grew, and he was determined to exploit this opportunity to its fullest. All right, we need to return to the clan now. The Grand Elder, my brother, will be growing restless and irritable by this point, the patriarch finally said, seated cross-legged with his katana floating beside him. Unlike Alec, who used manipulated gravity to achieve similar effects, the patriarch controlled his blade effortlessly with his chi not having to waste a single mana. This mastery stemmed from more than his advanced realm. He had reached the state of one with the sword. In this realm, every move he made could be likened to drawing a blade, a level of skill even Legion had achieved with his spear. However, Legion lacked the same chi control and wasn't an advanced spearman, making him unable to match the patriarch's air sword. No, one more battle. I'm close, Alec insisted, steadying himself with his changdao as his bone katana, which had been crushed during their last exchange, began to reconstruct itself under the flow of his mana. The patriarch gazed at Alec in surprise, unable to fully comprehend his grandson's relentless drive. While Alec had improved remarkably, the patriarch worried that pushing himself in such a battered state would do more harm than good. What the patriarch didn't know, however, was Alec's real goal, and that was to push his blade mastery to the peak of the intermediate stage also as it was close. All right then, come, the patriarch said, his voice calm but firm. Alec showed faint signs of exhaustion as he swayed slightly left and right, but he wasted no time, as in a split second, he burst forth with shocking speed, closing the gap between them in an instant. Approaching from the left, Alec rotated his body mid-stride and swung his bone katana with calculated precision. However, the patriarch moved with practiced ease, grabbing his own katana and shifting his right hand to deflect the strike. But Alec was ready. With a deft feint, he swiftly switched to the right, his footwork fluid and precise, bringing his changdao into the fray, as he aimed a slicing strike at his grandfather's exposed side. Just as Alec thought he would finally land a solid blow, a sharp clang echoed through the air. The patriarch had extended his left index finger, which was free, its tip reinforced with sword chi, stopping Alec's blade in its tracks. Never think I'd go easy on you just because you're my grandson, George said, his tone firm yet tinged with approval. With a slight push of his finger, he sent Alec stumbling back. But he used that momentum. Alec leapt into the air, lunging downward with both his changdao and katana, their edges glowing with chi energy. The patriarch, unfazed, swung upward with his katana to meet the dual attack head-on. The clash was explosive, sparks and streaks of elemental light erupting from the point of impact, as the three weapons ground against each other in a battle of force and skill. As the sparks raged around them, grandfather and grandson exchanged smiles, a mutual acknowledgement of each other's expertise. Alec and the patriarch were making their way down the mountain after their final sparring session, but despite losing, Alec felt accomplished, as he had achieved what he wanted. His blade mastery had also reached its peak at the intermediate level, meaning it could only advance further through a rank up to the advanced stage now. With both his primary weapon masteries at their maximum of the mid-rank for now, Alec resolved to focus on his scythe mastery next. he had discovered a surprising enjoyment in wielding the long-reach weapon, finding its unique combat style exhilarating. The good news was that Alec wouldn't need to train extensively with the scythe on his own. Since it was one of Oni's primary weapons, Alec could just have Oni practice more with the scythe than his blade, allowing his mastery to progress naturally toward the peak of the intermediate level 2. As they descended, Alec immersed himself in his system interface, carefully selecting the first option for evolving both his weapon masteries. He understood the second option completely, the process of accumulating a massive amount of experience points, but it was the traditional, slower route. As when they reached the peak, they would encounter what is called a bottleneck, often encountered by mages as they advance their weapon skills, which requires years of relentless practice to break through. This can also be seen as the mage in question accumulating experience. It was no surprise that many believed it took decades to train a weapon to the advanced level. However, history also showed that battling stronger opponents could lead to sudden breakthroughs during critical moments. Some mages had even recorded moments of epiphany, achieving mastery after grueling efforts and intense battles. Alex suspected that these moments occurred because those mages had unknowingly been close to advancing for some time, but without a system to monitor their progress, they continued to grind until a critical situation unlocked their hidden potential. Understanding this, Alec realized that while the first option posed greater risks, it was also the fastest and most effective for someone like him, and with the system guiding him, he didn't see the need to take the traditional path and wait to accumulate experience. Because if he chose to wait, he might have reached the high mage rank before his weapon mastery evolved to the advanced level. That was why he had firmly decided to take the first option. The patriarch glanced at Alec, noticing his bowed head and distant expression, misinterpreting it as disappointment over not landing a single hit during their sparring session. He had no idea of the thoughts running through Alec's mind. Finally, you two decide to show up. The Grand Elder's stern voice echoed toward them, snapping both grandson and grandfather out of their thoughts. They looked ahead to find him standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Sorry, the patriarch began, but the Grand Elder interrupted. You can save your excuses for why you've taken Alec up to the mountain. Right now, we need to focus on the upcoming war. It may seem far off, but it's almost upon us, and we're not dealing with any ordinary race. It's a massive horde of zombies we're up against. Don't forget that. Oh, the meeting, the patriarch muttered, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish smile. I completely forgot about it. Turning to Alec, he added, I'll see you later. There's a tiny detail we need to finalize, or the Grand Elder will have my head. But before he could finish, the Grand Elder interjected again. What do you mean, see him later? Alec should come along too, he's your heir after all. If he's to handle these boring meetings in the future, he should start now and learn how important it is to be a patriarch. The patriarch nodded in reluctant agreement, but Alec couldn't resist firing back. If being a patriarch is such a great honor, why does no one in the clan want the position, including the current patriarch, who conveniently forgets his responsibilities to go buy wine? Alec quipped, earning himself a sharp knock on the head from his grandfather. Ow, Alec winced, rubbing the spot, while the Grand Elder shook his head in exasperation. We're running late. Let's go, the Grand Elder said curtly, cutting off any further conversation about the patriarch situation. He clearly is uninterested in engaging further on such topics. Back at Alec's house, the group gathered to check on Sophie and Indrik, only to realize that Alec hadn't returned all night. Are you guys sure Alec's okay? He hasn't shown up at all since yesterday, Sophie said softly, her confusion evident as she looked around at the relaxed expressions of the Gordons. It baffled her how nonchalant they were despite knowing Alec had essentially been kidnapped by that angry-looking old man. Relax, Sophie, Arthur said, waving off her concern. The one who took him was his grandfather. Considering all the stuff Alec stole from him before we headed to school, it's not surprising he was kidnapped. I just hope Alec keeps my name out of it. I don't want the patriarch coming after me as an accomplice. Arthur shivered at the thought, causing Knight and Agnes to burst into laughter as they knew how Alec always shared his grandfather's stolen wine with both Arthur and Brandon. You don't need to worry, Sophie, Agnes reassured her, stepping closer. There's no way Alec would be in any danger with the patriarch. That's the strongest mage in the entire clan. If he ever is in trouble now, it's because of his actions. Hearing this eased both Sophie and Indrik's concerns. Learning that Alec was the grandson of such a powerful figure gave them peace of mind. With their worries set aside, the boys resumed their daily training and sparring, and with the addition of Indrik's presence among them, it kind of balanced the numbers, allowing everyone to take turns sparring against each other. In the midst of their activities, Aiden, Ethan, Emma, and Kelvin arrived at the backyard of Alec's modest manor, curious to join in the commotion. So what are we going to do about the offer you accepted, brother? If you had just let Garrick handle it, we might have been able to salvage the situation, but now you've put us in a tight spot, the third elder said, pulling out his gourd and preparing to take a drink. Put that away. We have a younger generation here with us. We can't have you setting a bad example, the grand elder admonished, glaring at the third elder. Oh, come on, old man. You're just mad because I called by your name instead of your title, the third elder retorted. But before the grand elder could respond, Alec's voice cut through the brewing argument, redirecting their focus. You don't need to worry about him being a bad influence on me, Grand Elder. I've been drinking wine with Gramps since even before my awakening, and even my master at the academy drinks occasionally, so I'm no stranger to it, Alec said calmly. Alec's reassurance earned a raised eyebrow from the Grand Elder, but he let the third elder's statement slide. That aside, we should get back to the issue at hand, and I agree with the Grand Elder's suggestion. We do need to treat this matter seriously before it's too late. Alec continued, his tone serious. The room quieted as all eyes turned to Alec, who stood beside the patriarch's throne like a steadfast guard. The elders couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and fulfillment as they watched him speak with authority and composure in the presence of mages far stronger than him. It was a moment of reflection for them, a realization of just how much Alec had grown, not only in magical prowess but also in character. He carried himself with the bearing of a leader, embodying the traits they believed a future patriarch should possess. It felt like a group of mother hens marveling at their chick becoming everything they had hoped for and more. Well, Alec has summed it up perfectly, the Grand Elder said, nodding in agreement. Well, if that's the biggest issue right now, why not just decide who'll represent our clan on the Tier 7 battlefield first? And it's also about time we reminded these fools why the Gordons shouldn't be messed with, the third elder suggested with a mischievous grin, earning a nod of agreement from the patriarch. All right, then it's settled. You'll be fighting, and Graham will be your partner, the patriarch announced decisively. The third elder's grin widened as he turned to his left, where the fourth elder sat, and teased, what a way to make my debut, partnered with the mighty old fourth. The fourth elder merely shook his head at his brother's excitement, unfazed. Good. One, a low-tier Tier 7 mage specializing in merging golems, and the other, a peak Tier 7 mage with a restraining golem specialty. Together, they should complement each other well and handle any problems that arise as long as they stick together, the Grand Elder remarked, rising from his throne with a serious expression. But now that's decided, how do we address the issue of the other rank's leadership? Draco is still in seclusion, trying to break through to the Tier 7 mage realm. Zack is also in seclusion, working toward the Tier 6 mage realm so he can take up his post as the 8th elder, he continued. Jessica, Alias, and Jiang are all still away at the academy, which means we lack leadership for the other battlefield ranks. Without a charismatic mages to guide each realm battlefield, achieving real victories will be difficult, the Grand Elder added, his concern evident. It was a poor decision to agree to these terms, the first elder chimed in, frowning. Even if we count Alec and the younger mages who have just returned, their strength is best suited for the Tier 5 battlefield. We can't expect them to compensate for the lack of capable leadership in the other tiers. We're up against zombies here, more intelligent and organized than ever. Sending our mages out without strong leaders will only result in unnecessary deaths, the first elder concluded grimly. The room fell into a heavy silence as the elders mulled over the dilemma, each struggling to find a viable solution. Seeing the powerful and experienced elders all stumped by the issue planted a bold, perhaps reckless, idea in Alec's mind. I have a proposition. Would you like to hear it? Alec's calm voice cut through the room's tense silence, drawing the attention of every elder present. Their eyes glinted with curiosity and hope as they turned to him, eager for a fresh perspective. Go ahead, Alec. We're listening, the Grand Elder responded, his tone reflecting his growing admiration. Truthfully, the Grand Elder had initially invited Alec to the meeting to expose him to patriarchal duties and provide insight into how the clan's affairs were managed, all because he wanted Alec to gain experience so he wouldn't be clueless when he eventually assumed the patriarchal role. But now the Grand Elder was silently congratulating himself for the decision, as Alec had proven to be thoughtful, speaking only when necessary, and his contributions thus far had either eased tensions or provided clarity. These were essential qualities for a future patriarch, and Alec was demonstrating them naturally. Since most of our tier commanders from Tier 1 to Tier 6 are unavailable, why not assign a single commander to oversee all 6 tiers? To simplify things further, you don't need to search far for someone to take on this responsibility. I volunteer to lead all of the Gordon clan's mages on the battlefield that day, excluding the Tier 7 mages, Alec proposed confidently. The room fell silent for an unnervingly long moment after Alec finished speaking. Every elder, including the patriarch, sat frozen, staring at him with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. His audacious idea seemed too radical to process at first, leaving them utterly perplexed. That has to be the most dangerous idea I've ever heard. How exactly do you plan to oversee all 6 battlefields by yourself? The chubby fifth elder, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his tone laden with skepticism. Which battlefield would you fight on? Which would you prioritize? How do you plan to lead all 6 battlefronts simultaneously? Your idea doesn't align with my understanding of war, Alec, he added, crossing his arms as he awaited a response. Even the Grand Elder nodded in agreement as he interjected, Alec, you must understand, these are the lives of our clansmen we're talking about. Whether bound by blood or marriage into the clan, they're putting their trust in the commanders, believing in the hierarchy we've built, even if we don't impose it on them. The elder's skeptical gazes bore into Alec, but he remained calm, listening patiently. When they had finished, he began to speak with a steady resolve. I understand your concerns and what's at stake. That's exactly why I'm prepared to take on this responsibility. I ask you to appoint me as the commander, and allow me to meet all the mages who will fight that day. Once I've done so, I will appoint 6 sub-commanders, one for each tier to operate under my leadership, Alec explained, his voice unwavering. You're in a tight spot. It's either you send our mages into battle without a capable leader and risk a massacre due to poor command decisions, or you take a chance on me and let me prove to you that I'm worthy of your trust, Alec continued, his tone sharpening. One more thing, know that I would never put the clan in harm's way. That's why I'm prepared to give my all, even if it means exhausting my resources to ensure we win this battle with minimal casualties, and my record from the Blood Moon battlefield speaks for itself. I've proven my worth before, and I'm ready to do so again, he concluded, his conviction evident in his eyes. The room fell into a heavier silence than before, the elders now deep in thought. Alec's words carried weight, and they couldn't ignore the fact that he and his gang were the only Gordon's clansmen with a perfect win rate on the Blood Moon battlefield, a feat still unmatched by anyone else. Every war Alec had participated in had ended in decisive, overwhelming victories. He wasn't merely part of these triumphs, but his name was always central, standing out as a key catalyst for the battle's success. Now, Alec wasn't just presenting an option to the elders, he was making it clear that their preferred alternatives weren't even close to the level of calculated risk his proposal offered. Alec's promise to empty his resources to bring his plan to fruition added weight to his resolve, though the elders weren't entirely sure what that entailed as they still saw him as a member of the younger generations with no income whatsoever. Even so, they were beginning to lean toward taking the gamble on Alec's bold proposition. However, all their deliberations were moot unless the patriarch gave his command to approve it. Their collective gaze shifted to him, sharp and expectant. The patriarch was the one who had landed them in this predicament, and now that it was his grandson who was offering a potential solution instead of him, they made sure the pressure in their stares was palpable, bordering on unfriendly. Sighing, the patriarch addressed the room. I see what you're all trying to do, but I won't let you guilt-trip me. From what Alec has said, it's clear he has a solid plan, a far better option than us wandering without one. So I say let's take that gamble on him. Though I cherish my grandson and would prefer he didn't fight in the Blood Moon battlefield, but he bleeds red like every other Gordon's clansman, and if he claims he's capable of solving this tactical dilemma, I'll gladly grant him my blessing. His words rang with finality, effectively sealing the decision as a command to be executed. Now that this is settled, I suggest we organize the participating mages and allow them to meet their new commander, as Alec requested. With that, I call for the dismissal of this meeting, the patriarch concluded, preparing to strike the armrest of his throne to signal the meeting's end. Please wait, Alec interjected before the patriarch could finalize the session. I have one more matter I'd like to discuss with you all. The meeting extended for another 30 minutes as Alec explained how he had used the Gordon's clan as a front to sell pills to his academy while covering up for himself. When questioned about the source of these pills, Alec nonchalantly revealed that he had picked up alchemy as a skill and hadn't realized his natural talent for it until it caused almost every great academy worries. Initially, the elders were skeptical, finding the claim both surprising and perplexing as they couldn't claim they had taught Alec anything about alchemy. However, Alec silenced their doubts by tossing 2 bottles onto the table, one containing Tier 6 cultivation pills and the other filled with Tier 5 pills, each bottle holding 10 pills. He explained that these should be given to Draco and Zack to assist them in breaking through their respective rank. It was only then that the elders began to take him seriously about being an alchemist. Normally, 10 such pills wouldn't have been sufficient to push both mages into the next realm, however, since they were already at the peak of their respective realms, and on the verge of a breakthrough. Alec knew these pills would expedite the process. This would allow them to emerge from seclusion sooner, ready to assist the clan when needed. Alec also made them promise to keep his alchemical endeavors a secret, as he plans to continue using the clan as a shield to protect his identity, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the clan's image as a shadow screen. Furthermore, he proposed establishing an auction house in the outer region once it was rebuilt, where a limited number of these pills could be sold when the time was right. The elders had many questions about Alec's talents, especially the patriarch, but they didn't want to pry into Alec's secrets, and since he was helping the clan with his gift, they were content with just that. But the patriarch in particular found himself both proud and overwhelmed. His grandson was growing at a pace that was difficult to keep up with. He was not yet the patriarch, and yet he already started to contribute significantly to the development of the clan's strength. Alec even pledged to leave 70 of the auction proceeds to the Gordons clan. The patriarch initially wanted to reject the offer, feeling that no matter how much he enjoyed minor benefits from exploiting Alec's hard work, this was too much. However, Alec stood firm, arguing that this was not a personal business but a clan endeavor, with the Gordons clan as the rightful owners. Alec went further, outlining this share of the money would cover his plans to pay rent for the auction house space, compensate enforcers who would guard the goods, and provide salaries to the clansmen who would serve as guards and hosts during auctions. His detailed understanding of business logistics and clan economics left the patriarch and the elders once again marveling at his foresight and growing maturity. Alec wasn't just offering the clan 70 of the profits, he was creating a sustainable business venture that would provide a new influx of revenue while also offering clansmen part-time jobs that won't affect their regular duties. Their wages would also come from a small portion of the 70, something the elders haven't even thought of giving, but they knew such wages would bring a smile on the face of many, with the remainder of the money going into the clan treasury to fund further development of the clan. As Alec highlighted these points during the meeting, the elders couldn't help but realize he was thinking far ahead of them and couldn't bear to reject the share Alec was giving them easily without any conflict. Because if this venture of his succeeded like he outlined, and the clan steadily grew with the aid of Alec's pills, there was a genuine possibility they could elevate their status to that of a certified high-tier clan. This thought lingered in the minds of the elders as they returned to their abodes after the meeting. Alec walked back to his residence, fully absorbing the weight of what he was about to undertake, being placed in charge of all the Gordons clan's mid- and low-rank mages. While the elders worried about how he would manage to coordinate 6 different battlefields effectively, Alec was more focused on the sheer number of mages that would be under his command. He couldn't help but think about the immense experience points he stood to gain from all those that would be fighting under his command as they repelled the invaders from the second dimension. However, his excitement quickly turned to concern as he realized he had no real synergy with the clan mages. This was precisely why he insisted on meeting them before the battle. He planned to begin drilling them immediately so they could seamlessly follow his orders when the time came. His train of thought, though, was abruptly interrupted when he entered his quarters and found it crowded beyond belief. Since he and his grandfather had been busy training in the mountains, Alec hadn't had time to arrange proper accommodations for Indrik and Sophia, who had temporarily taken up residence at his place. To make matters worse, his friends, along with the newly allied clansmen, had all decided to turn his house into an impromptu inn, given its size. The moment Alec entered, battered and bruised with black eyes, Arthur burst into laughter, pointing at him and mocking his state. Too exhausted to deal with him, Alec simply summoned Legion and Oni, who quickly gave Arthur a taste of his own medicine, leaving him with matching black eyes. Arthur's predicament soon made him the new laughingstock of the group. When Alec informed the group of his new role leading the clan's mages in the upcoming war, the mood turned serious. As none of them had ever heard of a mage leading more than one tiered battlefield, let alone 6, while they were initially skeptical, their trust in Alec's capabilities reassured them that if Alec was confident enough to take on such a monumental task, then he would be ready for any challenges that came his way. Alec also explained how he had introduced his 2 new friends to the clan and arranged for them to stay in a vacant house nearby. With his smaller issues settled, Alec prepared for the next day, when he would meet with the mages under his command and begin his preparations. Meanwhile, at the Gordons clan's inner gates, the Lanced clan patriarch had just arrived and was waiting as one of the guards went to confirm whether he should be allowed inside. It didn't take long before the mage returned to escort him in. "What a pleasure. It's been so long since we last met. How is your father doing?" The Gordons clan grand elder greeted warmly, gesturing to a chair for the Lanced patriarch to take a seat. "My father is doing well and he sends his regards, but we both know that's not why I'm here. In fact, I wasn't sure I'd even be allowed entry, considering your clan has practically shut itself off from the rest of the world. You do realize there are all kinds of rumors about your clan circulating, don't you?" The Lanced patriarch ended his statement with a pointed question, which drew only a faint smile from the grand elder. "Good or bad, people have always talked about us. It shows one thing: we are the center of attention. We are not like those other clans obsessed with their reputation or fame. Personally, I prefer us to be seen as the shadow of this city, the Grand Elder replied calmly. But we can't help it, our actions speak louder than these rumors. That's why after the upcoming Blood Moon battle, no one will dare to open their mouths to slander us or spread baseless stories. Let them make noise now, it's wasted energy to silence them. They'll do it themselves, later out of fear, the Grand Elder said with a slight smile, indirectly suggesting that instilling fear through strength was far superior to engaging in fruitless arguments to clear the Gordon's clan's name. To the Grand Elder, addressing such trivial matters would be a tedious waste of time. If that's all about rumors, let's return to the main reason you're here. The only reason I allowed you into the Gordon's clan's inner region is because your clan is an ally who has fought alongside us countless times, even though I know you've never truly liked our patriarch, the Grand Elder continued, his tone direct. Well, I'm here precisely because we're allies, the Lanced clan patriarch replied. As for my feelings about your patriarch, I think I've moved past that. I've heard your clan will be participating in the upcoming war, and I've come to propose that we ally once again for this next battle. The moment he finished speaking, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. The sudden reaction caught the Lance Patriarch off guard, making him question what he might have said to provoke such amusement. First of all, I recall you still have a month of downtime. So why is someone like you, who despises fighting, so eager to head into battle early? And more so, why are you trying to link up with us so soon? The Grand Elder's perplexed expression conveyed that he was deliberately making things difficult for the Lance Patriarch, leaving the latter momentarily speechless. Simple, the Lanced clan patriarch began. The city lord came to our clan the other day, requesting that we fight ahead of our assigned time. He also promised higher merit rewards and an extra month of downtime as compensation. Despite this explanation, the Grand Elder's scrutinizing gaze made it clear he wasn't fully convinced that was all it took for the Lance clan to fight in the upcoming Blood Moon War. Sighing, the Lance Patriarch continued, let's just say I'm tempted by the reward, and considering our history of working together, I believe it's safer to fight now with trusted allies like your clan than to be paired with inexperienced new clans that would only endanger us. Finally, he admitted what the Grand Elder had been waiting to hear, and that was the fact that the Lanced clan wanted to rely on the Gordon's clan for their safety. But the Grand Elder's next words left him more confused than reassured. I understand what you're saying, the Grand Elder said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. But on a serious note, I don't think it would be in your best interest for your clan to join us in the next Blood Moon battle, that's one. Secondly, it's not my decision to make. Whether your clan can join us or not is entirely up to the young heir Alec. The mention of Alec made the Lance clan patriarch's face twist with disbelief, as an image of a much younger version of Alec popped up in his mind. That brat. You're telling me I need to get permission from that brat in order for your clan to ally with mine. You underestimate me that much. He snapped, his pride visibly wounded. If you had asked me to appeal to you or the patriarch, I could understand. But asking me to lower myself before the younger generation is a slap in the face. The Grand Elder let out a knowing, almost amused laugh, tapping his walking cane on the ground 3 times. You misunderstand me. Alec is in charge of the Gordon's clan mages for that battle. In fact, the elders have all stepped back entirely from any matter that concerns the managing of the mage teams for the upcoming war. So, if anyone wants to interfere with the order Alec has established, they must seek his permission first. Isn't that fair? While the explanation made sense, it still unsettled the Lance Patriarch. Yet he dared not show any malice or overt disrespect toward the Grand Elder of the Gordon's clan, knowing full well the weight of his authority. Because aside from the fact that the Gordon's clan was significantly stronger than his own clan, the Grand Elder before him was a Tier 7 mage, someone who could easily kill him if he deemed it necessary. I've heard what you have to say, the Lanced Patriarch finally said, his tone firm but respectful. I'm sorry, but I cannot see myself discussing such plans with a member of the younger generation. I'll take my leave now. With that, he stood and cupped his hands forward in a gesture of respect toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gave a faint nod, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I understand. Safe travels. Until we meet again. Father, I don't think the Gordon's clan has any intention of working with us in the upcoming war. Garrick Gordon's completely shut me down, giving me the ridiculous excuse that if I wanted to ally with their clan, I'd have to seek permission from that brat of theirs. What blatant disrespect, the Lance Patriarch exclaimed as he stormed into his father's yard, where Bailey Lance was teaching Brian and Sheila. Calm yourself down and explain exactly what happened at the Gordons, Bailey said, his tone steady, but before the Patriarch could respond, Brian interjected, curiosity lighting up his face. Wait, by brat, do you mean Alec Gordon's? Brian asked, his expression betraying both surprise and intrigue. Yes, that's who I mean. Why, is there a problem? His father replied, raising a brow at Brian's reaction. No problem, Brian said quickly, his tone shifting to something more calculating. In fact, we could turn this into an opportunity by killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So how are the arrangements? Nuff, the patriarch snapped, cutting Brian off mid-sentence. His irritation was evident as he glared at his son. Can you not hear that I was humiliated by the Gordons' Grand Elder? We will not ally with them, nor will we agree to the city lord's terms to fight this month. The battlefield is way too dangerous, by the way, and everyone knows it too. Many lives were lost in the last war. We cannot afford such losses. We're a smaller family, he said firmly. And that is precisely why we've always allied ourselves with stronger, more reliable clans, and the Gordons have been our most dependable allies by far. Bailey interrupted, his voice rising slightly. But I cannot go back there now, the land's patriarch said, exasperated. I told the Grand Elder to his face that I wouldn't discuss such matters with the younger generation. Bailey sighed heavily, his patience waning, and muttered a curse under his breath at his son's prideful obstinacy. You shouldn't have done that, Bailey said sharply, his tone laced with disappointment. That might have been a test to see where we stand among those claiming the Gordons' strength has diminished. Instead, you just pushed us from being a close ally to a neutral party, you idiot. But as your son said, we can still turn this into an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. How? The land's patriarch asked, confusion written all over his face. Simple. We'll participate in the next Blood Moon War, but we'll strategically position ourselves either behind the Gordons' clan or alongside them. Personally, I'd prefer behind them, so they can take the brunt of the initial damage. However, in the chaos of war, circumstances can shift. That's why the second option is to stay tightly by their side, either on the right or the left, Bailey explained, his voice steady and calculated. Even if they don't officially ally with us, they'll be forced to protect our mages simply because of proximity, as no one wants the group beside or behind them to fall apart when facing hordes of zombies together, Bailey added. His logic was sound, and both the patriarch and Brian nodded in agreement. With that decided, which tier of mages should we send into battle? The land's patriarch asked, as it was critical to choose the right group to match the Gordons' strongest tier group in order to ensure their success. If we're sending only one tier as usual, I suggest we deploy the tier 4 mages, Brian said confidently. His suggestion caught the attention of both older men who turned to him expectantly for further explanation. It's simple, really. If what the Grand Elder said about Alec is true, then he'll be leading the tier 4 mages. I'm not sure how much stronger he has become compared to me, but one thing is certain, he hasn't reached the tier 5 mage realm yet. Alongside him will be his usual companions, which makes me believe the tier 4 group is their trump card, Brian explained. His reasoning was compelling, and it was clear he had given the matter considerable thought. It's settled then, Bailey said firmly. The tier 4 mages will represent the Lanced clan, and as a gesture of goodwill in response to the city lord's request, I will personally lead our forces on that day. His declaration caught the patriarch off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned by his father's decision. However, given the city's dire circumstances, he quickly understood the rationale behind his father's move. Nightfall descended swiftly over the Gordons' clan, and in one particular house, Alec's, a significant event was about to unfold. Alec had recently used part of his accumulated experience points to purchase an item called All-Purpose Contract from the system store, a mystical tool he could use to bind individuals under his command. He opted for a 3-clause contract, which was more affordable than the 5 or 10-clause variants. The advantage of this choice was its flexibility. Alec could upgrade the contract manually with system points if the need arose in future. Given his trust in Indrik and Sophia, Alec felt that the 3-clause contract would suffice, as he didn't require extensive binding measures with them. Seated in a circle around Alec were Brandon, Arthur, Agnes, Knight, Kelvin, Aidan, Emma, Ethan, Sophia, and Indrik. Alec pushed 2 ancient-looking contract scrolls towards Sophia and Indrik, his tone calm but serious. Before I can share what I need to with you both, I'll require you to sign this contract. If you choose not to, I'll respect your decision, and I'll still help you as I have promised. However, I won't be able to entrust you with my secret, Alec explained. Seeing the apprehension in their expressions, Alec continued, I know this might seem suspicious, but I assure you this contract isn't about controlling you or causing harm. I simply need a measure of trust to proceed. Indrik and Sophia exchanged a glance, searching each other's eyes for hesitation. Finding none, they both nodded silently. Without further delay, they bit their right thumbs until blood welled up, pressing the drops onto the signing boxes of the scrolls as instructed by Alec. The moment their blood touched the contracts, the ancient papers began to glow, levitating into the air. Each scroll split into 2 equal parts, one piece flying to Alec and the other to the respective signatory, as the binding was complete. At that moment, both Indrik and Sophia became acutely aware of a strange sensation. In the recesses of their minds, they could summon the details of the contract. However, when they inspected it, they were surprised to find it blank, its 3 lines of clauses yet to be filled. I hereby command, as the contractor, Alec began, his tone calm yet firm, that any powers or abilities I reveal to you today must remain a secret among the group gathered here today. This is a secret that must never be spoken of. Should any of you ever harbor the intent to expose my secrets, your life force will be drained, and you shall die. The room fell into an icy silence, as an oppressive chill settling over everyone present. Indrik and Sophia exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding as they began to wonder what they had truly signed up for. Almost instinctively, they revisited the blank contract within their minds, only to see it change before their eyes. The reason for their surprise became evident as they inspected the once blank contract within their minds. The first line now displayed a clause, and it was Alec's exact words that was etched onto it with eerie clarity. As they processed this, feeling with a mix of unease and intrigue, they noticed Alec pulling out 4 more contracts and pushing them toward Aiden, Kelvin, Emma, and Ethan. It then dawned on Indrik and Sophia that Alec's initial move must have been a test, because if he was willing to bind even his clansmen in the same manner, it proved how deeply he valued the secret he was about to share. This realization made them feel honored, as it indicated Alec considered them as trustworthy as his closest allies. When Indrik and Sophia glanced at Arthur, Brandon, and the others who had not been asked to sign, they saw smug expressions that seemed to mock their earlier hesitation. Indrik and Sophia then assumed these individuals had already undergone this process before, considering their bond with Alec have reached a level beyond formalities. However, the reality was different. Arthur and the others weren't gloating, but were genuinely content. They appreciated Alec's trust in them, as he had shared his most guarded secret with them without requiring any binding contract. Although they would have signed it without hesitation if he had asked, but knowing Alec valued their loyalty so highly bolstered their confidence in him. The second set of contracts went through the same ritual after the signing was done. Each contract split into 2 halves, with one half flying to Alec and the other vanishing into its respective signee. Alec recited the same clause, sealing the agreements. With that completed, Alec finally spoke, his tone light yet purposeful. Now that that's out of the way, it's time to grind some levels and make me a little richer, especially since I'll be prioritizing your growth from now on. His words sparked some confusion, particularly the phrase grind some levels. Several people exchanged puzzled looks, their brows furrowed. However, seeing the calm demeanor of Arthur and the others who they assumed had more experience, they decided to flow with it without question. Alec summoned a free branch from the primordial tree, which materialized from the space just above his right shoulder. 6 of the 10 people around him wore expressions of surprise, while the other 4, especially Arthur, exchanged knowing glances. The 6 tried to steel themselves as roots shot out toward them, but to their surprise, the roots didn't hurt when they pierced their bodies. Instead, they felt an overwhelming drowsiness before slipping into unconsciousness. Welcome to my space, or as I like to call it, Alec's booming voice startled the 6 awake as they found themselves standing in an unfamiliar dark environment known as the Amulet World. Normally, I'd explain what's going on, Alec continued, his tone brisk. But I'm in a hurry and won't have time to cater to your questions. Hold hands with each other, I'll ensure you're teleported to the same place. When you arrive, look to these 4 to guide you. He gestured toward Arthur, Brandon, Agnes, and Knight, confirming what the newcomers had suspected, that the 4 had already been through this before. Is there anything you'd like us to know before we blindly jump in Tohate for this is? Indrik asked, clearly clueless and slightly apprehensive. Alec didn't bother with a detailed explanation. Instead, he flicked his hand, and the massive second door of the beast forest detached from its position and floated toward them. As it loomed closer, Alec finally said, just try not to die too quickly. The ominous remark sent their thoughts spiraling. Sophia, in particular, was already second-guessing her decision to trust Alec for the second time that night, after her first doubts had been barely cleared earlier. Before anyone could protest or ask further questions, Alec swiped his hand, and the gate expanded, transforming into a portal with a swirling, glowing entrance. From nowhere, a gust of wind surged forward, pushing them all into the portal before they had time to react. As the gate slammed shut and returned to its original position, Alec smiled faintly. This was one of the things he had learned, and he was pleased with how effortlessly he could manipulate things in the amulet world. After all, in this realm, he was the sole master. When Alec was done organizing his group, he summoned all his golems, splitting them into different teams. Titan headed toward the second-dimensional door on his own, flanked by his minions. Titan's goal was clear, to hunt down low and mid-tier 6 demonic beasts in the icy regions. After its recovery, Titan's strength had been growing rapidly, fueled by absorbing the life force of ice elemental beasts. In the frozen tundra, where its attacks and movements were amplified, Titan seemed less like an invader and more like a predator thriving in its natural habitat. As Titan approached the portal and it opened after he wished for the icy regions, a wave of chilly air seeped out, and that's something Alec just noticed a few days ago, that Titan could already project where he wanted to be teleported to. Once Titan entered, the rest of the golems began moving. Oni and Butcher were the next to head out. Both were close to reaching the Tier 6 realm, but a few more levels of progress remained before they could break through the gaps. The second team consisted of Sword Saint and Hunter, a peculiar combination, but Alec allowed his golems to decide their partnerships unless he was inside the battlefield with them to give direct orders. The last pair to step through the portal were Hive Queen and Magneto. As they disappeared into the portal, the door shut behind them, and Alec then turned his attention to Legion, who stood before him, awaiting orders. "How do you feel, knowing you're about to enter the Tier 6 realm?" Alec asked, smiling as he observed Legion, who had reached the very peak of the Tier 5 Mage realm. Alec had deliberately blocked Legion's experience points to prevent an uncontrolled evolution and the ensuing phenomenon, much like what had occurred with Titan. "I feel good, I can finally act smug around Titan again," Legion replied confidently, as Titan was the only golem he truly saw as a rival. "Well, I wouldn't say I approve of that," Alec said with a chuckle. "But your increase in strength will definitely make me happy, especially considering your firepower." With that, Alec opened his system interface and communicated his thoughts to the system spirit, and a notification promptly appeared before him: "Send all EXP points from the hunting party to Golem Legion until it evolves. YN." Without hesitation, Alec's hand slammed down on the Y button. Immediately, a surge of mana from the amulet space gathered around Legion, enveloping him completely, and unlike the icy sphere that had surrounded Titan during its evolution, Legion was encased in something entirely different, a massive iron-like egg, its surface gleaming with raw energy. Evolution options available. Note: since the golem in question has undergone manual evolution previously, the system will provide guidance and additional perks, but will not directly shape Legion's evolution. With that message, a new sidebar appeared beside the notification, offering Alec the opportunity to grant Legion one additional perk, a reward for being a manually crafted golem, a truly unique entity in this world. There were numerous options to choose from, such as elemental control, increased durability, or enhanced agility. However, one particular choice caught Alec's attention, something he knew Legion would value immensely. "Get ready, buddy, you're about to have your own little army," Alec murmured with a grin as he selected the minion creation option. The moment he made his selection, an ethereal burst of light shot out from him and was absorbed by the metallic egg encasing Legion in the air. Alec didn't even need to check his system to know that some of his system points had been deducted for the action that just occurred. After all, it was only the system that used this medium to execute things it wanted done. But just as he was starting to feel satisfied, a series of new sidebars popped up in front of him. To his astonishment, 10 additional screens appeared, each requesting him to choose the type of cybernetic golem models to create as Legion's minions. Excited, Alec tried opening one of the screens to begin customizing, but a sudden error message halted him in his tracks. "Error. To configure sub-golems, the main golem's body frame must be completed first." Understanding the issue instantly, Alec realized that while Legion was in the process of evolving, the evolution route had to follow a manual pathway. The system couldn't intervene directly with the shaping of the body, but would still assist by generating materials like the metallic egg encasing Legion and offering step-by-step advice. Alec smirked as he navigated the advanced options the system was unveiling. Despite the overwhelming complexity, all he could think about was a movie from his past life. Iron Man, yay! Alec couldn't help but feel like a tech-savvy, genius billionaire like Tony Stark as the light blue holographic screens floated before him, each one requiring his attention. When he opened Legion's customization screen, he was greeted with various design options for body parts. At the very edge of the interface were two key options: base form combat suit and mecha form. Alec immediately recognized the term mecha. After all, back on Earth, he had spent countless hours playing a mech-themed game called Mech Arena. He then chuckled to himself before questioning the system's spirit. "Hey, is this some kind of memory manipulation? Is the system trying to link me back to my previous life just because I recreated Legion based on an inspired idea from that world?" Alec asked aloud, his tone skeptical. The system's spirit's response, as cryptic as ever, was brief. Who knows what it thinks?" Shrugging off the unhelpful reply, Alec focused on recreating Legion's base form, which on a transparent image on the edge was designed to be humanoid in shape, a towering, human-like cyborg soldier. It stood significantly taller than the average human, with its immense power compactly stored in its sleek frame, and embedded in the image chest was a neutral Tier 6 power crystal, a rarity that would regulate and contain its mana reserves. As Alec worked, he couldn't help but marvel at how easily he could get almost impossible resources and materials as long as he had system points to pay. Without the system's assistance, Alec would have never even dreamed of creating something as intricate and powerful as Legion, nor did he know what his fate would have been now. Funny enough, Alec designed Legion facials to resemble himself, at least slightly. The ninja masked like cyborg warrior bore subtle similarities to its master, enough for anyone who looked deeply at its cyborg eyes to notice. The realization made Alec grin. Legion wasn't just any ordinary golem, it was a fusion of two worlds. It was a golem because it was born from magic, and it uses magic to function. Alec's own mastery of magic in this world had gave it life, and it was a cyborg because of the technological ingenuity that its body was shaped in due to memories of Alec's previous life. It was something entirely unprecedented, something that mutated from two distinct world knowledge, a cybernetic golem capable of shifting into a mecha form. As Alec fine-tuned Legion's facial features, the rest of the body began reconstructing itself automatically by themselves. Alec watched in awe as the metallic egg suspended in the air emitted the sounds of hammering, screwing, and grinding, bringing the shorter yet more imposing version of Legion to life. Despite its shorter stature compared to its previous form, what Alec was watching in his screen, he felt it still towered over him. "I guess this is happening in real time," Alec muttered, realizing that every change he made through the system was being instantly reflected in Legion's evolving body. The system seemed to be working overtime, channeling mana with precision to push Legion into a perfect Tier 6 evolution. As the base form neared completion, Alec attempted to access the mecha form's customization options. However, instead of being allowed to manually shape its body, only one option was available, with your Overlord cybernetic golem reaching the mid-ranks before its evolution to the Lord rank. It is entitled to pick two classes: Attacker, Tanker, Scout. Your selection will help define the best state and form for the golem in its mecha form. Reading the options, Alec immediately had an idea of what this meant. It almost felt like he was back in his gaming days, except this time it wasn't a game, it was reality. He had never heard of a mech being able to specialize in two classes before. While some might master multiple weapon types due to their pilots, having two defined classes was still unheard of. This must be another perk of the system, Alec thought, a grin forming on his face. Without hesitation, he chose Tanker and Attacker, wondering if this evolution would grant Legion two distinct abilities. The thought of Legion having dual-class capabilities made Alec's blood pump with excitement. He was trembling slightly, not from fear, but from sheer anticipation. It was all so familiar, like a fusion of the game mechanics he once loved and the magic he now commanded. As he immersed himself in the process, a system notification popped up, pulling him out of his thoughts. Night has leveled up. Mid-tier 5 Mage achieved. Alec smirked. Progress was happening everywhere, and the thrill of it was intoxicating. Deep inside the royal palace of the Northern Kingdom, the king walked slowly through a dimly lit chamber, where only a faint glow illuminated the center of the room. At the very heart of the chamber, two men sat in a meditative posture, their backs pressed against each other, eyes closed. The elemental particles in the air were so dense that they were visibly swirling around them, drawn into their bodies like streams of light. As the king stepped into the illuminated center, the first man facing him slowly opened his eyes. He was draped in luxurious robes, his long white hair tied neatly behind him in the style of Eastern martial artists. Behind him sat another figure, the Lord Protector of the Northern Kingdom, a revered warrior whose duty had long been to safeguard the realm. But this was no ordinary cultivation session. What was being performed was a secret ritual, known only to the royal bloodline, a method that would allow the Protector's power to be siphoned into the man still in his prime. And the one absorbing this power is none other than the former king of the Northern Kingdom, the very ruler who had abdicated his throne to retreat into closed-door seclusion. The world believed that the Lord Protector was dying of old age, but the truth was far darker. Instead of allowing him to live out his final days in peace, the royal family had conspired against him, placing him in a forced state of deep sleep. With his dwindling strength, he had been unable to resist the spell, making it easier for the former king to extract his power using an ancient, forbidden cultivation technique passed down through their lineage. Yet this process was not simple. The Protector's energy was foreign, requiring meticulous refinement before it could truly integrate with the former king's own power. Any recklessness could destabilize his foundation, potentially leading to its collapse. But the former king was not impatient. He had been doing this for years, carefully absorbing the Protector's life force inch by inch. And with each passing day, the Protector's vitality drained away at an alarmingly unnatural rate, his fate all but sealed. For someone who had dedicated his life to protecting the royal clan from the second-dimensional races, creatures, and the greed of the ancient clans, the betrayal against the Lord Protector was nothing short of disgraceful. It was becoming evident that the second-dimension races had already sensed his curse energy weakening. Perhaps that was why they hadn't even attempted to stop Asgoth's attack. They might not have wanted him to cross over in the first place, but now that he had returned safely, it was clear he had gathered valuable intelligence for the second dimension. From his parting words, there was no doubt that they would be back soon. It was almost as if Asgoth knew the Protector was on the verge of death, and the moment he perished, the curse binding the space gate above the royal palace would be undone. A voice suddenly broke through the silence. "Father, you asked to see me." The current king stood before his father, his gaze lowered, refusing to meet his eyes. "Fool, idiot, a complete and utter moron who gave you the authority to make such major decisions concerning the kingdom without consulting me first. Do you even comprehend the gravity of what you've done?" The previous king's voice thundered, his piercing gaze locked onto his son. "But father, they question the authority of the royal family." Silence, the former king's fury was palpable. "You have tested my patience, but I will still grant you a lesson. A short story, if you will." He took a deep breath before continuing. When the 5 ancient clans and the Lord Protector fought alongside the Mage armies to stabilize the 5 space gates around the capital, the war god Mage Academy did not yet exist, only its dean and his disciples did. Back then, the dean of War God Academy, along with the deans of the 7 other great academies, banded together and launched a surprise invasion into the second dimension. They raided smaller villages and cities in the abyss, destroying whatever they could, and stole power mine veins, bringing them back to the surface before the second dimension races even realized what had happened. This crippled the outer regions of the second dimension for a time, buying humanity precious years to grow stronger. And from that moment on, those 8 mages created their own academy, which laid the foundations for the name Great 8 Academies, the very first of their kind. When we established the Royal Mage Academy, other powerhouses who had fought in the war saw an opportunity to create their own academies, as they all wanted a share of the power mine veins they had fought for. That was the promise we made to them. We, the royal family and the strongest clan at the time, would protect the mines and distribute the resources once per year. The true reason behind creating the royal clan was to gain indirect access to the resources that technically belonged to the academies. However, the ancient clans saw through our intentions, and to prevent themselves from being left out, they attempted to establish their own academies, but we crushed that ambition before it could take root. Realizing that we would never allow them to grow beyond their declining strength, especially after the toll of the war, the ancient clans took a different approach. They allied themselves with the Great 8 Academies, promising to send their best geniuses in exchange for proper mentorship. This we couldn't prevent that, as they were simply sending their children to study, but with each passing generation, their strength grew. Their descendants gained access to academy resources just as we did. And as if that wasn't enough, they started sending their children to our own royal academy as well. At first, we tolerated it, using it as an opportunity to bring those descendants under our influence. But what we failed to foresee was how they would begin forming factions within the academy itself, gathering talent, recruiting enforcers, and orchestrating marriages to absorb promising individuals into their clans. Slowly, they gained slight control over the way these academies operated. Only one academy resisted this movement, the War God Mage Academy. Because of this lone resistance, many ordinary academies also refused to fall into the ancient clan's grasp. In retaliation, the clans did everything in their power within the royal court to pass laws and restrictions that would weaken the War God Mage Academy. Yet, despite their efforts, the academy never complained when they lost their position to the Royal Mage Academy. They continued to send high-ranking mages to defend northern kingdom cities and outposts against Zerg abominations and threats from rival kingdoms. Eventually, the ancient clans realized they stood to lose too much if they kept trying to control the ordinary academies. So they focused their influence on the 7 Great 8 Academies that were already under their thumb. Meanwhile, with royal family were left with only one academy truly under our control. If all the ancient clans unite, they are stronger than our clan and could wipe us out, claiming the throne for themselves, just as our family once united with the Tudors. Now do you realize how foolish you've been? You tore down the one barrier preventing the ancient clans from gaining control over the ordinary academies and banding together to overthrow us, the former king concluded. The current king stood frozen, mouth slightly open, struggling to process the weight of his mistake. He had unknowingly set events in motion that could bring ruin to their bloodline. We are not as powerful as we once were, and we've done well to hide that fact. But now, with this misstep, the ancient clans will start probing for weaknesses. And when they discover how vulnerable we truly are, you will go down in history as the greatest traitor to our lineage, the old king warned. I know what we must do. We'll call back the War God Mage Academy, repair our relationship, and set things right, the present king blurted, as if simply summoning them would undo the damage. The former king let out a bitter chuckle. That's no longer an option. The dean of the academy has already sent me a message. The academies have always been independent, they were never bound to us, only willing to fight for the kingdom because of our long-standing ties. With that connection severed, the war god Mage Academy has completely withdrawn from the kingdom. He held up a letter, the war god Mage Academy's insignia stamped onto the seal. The moment Alec finalized his choices, the metallic egg surrounding Legion expanded once again. Almost instantly, the 10 subscreens for Legion's minions reappeared back, allowing him to now assign their classes. Each golem maintained a humanoid form in their base state. Wasting no time, Alec quickly made his selections, as he designated the first 3 as attacker class, the next 3 as tankers, the 7th and 8th as supports, and the last 2 as scouts. As soon as the selections were confirmed, a random roulette appeared, cycling through special abilities corresponding to their assigned classes. When all 10 minions had locked in an ability, another notification popped up, asking whether Alec wanted to choose their weapon specialty or allow them to decide for themselves. Without hesitation, Alec left the decision to them. While he was a skilled player in his previous life, he wasn't an expert in every weapon type. If anything, he was most proficient with close-quarters weapons, those that prioritized high damage over rapid fire. But he knew that wasn't the only effective style. There were assault specialty, sniper specialty, missile specialty, guided weapon specialty, heavy weaponry specialty, and barrage-type specialty. He wasn't about to limit them based on his own preferences, so he let them choose while covering the cost. As the 10 screens displayed their finalized selections, a system prompt appeared that nearly made Alec's eyes bulge. 900,000 system points required to finalize class selection, weapon types, and weapon blueprints. Confirm payment, YN. Even with the system's help, building a cyborg golem army isn't coming cheap, Alec muttered before pressing yes with a sigh. Alec had been burning through his system points at an alarming rate lately, but his only consolation was the sheer power Legion's squad would bring after the evolution is completed. If Titan and his group were already earning between 500,000 to 1 million system points from hunting Tier 6 demonic beasts, then with Legion's new squad and their firepower, he could only hope his earnings would skyrocket even further. The moment his finger left the Y button, confirming the purchase, another surge of ethereal energy was drawn from his body, marking the deduction of system points. But that wasn't all. Various materials that were purchased out of the same system points materialized mid-air, floating toward the massive metallic egg encasing Legion. Soon, 10 other slightly smaller metallic eggs formed around Legions, revolving in synchronization as their evolution began. With that process underway, Alec turned his attention to something else, and that is harvesting the Tier 6 demonic beast corpses provided by the old Dean. With only just 1 day of 4 ancient primordial tree branches refining 20 corpses each, he had already extracted around 800 Tier 6 cultivation pills, and that wasn't even counting the additional random spell cards, healing pills, or memory orbs he would obtain. So far, he had only refined 80 Tier 6 demonic beast corpses out of 100, yet the sheer amount of resources he was accumulating made him pause, feeling somewhat guilty about how little the Academy would receive in comparison. He decided to add an extra 300 Tier 5 cultivation pills, as a token of appreciation for the Dean's efforts in securing so many mid-tier corpses. Still, the fact that he would end up with over 700 Tier 5 and 6 cultivation pills was staggering. His plan was to auction off only 50 pills of each tier, and since he was not trying to strengthen the rivals of his clan in the Estonia city, he was keen not to make them the sole beneficiary of the auction. To spread the opportunity, Alec looked into hiring newsbearers to travel to 2 nearby cities that were in the process of rebuilding, spreading the word about the upcoming auction, with top-quality cultivation pills being the highlighted deal. And even after all that, he would still be left with over 650 pills of both Tier 5 and 6 pills without even factoring in his other earnings. The sheer scale of it all was mind-blowing. All Alec wanted was to discreetly pass about 200 of these pills, along with some random spell cards, to the clan without causing a scene with his grandfather. Strengthening the Gordon clan was a priority for him. After all, if they were going to host such a large-scale auction, they needed not only the power to protect their merchandise, but also the capability to fend off potential threats. It was inevitable that some opportunists would assume the clan had kept the best pills for themselves if they could auction off such good pills, and might attempt a raid on the clan house. This was why Alec was adamant not to allow his grandfather to store any of the pills he was about to give him in the treasury. Instead, they needed to be distributed among the eligible mages to ensure rapid advancement across the clan. He also planned to use pills as incentives to discipline and motivate his newly formed mage army, though only after he had firmly established himself as the sole commander, leaving no room for questions about his authority. As for the remaining pills, Alec had no intention of parting with them. Unlike other mages, whose foundations could become unstable from excessive pill consumption, Alec's system automatically converted everything into experience points, while ensuring the right amount of energy was safely integrated into his body. As long as he continued to exhaust any excess buildup, his foundation would remain solid, growing stronger and more stable with every breakthrough. This time, the entire team was eliminated together, one after another. Alec didn't know exactly what they had faced, but judging by the terror on their faces when they were teleported back into the amulet space, it had to be something truly dreadful. Fortunately, he was already prepared for their return, as he had dumped a large pile of low-ranked demonic beast corpses near the mana pool so it could consume them for its growth, considering the low-ranked corpses unnecessary at the moment, given his recent influx of Tier 5 and Tier 6 corpses for refining. So rather than letting them go to waste, he decided to put them to good use by feeding the mana pool to push it to a higher level. This upgrade would not only benefit him, but also his new team when they recovered from their hunt. By the time the corpses had fully dissolved, the mana pool had reached the 5th level, and now even a Tier 6 mage could now gain some benefits from it, let alone his team, who were still in the Tier 5 realm. When they were all finally expelled from the beast forest, the 11 metallic eggs that had once revolved in the amulet space had disappeared, confirming that Alec had successfully obtained his second Tier 6 golem, something none of them were even aware of. But the most exciting part wasn't the evolution, it was the sheer amount of system points and experience pouring in by the minute. Even as he led his clansmen toward the mana pool, he could feel the constant ping of notifications in the back of his mind, which means he still had his golem team in the beast forest hunting for him. I take it you all had a great hunt, but what exactly happened out there for you all to get wiped out at once? Alec asked as they stepped into the mana pool. Watching how quickly they were recovering their mana made him slightly proud. He didn't know how the royal palace's mana pool compared to his, but he was certain it wasn't capable of accommodating a high-rank mage. That was why only a select few were allowed access to it, unlike his own, which could replenish itself by absorbing the ambient energy of the amulet world or evolving through the remains of dead beasts. Alec had to guess. He would say the mana pool under the royal clan's control was only at level 6, and he was confident that his own would eventually surpass that one day, so he wasn't particularly upset about the king stripping him of his rewards as the winner and his rights. What truly bothered him was the blatant injustice done to him and his team, and the worst part, he had no way to fight back against it. It was a kangaroo mid-tier 6, but it had control over 3 elements. It had a long scar running down its left eye and was incredibly vicious. It felt like some sort of alpha among other kangaroos, hunting us down with a whole group under its command, Arthur explained, causing Alec to fall into deep thought. Something about this beast sounded familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't place where he had encountered it before. What really caught his attention, however, was its intelligence. A beast capable of hunting human mages in a pack while commanding others like it, and with 3 elemental affinities, that was unheard of. He had encountered creatures with 2 elemental affinities or 1 element and a unique ability, but never had he come across one wielding 3 distinct elements in the beast forest. Just hearing Arthur describe it made his blood race with excitement. A part of him wanted to dive straight into the beast forest and hunt it down himself, but reality hit him as he remembered that time was running out, and soon he and his entire group would be ejected from the amulet space. With that in mind, he decided to put this kangaroo on his hit list for his next visit. About 15 minutes later, Alec and his team were booted out of the amulet space. When they woke up back in Alec's home, exhaustion weighed heavy on them. The mana pool had helped ease their muscle strain and replenish their energy mana, but fatigue still lingered. Arthur, wasting no time, was the first to call it a night, barely uttering a word before collapsing into a deep sleep. While the rest of the team, Sophia, Emma, Aiden, Kelvin, Indrik, and Ethan, weren't used to such intense experiences, they had lost count of how many times Arthur and Brandon, their supposed leaders, had thrown them into danger. More often than not, as they found themselves running from hordes of demonic beasts when their planned attacks didn't go as expected. Despite the stress and near-death encounters in the beast forest, they couldn't deny the results. Indrik, who had felt his cultivation stagnate ever since reaching the Tier 5 mage realm, finally sensed progress. Not only that, but after repeatedly using his spells in battle, he felt his understanding of them deepening. Though his breakthrough wasn't significant, but Sophia and Knight had gained the most from this round, both advancing to the mid-Tier 5 mage realm. Their progress had taken the entire team's power to another level. Kelvin and the others had also made steady advancements, pushing themselves into the high Tier 4 mage realm. Their rapid growth was due to the nature of their battles. They had consistently taken on large groups of demonic beasts, many of which included Tier 5 threats. This meant that those in the lower realms had plenty of experience to absorb and build upon. With Arthur already sprawled out on Alec's bed, the rest of the team followed suit, looking for places to sleep. As they left one of the beds for the three ladies, while the remaining two were shared among the guys. With everyone settled in, Alex stepped outside into the cool night air. He lifted his gaze, taking in the serene beauty of the moonlit sky. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eluded him. Instead, he made his way to the shade of the lone tree in his courtyard, resting his back against its trunk as he admired the small pond before him. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, settling into a cultivation stance beneath the tree's shade. "It's always good to be home," he murmured as he looked forward to a sunny day in a few hours. Morning arrived once again, and this time, Estonia City seemed to have found a moment of peace. As the ordinary residents had settled in, gradually moving past the horrors of the last Blood Moon War, however, while the common folk might have forgotten how close they had come to annihilation, the same couldn't be said for the clans that had fought in the battle, or those preparing for the next one that is to come. For the families who had stood on the front lines in the previous war, the wounds of war were still fresh. Many clans continued to grieve the loss of their members and descendants, their numbers so depleted that some of the newly integrated clans were now considering returning to their former cities, which were in the process of being rebuilt. Despite having faced powerful enemies at their respective space gates before, none of their past battles had cost them as much as this one. The sheer loss from facing such superior zombies had left them fearing that their clan's power would dwindle so much they would be demoted to a low-rank status. Yet, despite their doubts, thoughts of leaving were just fleeting considerations. The city lord had personally gone out of his way to provide generous compensation to each of them, allowing them to use their war merits to exchange for valuable resources that could help these clans rebuild their strength. Many saw this as an opportunity to restore their former power, if not surpass it. However, deep down, they also knew that if the tides of war turned against Estonia City, they wouldn't hesitate to flee. They held no deep loyalty to the city and had made no significant investments here, so there was no reason to die alongside it. In fact, the very fact that they had abandoned their previous cities, despite the heavy investments they had made there, sent a clear message to the city lord that these were not the kind of clans he could rely on, and that was why he was now making every effort to mend relations with the Gordon's clan. It was also why he had been personally visiting the homes of the top clans who had fought in previous Blood Moon Wars, pleading with them to make an exception and return to the battlefield, even though their well-earned respite from war was far from over. While all of this was happening, a major change was about to take place within the Gordon's clan, as all the mages set to participate in the upcoming Blood Moon War under the Gordon's clan banner had been summoned to the back mountain behind the clan. Since the Gordon's clan was built around the mountain forest, that entire area had unofficially become their territory. Now, dozens of mages made their way through the forest toward a massive clearing, responding to the Grand Elder's urgent summons. "Are you sure you want to handle this on your own? You know we could stay to clarify things if necessary," the Grand Elder said, his gaze fixed on Alec, who sat cross-legged atop a large rock. Beside him stood the clan patriarch, silent but visibly sharing his brother's concerns. He didn't like the idea of leaving Alec alone to address the gathered mages, especially those of higher realm than him, without any elder present to back him up. While Alec's personal group was here, the Grand Elder still felt it wasn't enough. Leading mages stronger than himself would be no easy feat, and without proper authority, it could lead to unnecessary conflict. "You two worry too much," Alec scoffed. "What exactly are you afraid of? Based on your report, you're only sending out 5 Tier 6 mages, all of which have become enforcers who protect the clan despite being of pure blood. Even then, you've all but given up hope that they'll ever reach the high ranks again, thinking they've passed their prime and lost their potential." Alec's eyes gleamed with confidence as he continued, "The strongest among them is only in the mid-Tier 6 realm. Do you really think I need help dealing with them?" His expression darkened slightly. "I need to beat them and show them who's in charge, cause if they don't naturally fall under my command, because they assume I only got this position through family connections rather than my own power. It'll be a disaster when the real battle begins." He met their gazes with unwavering determination. "A force I can't control properly is more of a liability than an asset. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now? Come on, let's go." "Kid has a point," the patriarch said, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder while still locked in a silent stare with Alec. "We can't shield him from this. If he really wants to take control of all 6 tiers, he has to prove that he's the right man for the job before we even step in to inform them of our decision." The Grand Elder let out a heavy sigh before finally nodding. "Phew, all right then. I wish you good luck." Without another word, the ground beneath them caved in as if swallowing them whole. In the next instant, both the Patriarch and the Grand Elder had vanished, leaving no trace behind. The earth beneath them was now smoother than before, as if they had never stood there at all. That was the level of mastery the Patriarch had over his Earth escape spell. As long as he wanted to retreat underground, he was untouchable within the high-rank realm. Only a peak Tier 9 mage or a Monarch Realm expert could hope to counter his skill. Meanwhile, the first wave of mages climbing up the mountain finally reached their destination. However, instead of being the first ones there, they were surprised to find a group already waiting. "I see you all came early, huh?" a man called out, waving casually. But only Agnes waved back, while the rest of the team simply looked exhausted. Initially, it was just Arthur playing up his fatigue, but after seeing how easily Alec let him off, the others shamelessly followed suit, acting just as worn out in hopes of avoiding whatever task Alec had in mind for them all. "Stick to the flags and stand near the one labeled with your current cultivation realm," Alec instructed. Most of the group followed his order without hesitation, not putting much thought into it. However, one man raised an eyebrow, clearly irritated by being given orders by someone who is not even an elder. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "And what makes you think you have the right to command me? You're just a Tier 5 mage like me. Even if you're good at fighting, you can't possibly be our tier leader. There are plenty of peak Tier 5 mages in our team just like me that are liable for that position." The mage scoffed. Alec let out a small chuckle before finally rising to his feet atop the rock, his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept over the mages that were still gathering with quiet authority. "Who am I, you ask?" he said, his voice calm yet firm. "I am the commander of every mage that is going to be assembled here today." The peak Tier 5 mage stared at Alec in surprise, struggling to process his words. Alec's statement was simple, yet it carried a weight that felt impossible to accept. As he hesitated, still trying to make sense of it, the rest of the mages had already arrived at the clearing atop the mountain. "Move near the flag that corresponds with your cultivation realm," Alec repeated. This time, many of the mages, recognizing that it was the young master himself speaking, and began shifting toward the designated flags without question. But the defiant mage wasn't ready to back down. "Hold on," he called out, his voice filled with frustration. "He may be the young master, but that doesn't give him the right to order us around. He's just a high Tier 5 mage, and he doesn't even qualify to be voted as the Tier 5 mage leader, let alone command us all." His gaze burned into Alec, filled with challenge. To the mage, this wasn't just about rank. It was about who had control over the Tier 5 mages. He had planned to fight for the position of Tier 5 mage leader, and Alec's sudden claim to authority threatened that. If Alec was chosen as the leader, he needed to ensure that the Tier 5 mages sided with him instead, making Alec nothing more than a figurehead, and this was him still thinking that Alec only wanted to be leader of the Tier 5 mages. But Alec had no intention of letting anyone divide his team. Bang! The crowd gasped as Alec launched himself off the rock, his fist raised high, heading straight for the outspoken mage. "Oh, looks like I hit a nerve," the middle-aged mage sneered, a smirk creeping onto his face. He had only intended to stir some conflict, to shift the team's loyalty in his favor. As Alec closed in, reaching striking range, the mage dashed forward to meet him, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He had only intended to stir conflict among the mages, hoping to position himself in a favorable light. But he never would have thought that he would get the chance to fight Alec, and in doing so, boost his own prestige far beyond what he had initially aimed for. To him, this was an opportunity falling right into his lap, proof that Alec was rash and immature. Not once did he consider the possibility of losing to Alec. From the start, he had underestimated Alec, seeing him as nothing more than a lucky brat who happened to be the bastard grandson of the patriarch. Even the other mages in the Tier 5 mage realm watched intently, curiosity sparking in their eyes. Many of them wanted to gauge Alec's strength firsthand, especially if they were to serve under his command. They needed to know if he was someone they could rely on. But Alec's close companions, they only pitied the fool who was about to clash with him. It was clear to them that Alec was here to establish dominance, and the unfortunate mage in front of him, who had been pestering him from the moment he arrived, had simply volunteered to be the example. Alec's blank expression spoke volumes of this, as no Tier 5 mage, no matter how strong, was a match for him. His physical body alone had already reached the Tier 6 realm, and that was without using mana. At the War God Mage Academy's strength test, he had effortlessly reached the 6th bar with a casual punch, a feat that placed him far beyond the average Tier 5 warrior. For a mere Tier 5 mage to flaunt his strength in front of Alec, it was laughable, but to Alec, this wasn't a fight, it was nothing more than a warm-up. "Come, let me teach you the harshness of reality. You need to learn that." The middle-aged mage's words were cut off by a blood-curdling scream. He had reinforced his hand with mana, fully confident in meeting Alec's strike head-on, but the moment their fists collided, a sickening crack echoed through the clearing. Pain exploded up his arm as the bones in his hand, wrist, and elbow shattered upon impact. Only now, as agony coursed through his body, did he finally realize his mistake. He had underestimated Alec, and that mistake had cost him dearly. "Wait." The middle-aged man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he realized Alec wasn't finished. He saw Alec's right hand stretching toward his head, and panic set in. He wanted to concede, to beg for mercy, anything to escape the inevitable, but he was pleading with the wrong person. Alec wasn't just looking to win, he was here to send a message, a lesson, and he had no intention of letting his scapegoat off so easily. Alec's hand clamped down on the mage's head, his grip like an iron vice. The man struggled, using his uninjured hand to push against Alec's, but it was futile. Alec didn't budge. Instead, the mage felt a sudden pull downward. Then came the impact. Bang! Alec's knee rocketed up, smashing into the man's forehead as his body went limp instantly, eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Silence fell over the clearing. Seeing how effortlessly Alec had taken down one of the strongest Tier 5 mages among them, the rest of the Tier 5 warriors immediately mellowed. Even the much older Tier 6 mages watching from the sidelines furrowed their brows. They had been observing closely, assessing Alec's strength, and what they saw was undeniable. Alec hadn't used a single ounce of mana. And yet, with just his raw physical power alone, it had resulted in an overwhelming defeat for the other mage. That alone spoke volumes of his combat prowess, which was already at the Tier 6 realm. Alec dusted off his hands and let his gaze sweep across the gathered mages before speaking. I'll say this just once. I'm Alec Gordons, heir to the Gordons bloodline and your leader. You may be confused about it all, I understand, but that doesn't change the fact that I am your leader. If you don't like it, step forward now and challenge me for it. No mana, a fair fight. But if after today any of you cause trouble for me after I've made myself clear, don't blame me for being ruthless. Though Alec spoke as if addressing everyone, but his words were aimed directly at the 5 Tier 6 mages standing off to the side, watching him in silence. From his display just now, it was clear to everyone, from the Tier 5 mages down to the Tier 1 mages, that they stood no chance against him in a fight. The only ones capable of challenging his claim to leadership were the Tier 6 mages, so if anyone was unhappy with Alec's declaration, it was up to a Tier 6 mage to step forward and act on it. While the Tier 1 to Tier 5 mages were expecting a clash between Alec and the Tier 6 mages, nothing of the sort happened. Instead, the Tier 6 mages walked toward Alec with smiles on their faces. Young master, my name is Gabriel. I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions. Don't worry, it won't be much of a bother, said the mid-Tier 6 mage as he stepped forward. Alec was taken aback, as he had expected them to react with outrage, perhaps even more aggressively than the Tier 5 mage he had just knocked out. Yet they were more composed, even reasonable, and since they were handling the situation calmly, he saw no reason to act out of place. No problem, ask away, Alec said as he moved toward them to meet them halfway. As no matter how confident he was in his ability to defeat them, they were still his seniors. As he looked at each of the Tier 6 mages, he noted that they were all past their youth, likely over 30. This meant their chances of advancing to the high ranks were slim without any epiphany help or resources. Yet within the Gordons clan, such mages were considered geniuses, capable of shifting the balance of any mid-tier battle in Estonia City. This only reinforced how far the clan still was from being recognized as a true powerhouse after he had seen how much stronger a high-tier clan is in the capital. Alec now understood why his grandfather had always emphasized staying low-key. Despite a few of them possessing extraordinary talent, it was because the overall clan strength was still lacking, and except the next generation could bridge that gap, they would continue to restrain themselves. But Alec felt he had the power to change that. With his pills, he could help the clan produce more Tier 6 mages, strengthening their mid-rank forces. This, in turn, would ease the restraint the elders constantly placed on themselves, as if the clan had more power, they wouldn't need to remain passive in situations like the recent attack against them, especially when they suspected the city lord himself might be behind it. Because unlike the Gordons clan, which only had 6 Tier 6 mages including Draco, the city hall boasted Tier 6 mages in double figures. But that wasn't their only concern. Within Estonia City, the Gordons clan already had numerous open and hidden enemies, all waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. If the clan attacked City Hall, those enemies might take advantage of the chaos and strike from behind, claiming righteousness in their actions. They could easily fabricate justifications for destroying the Gordons clan, and in the end, only the victors would have the power to shape history, while the losers would be forgotten. You claimed you would be the leader of all the tiers present here, which means you would command all 6 tiers. Is that correct? Gabriel asked. Alec responded with a simple nod. Are the elders and the patriarch aware of this? Have they given their consent? Gabriel continued. Yes. They are fully invested in my plans and have placed all of you under my responsibility, Alec replied. Well, my last question, do you believe you can lead us to victory without facing a complete wipeout of the team? Gabriel asked, his gaze sharp and assessing. You have my word, Alec said firmly. I promise that if anyone from here ever dies, it won't be in vain. 100 zombies will accompany them into the darkness. You should know me by now. I don't jump into battles I'm not certain of, and I have no intention of wasting the lives of our clan's mages just to satisfy anyone's expectations. I'm taking charge to make sure we aren't wiped out." As he spoke, Alec turned around, his hands spread wide, addressing every mage gathered there. His voice carried a weight of authority, making it clear that his taking of leadership wasn't just about power, it was about survival of every mage present there. "I see," Gabriel said, placing his right hand on his chin as if deep in thought. Then, with a firm motion, he crossed his right arm over his chest in salute and slightly bowed his head. "Well, let me be the first to say this. Use me as you see fit, commander of the Gordon's clan," Gabriel declared, bringing a smile to Alec's face. Alec studied him for a moment before asking, "If you don't mind me asking, why are you making this so easy for me?" "I expected you all to be the ones to challenge me the most when I requested full command from the elders." As he spoke, Alec noticed that the remaining 4 Tier 6 mages behind Gabriel followed suit, saluting him with no trace of reluctance on their faces. They had truly accepted his leadership. "It's simple," Gabriel replied. "Whenever we fight in a Blood Moon War, we're always under Draco Gordons. I'm sure you know him, the 7th Lord of the Gordons clan. He constantly talks about you, young master, always saying that you will grow into a better battlefield leader than any Gordons before you, both tactically and strategically. You're always the subject of his bragging," Gabriel continued. "And now, after hearing about some of your battlefield decisions, I understand why. A young man with such diverse tactical insight is clearly a genius general, a blessing from the gods to the Gordons clan." "What I didn't expect," he added with a chuckle, "was that he would send us all a message last night, instructing us not to make things difficult for you because, in his words, you bribed him. At first we were confused, we all met to discuss it, trying to decipher what he truly meant. But only after hearing your words just now, do we finally understand what he meant." The remaining 4 mages nodded in agreement, their expressions showing newfound respect. Alec let out a quiet laugh, feeling both relief and surprise. He had never expected Draco to think so highly of him, but now, it was clear that along with the pills Alec had sent to him, Draco had also been made aware of his intentions to lead all the tier battlefield. This led to Draco clearing a huge obstacle for him despite still being in seclusion. As he had managed to bring the entire tier under his command in such a short time, without much effort, this only deepened his gratitude, and he made a mental note that he owed Draco for this invaluable gift. Day went on with Alec assigning 6 sub-leaders under him, with Gabriel taking charge as the sub-leader of the Tier 6 mages. Ironically, when it was time to compete for the Tier 5 sub-leader position, the peak Tier 5 mage had finally come to terms with Alec's authority after learning of Alec's true intentions. He hoped to regain some face by securing the role of the sub-leader of the Tier 5 mage realm. However, Arthur pushed Brandon to step up and fight for the position. And what followed was an intense match that captivated everyone watching, but in the end, Brandon emerged victorious, becoming Alec's Tier 5 sub-leader. For the Tier 4 mages, there was no competition at all as Alec directly appointed Kelvin as their leader. As for the low rank, Alec allowed them to determine their own strongest representatives, who would then report to him as the corresponding tier leaders. With the leadership structure in place, everyone eagerly awaited Alec's next move. He had already shaken things up by assuming command of all the battle-ready mages, a concept bold enough to surprise them. Now, they were curious to see what other unconventional strategies he had in mind. However, Alec wasn't in a rush to implement tactics. With 2 weeks left before the Blood Moon War, his immediate priority was taking stock of his forces. He assigned Agnes to conduct a headcount to confirm the numbers. The final count was as follows: 600 Tier 1 mages, 300 Tier 2 mages, 200 Tier 3 mages, 100 Tier 4 mages, 20 Tier 5 mages, and 5 Tier 6 mages, including himself. In total, the Gordons clan was sending 1,228 mages to the upcoming Blood Moon War. This number also included the 2 high-ranked mages who would be participating in the battle. Though it seemed almost reckless to send over 1,000 mages into battle under a single leader, something the Gordons clan had never attempted before, but it was their only viable option. As they had already promised the City Lord that all tiers would participate in the war, and at this point, they were betting everything on Alec's leadership and promise. If they attempted to reduce the number of deployed mages, not only would the City Lord and other participating clans see it as a lack of commitment, but the reduced force would also risk being completely wiped out. After all, they weren't just facing ordinary zombies. They were a highly evolved, intelligent horde led by a high-tier mental zombie. After confirming the final headcount, Alec decided it was time to implement structured training for each tier, allowing them to practice together and develop synergy. However, his true goal was to help them refine and level up the spells he deemed crucial for survival in the Blood Moon War. His urgency stemmed from a new title bestowed upon him by the system after he had fully secured the approval of his subordinates, Title: 1000-Man General. Effects: gains 20 of every kill made by mages under your command. Mages under your leadership receive a 20 boost in skill comprehension. Mages under your command experience accelerated breakthroughs and spell progression due to their connection to you, the system's host, as long as they gain experience through combat or cultivation. Alec couldn't help but feel excited seeing this cause, with the upcoming Blood Moon War offering double experience for each kill. The Gordon's mages participating would have a rare opportunity to advance significantly, provided they survive the battle. Tier 6 mages, I don't have immediate tasks for you just yet, but don't slack off. Find a place to practice your spells and stay sharp. I have big plans for you all, but I'm saving the best for last, Alec said, addressing Gabriel. Gabriel quickly understood Alec's message and led the other 4 Tier 6 mages deeper into the forest to train. Alec's ultimate goal was to create an unmatched synergy between all the mages. To achieve that, they needed to train together for days, practicing until their attacks flowed seamlessly into each other, forming devastating combo strikes. However, the Tier 6 group was too small to integrate effectively into this broader training regimen. Instead, Alec planned to assess each of them individually to determine the best way to utilize their strengths. Turning to Brandon, Alec gave his next command. Tier 5 mages, I want you all to focus on 3 spells: Earthquake, Earth Spear, and Stone Skin. Master them to perfection. Many of the Tier 5 mages exchanged confused glances, wondering why Alec was assigning them such basic spells. But those familiar with Alec's training methods, especially Brandon, who was the Tier 5 sub-leader, knew better. Alec never trained for the sake of training, he had a purpose behind everything. Brandon understood exactly what Alec expected, which was why Alec didn't bother explaining himself further to the mages present. As soon as Alec handed over control, Brandon prepared to put the Tier 5 mages through an exhausting drill. As they would cast the same spells repeatedly until their mana pools were completely drained, recover, and then start all over again, just as Alec had once trained him and Arthur. With their orders clear, Brandon wasted no time, as he led the Tier 5 mages to a large clearing to begin training, with Agnes, Knight, and even Arthur tagging along. Despite finding it amusing that they were now under Brandon's command, they understood the necessity. After all, they were all Gordon clan Tier 5 mages set to fight in the Blood Moon War. Beside Alec stood Indrik and Sophia, uncertain about where they fit into his plans since they weren't Earth Elemental mages. However, Alec had made it clear that they would remain by his side, which was why they stayed close as he issued commands. In fact, Alec's decision to take in 2 non-Earth Element mages into the clan and give them the clan name immediately had even surprised his grandfather. Traditionally, when clans accepted enforcers or arranged marriages, they prioritized mages with compatible elemental affinities. This ensured the clan could provide appropriate spell manuals and training for the mage in question, and if the enforcer contributed enough, they could even be formally adopted into the clan, taking on the family name if they wanted, and enjoying the same respect as most born members of the clan. However, unlike the Gordon's clan, which were quite eased with such actions, such practices were rare among high and ancient clans, unless they sought to bind a powerful high-ranked mage to their lineage. So when Alec welcomed Indrik and Sophia into the Gordon clan, the patriarch was naturally curious about his intentions, but Alec's only explanation was that they were his responsibility, and he intended to help them reach their full potential without draining the clan's resources. George Gordons had initially been surprised by his grandson's sense of responsibility, taking on duties the clan would typically handle, but upon reflection, he saw it as a promising trait for a future leader of the clan and chose not to interfere. Alec continued issuing his training directives. Kelvin, I want the Tier 4 mages to focus on 3 spells: Earth Spear, Earth Wall, and Stone Skin. With that command, the Tier 4 mages moved to another section of the mountain, which thankfully had ample space to accommodate all their training sessions despite being spread out. Tier 3 mages, you'll be working on Earth Wave, Stone Bullet, and Earth Wall. Tier 2 mages, your focus will be on Stone Bullet and Earth Wave. Tier 1 mages, your focus will be on Earth Wave and Earth Spikes. One by one, Alec assigned each group their spells, ensuring that every mage had a clear training objective, finalizing the spells each realm would train in. While the mid-rank mages immediately dispersed to begin their practice, Alec held back the low-rank mages, as he had more plans for them. You all will play a crucial role in this battle, and I plan to mentor you personally, he announced. But before they began, they were observing the Tier 5 and Tier 4 mages as they demonstrated the low-tier spells. The sight of nearly 20 Tier 5 mages casting Earthquake, Earth Spear, and Stone Skin sent shivers through the low-rank mages. The sheer scale of destruction was enough to make their bodies tense. However, Alec was far from impressed when he saw this. though their spells carried more range and power than when casted by the low-rank mages, but he could see that their strength came more from their higher mage realm rather than actual mastery. Their understanding of the spells was lacking. When they cast Earthquake, they managed to disorient a vast area, but even that fell short of Alec's expectations. And Stone Skin. It barely covered their chests in a thin, fragile layer of rock, something that might hold against Tier 4 mages, but was still nowhere near its true potential according to Alec's understanding. Alec felt irritation rise within him. His clansmen, blessed with such strong earth affinity, had clearly been neglecting these spells. What had they even been using their abilities for, he thought. Stop! Alec's voice cut through the air, halting their demonstrations. He shook his head, disappointment clear in his expression. I've seen all you had to show, and I have to say, only a few of you had managed to impress me. His tone was sharp, and his gaze was piercing. The truth was, Alec could see their spell comprehension levels using his system analysis skill the moment they casted their spells, and they were far from where he needed them to be. The highest mastery among the Tier 5 mages belonged to Brandon, who had reached the peak of the low-tier spells, level 5 in all the 3 spells. However, the rest of his gang had only reached level 4 or 3 in each, which made it clear that even they had neglected their basic spells, though Alec didn't entirely blame them. But he wasn't about to lead mages into battle, who hadn't even reached level 5 in the spells he had assigned them, and not to talk about the rest of the Tier 5 mages, who only had merger knowledge of the low-tier spells, being in LVL 2 or 1. At that moment, he felt relieved that he still had a week and 6 more days to train them, as with his new 1,000-man general title in effect, he was confident he could push them all to level 5 at the very least. In fact, he was even hoping that some of them would evolve these basic spells to their intermediate forms, significantly boosting their battle power, because when a low-tier spell evolves to become a mid-tier spell, it's normally much stronger than the regular mid-tier spell, almost like the elements were rewarding the hard work put to reach that level. Each spell Alec had chosen for their training was essential to his strategy, and Stone Skin and Earth Wall were arguably the most important, even more so than the offensive Earth Spear spell. But that didn't mean Earth Spear was any less crucial, it just played a different role in the grand scheme of things. Let me demonstrate, Alec announced as he stepped forward. His words immediately drew the attention of not just the Tier 5 mages, but also the Tier 4 mages, who paused their own training to watch along with the low-rank mages who had stood still since a while ago, eager to witness the difference between Alec's mastery and their own mid-tier spell Earth Spear. The moment Alec activated his spell, a wave of shock passed through the watching mages. They all knew Earth Spear was traditionally classified as a low-tier spell, yet when Alec cast it, the energy surrounding him told a completely different story. Not only did they realize that Alec's Earth Spear has reached the mid-tier spell level, but the sheer density of Earth runes revolving around him was far beyond what the low-tier Earth Spear spell they had casted a few seconds ago could produce, even if it were casted by a bunch of Tier 5 mage. Raising his hand, Alec locked eyes with Brandon. Because among all his friends, he had the most faith in Brandon's potential, that if anyone could push these low-tier spells into the mid-tier domain faster, then it was him. As Brandon didn't just possess peak Earth affinity, he had also awakened a variant ability, something that set him apart from the rest.